chew into it with extra.
My dad loves Polo 67. He wears it all the time. And today I'm meeting him at Central Park to give him his Father's Day present.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Granger makes it easy to find and order the products your team depends on around the clock. Because when boxes are packed, pallets are stacked, and trucks are waiting at the dock, the last thing you want is to run short on the supplies that keep your warehouse moving. Granger is there to help make sure nothing runs out when shipments are rolling out. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah. Welcome everyone to Family Times Indy PQ. For today, we have some fun for you all. We got a lot of things happening right now, but anyways, welcome to Family Times Indy PQ here. It looks like we may not be having this table coming out right now. We are kind of deciding on some things, but anyways, I am your host, Mr. Tyler, the Mama Dragon himself, or actually, no, the caretaker of the Mama Dragon herself. You know how it works out all day, but it looks like we are going to have to regenerate our matches. Fortunate, I was really hoping for this match here, but we're going to have to hold on for just a minute because it looks like we're gonna have to figure some things out. But anyways, we are here at Family Time in Indiana. If you've ever been around Indiana, you know how Michigan Road is. We are off of Michigan Road right now, so that is a real good thing. So welcome you all to it. I know right now that we currently are looking at the, of course, the table right now on the board state as our opponent is just shuffling up their deck. But right now, they're probably not going to be our opponent that we are going to be looking at right now and all of that. So there's going to be a good chance that we're going to have to redo the entirety of the match. But anyways, round one will be, of course, starting here once we get all our technical difficulties done. Of course, last year I did this live stream. But originally I was playing last year, but this year I'm not too interested in this PQ format, so I am just here live streaming. I would like to, of course, thank Shane for, of course, allowing me to come in and take up half his space with my equipment, because I carry quite a lot. But anyways, good owner, good all that. I think I bought one of my editions for 40K from him way back when. I think it was 10th edition. Yeah, I think I bought 10th edition starter right from him. So I had back in 10th, of course, talking 40K. I know we're talking randomly about it.
Everybody refresh. Your matches should be published.
And all of that. So with everything from here, we're not going to have our 2 players on table 1. We were going to have 2 new players on table 1. I'm just going to pause so that you guys cannot hear me scream. Just which table? Or we'll go table 3, force them. See if they'll do it. Hey Jared, can you get table 3 to see if they?
I got table 2.
Okay, then bring table 2 over. We'll do that. All right, apologies, folks. So it looks like we're gonna have table 2 coming on over. I will let, of course, both players fully set up here first before we begin. Again, we're not forcing any players to be on the stream if they don't want to be on the stream here. So we're going to have a couple of interesting matches as we've now officially gotten all the bugs out of the system here and all of that. So we're going to, of course, we're going to lose out on table 1. But again, we're going to see our top 8 matches. So anyways, we have 7 rounds, 50. So we have 70 players, 7 rounds. We're going to cut to a top 8, 55 minutes per round. So it's going to be a grueling day today. No lunch break, so we're going to immediately be able to do that as both our players have given themselves a nice handshake. Both here, as we're going to have a couple of nice ones for you all today. We have the good old Lando Lake Country going up against Qui-Gon Force Green. Hey, I was just talking about the Qui-Gon to, of course, our floor judges. We'll try to bring our judges in and see if they want to talk for us and all that. Apologies for the camera quality. I am running off a Logitech Stream camera right now. My main camera got a little finicky with me today, so it decided not to work. But yeah, so we're going to let our players set up here, and then I will come back with all that. So we're going to just let them set up, get ready to go, start up the first round all together. So join me as we go through all of the fun that is Star Wars Unlimited. No. Alright, so here we go, folks. So let's just do a quick discussion of our 2 leaders if you haven't really ever seen how this is. And I apologize for the shaking of that. Maybe I'll try to find some zip ties to try to zip tie it down. But anyways, how this is all going to work here is that our two leaders are Lando Calrissian from Law and Qui-Gon Jinn from LOF. So Lando Law states that on his front side, pay 1, tap him. You may name an aspect and discard a top card of a deck, your or your opponent's, and then from there, if you name the aspect correctly, you go for, of course, then gain 1 credit token. As our players are rolling up here, Lando is going to roll a 10 on that side, and it looks like Qui-Gon's not going to be able to beat a 10, so that is going to be Lando starting off the play here with the initiative. So the whole kind of, and then we have the Link Country, meaning that we are only running Yellow Heroic here on the Lando side. Again, Lake Country has become very much the meta relevancy for Lando itself. Losing out on the secondary color, but they are gaining the ability to gain 4 extra health points on your base. Qui-Gon Jinn from LOF, and then Lando flips on 6. When he flips over, he is allowed to immediately destroy 1 of your credit tokens and create another credit token. And all that. Again, apologies for my camera shaking like there's an earthquake here. It's not exactly the most stable Logitech camera being attached to a it's like holding up my camera, so apologies for that. But anyways, when you flip him over on his 6th turn, you pop a credit token, and then from there create 3 credit tokens. I am trying to be a little quiet for our players. They're not too far, of course, from me, as Lando is going to be starting off with, it looks to be a ground unit, and then we're going to go for a Mina. I don't know what the ground is in the Lando here, as we're going to go for a claim of the initiative on Lando and all that, as we have a Mina as well, and then a claim of the initiative on Lando side. For Qui-Gon Jinn's ability here, Qui-Gon Jinn from LOF states on his front side, you may use the Force. If you do so, you may bounce a unit back to your hand and play a non-ability unit from your hand less than the cost of the unit you bounce back for free. Ooh, I now see that. That one is the pod racer that gives -2 to the attack value on a guy. So that is what we are starting off with, is that pod racer. So Mina's going to have a -2 here to start off with. We're going to go for a Obi-Wan Kenobi, giving us a Sentinel for the phase. Again, we don't have any way to gain the Force because Mina is not a Force user here. We're going to go for a the Axe forgets to bounce back the Obi-Wan. There we're gonna have Mina just attack just so we can still get our restore from that one as well. But anyways, as we were talking about Qui-Gon is of course burn the Force, bounce the unit back to your hand, play a non-ability unit for free with lower cost than the card you bounced. He flips on 6, and on attack you do the exact same thing, you just don't have to use the Force. Qui-Gon Force Green is very much a love of mine. It just kind of sucks to see that we're only starting off with the Mina here instead of going for say a Force unit right now. Once again, apologies for the bouncing camera. Right now, unfortunately, the bouncing camera and all that here. So we still have yet to use Lando, and we can't really use Qui-Gon. But anyways, we're going to go for the pod racer attacking again, and then we're going to be able to go for the -2 onto the Mina there. Nice just right now. So I mean, if we're going to talk about this format all together, why I'm not really playing it is because aggressive negotiations right now is dominant in this format. We're going to go for the Sokotano to pitch a card from our opponent's hand. If it's a unit, we do get to rest a unit. Again, our opponent does get to choose. They're just going to go for Watch This, a card that's actually being kind of seeing some play right now from the Battle of Hoth little starter deck. We're going to go for a blue ace. Again, not going for the ambush, so we do not trigger the on-attack skill to be able to restand one of our opponent's units, which would have been nice to potentially maybe restand that Ahsoka Tano. So we're just going to go for a claim on the Lando side. Lando has yet to go for, of course, the trigger of his ability. Also, that is a Lando showcase as well. I do love the showcases. You all know my love of showcases. But anyways, as we move on to the next round to see what our opponents are playing, if you guys are a fan of Star Wars Unlimited and you guys want to come and check out more Star Wars Unlimited content, you should subscribe to Mama Dragon's TCG. We have plenty of fun, plenty of Star Wars Unlimited content, from looking at deck profiles to doing videos over my local scene I record from Valkyrie Vault and all of that, as well as discussions, because right now the new set of Star Wars Unlimited is coming out here. So this is going to be a very good time altogether, and I definitely will try to see if I can't get some zip ties for that camera or something to tie it down with so it doesn't shake like an earthquake is going on. Apologies to everyone who's getting motion sickness right now. But anyways, if you just turn away, you can always just listen to me. I'm more than happy. So we're going to just kind of decide on some things here. Again, Lando, both players do have the ability to flip here. I believe they are both on... no. Apologies. They're both on 5. I thought they were on 6. Anyways, we're going to go for the pod racer attacking here, then giving the -2 attack to someone. We can give it to Ahsoka, or we can give it to Mina. Again, negating Mina's ability to swing, basically dealing damage here. So anyways, we're going to go for, of course, a -2 onto the Ahsoka Tano there. And that's, again, swinging nice 3 damage into that, because that pod racer is a 3-2 on the battlefield. So it's a really nice card overall. So we're going to have Mina bump into the pod racer. That is going to knock it out. Mina will take back 3 damage points here, removing that pod racer from being quite a nuisance there. So it looks like the blue dice will be damage counters for, of course, our Qui-Gon side of things, as again my camera is going to earthquake itself out of Xfinity. Again, I tried to bring my normal camera today, but unfortunately my normal camera decided it did not want to play with an HDMI cord that I had decided to buy for it. But anyway, we're going to go for blue ace, and then the on attack trigger goes off, meaning that Mina does get to restand here. Nothing we can really do about that. Still 4 damage coming at the base here, so we're going to go for 2 damage at the base here with the Mina as well. Lando still hasn't played any cards. Near side have played. Again, we're taking some good time to really think about what we want to do. We're going to go for Lando. Lando is going to name, it looked like they named exactly what they need to name. Of course, probably the only 2 colorations in your entire deck. You could just name Heroic or Cunning, and then you get it off immediately. So we're going to swing 1 damage at the base. We are going to finally claim the Force with the, thanks to the Ahsoka. Again, the Force base specifically states on it that you must, of course, swing. You must, of course, have the ability to the Force base states that you must gain the Force. So we're going to go for, I think that's Bin or Bith or all that. So then on attack, you discard a card from your hand, and then you get to create a credit token with that. So that's pretty nice, folks. All together, the ability to do that. I don't know what my judge over here is putting in a nice case. Oh, he's putting the judge card away. The Benthic 2 tube as well, just to tell you what exactly cards are going on in this event and all of that. Ah, thank you. I got myself a Benthic 2 tubes. But anyways, the Benthic 2 tubes is here, of course, with, of course, our new Chewbacca that's going to go to our top 8 players here. I forgot. Didn't even see what... So anyways, we have the Bean going effect. Of course, gaining another credit token on that as well. So meaning that Lando... We have 2 credit tokens on the Lando side of it. I'm not exactly sure what the other guy outside of my camera. Oh, Max Rebo Band. The band gets to play on. The Max Rebo Band states that on the regrouping phase, you are allowed to claim 1 credit token. So that means both sides are going to start using credit tokens. They're about one of the few decks in the format that really take use of credit tokens. Now again, like I said, we are 55 minutes as we both have 6 resources on both sides of the board, so both our players are capable of flipping their leaders. Again, this is table number 2 of round number 1, and it's been going good so far. Good amount of trading for damage and all of that. Anyways, guys, if you do want to chat, do put some chats in the chat box. I'll try to keep an eye on that. Again, I will also try to say everything. And apologies for the camera not looking the most best focus like I would have with my other camera. But again, I'm on my Logitech this time because my normal camera decided the HDMI cable I got for it doesn't work. It gets very picky about the connector and all that. I definitely need to find another way to use it or get a better, like, full-on streaming style camera or tech for it. So again, we have 70 players. All these players are looking to get their Galactic Championship invite here. So I don't know who's got initiative right now, but I mean, all these players are looking to get to the Galactic Championship. As a reminder, the Galactic Championship is in July, and we will have the newest set, sorry, no, Ashes of the Empire legal when we go into the PQ era. We're going to go for a flip of Lando Calrissian. We're going to pop a credit token, and we're going to make 3 credit tokens, meaning that our credit tokens on the Lando side is now 4. We're immediately going to use the credit token, and then we're going to bunch out a Qui-Gon Jinn there to immediately knock out the Lando. It's a pretty good swing there. We are going to be able to claim the Force trigger as well. Don't know if we used the Force last turn. Apologies, I was talking to my judge and looking that they put away their fancy judge promo card for this event. So it looks like we're going to burn some credit tokens. We're going to go for, it looks like an ambush of a character. Ooh, that is the Mando up there. We're going to go for the Mandalorian, and then on ambush, it's allowed to capture a unit. So we're going to figure out what exactly they want to ambush into here. So once it does kill, it does get to capture any unit on our opponent's board state, which is pretty nice. So it looks like we are going to go and kill the Ahsoka Tano, and then effect to capture the Qui-Gon Jinn. Pretty nice little sequence going on there with the Mando himself. Again, we use some of those credit tokens to help us reduce the cost of the Mandalorian altogether. So we're going to kind of figure out, we're going to go for a Mina swinging into the base. Again, getting that nice restore 1 onto it. Again, if I'm talking quiet or don't seem to be going or ahs or doing all that, it's because I'm very close to the players. I do not want them to be really reacting. Not like I can see their hands. I'm just kind of reacting to their plays here. As we have the lady swinging, we're going to go for the no pitch to hand to gain a credit token, and then we're just going to go flip for a Qui-Gon Jinn here. So we're gonna figure out what exactly we want to do here. Now again, Qui-Gon Jinn on his backside immediately states here, so we're going to swing for that blue ace for 4 damage, again triggering the on attack trigger of the blue ace, requiring it now to restand the Mina, because that is not a you may, it's a you must. But anyways, Qui-Gon Jinn's a very different leader once he gets on his backside. Once he's on his backside, he can just flip any guy back to your hand, and then being able to then trigger without using the Force. That's why I just really enjoy Qui-Gon Jinn. If this format wasn't dominated by wasn't overly dominated by aggressive negotiations or red, I would definitely be more willing to play in this. This would actually, Qui-Gon would have actually been my deck. I would have been playing and all that. So anyways, what we had there was the Max Rebo Band, sacrifice itself into the Mandalorian, followed by Qui-Gon to kill off the Mandalorian and all of that. It looks like we have a quick old judge question on probably the attack trigger of Qui-Gon Jinn here. We can get our judge to speak with us about all of that. It looks like we have maybe a question on the effect of maybe when the Qui-Gon comes back about, I'm wondering what it is if it's about the Qui-Gon itself. So it looks like we're just trying to explain it out of the Mandalorian, keeping the Qui-Gon, and then the Qui-Gon going to kill, and then so I think it's okay, so I think it was about the on attack trigger for the Qui-Gon Jinn. We'll have our judge over there. We'll have him come to us in a minute to speak the great judge question that I've had. But it looks like the question really was about, does Qui-Gon's effect get to go off after the rescue from the Mandalorian, which does look like our judge has ruled that to be the case. So what happened there is that the Qui-Gon Jinn leader completed its attack, killed off the Mandalorian, brought back the Qui-Gon Jinn ambusher, and then was able to use its effect on attack ends to then bounce back the Qui-Gon to allow it to play Depa for free, allowing Depa to kill off the lady there. Bina or something like that. I don't know. You can correct me down in the comments or of this video or in the chat. So anyways, we're going to go for yet another Mandalorian. We are going to immediately kill off the Qui-Gon Jinn leader, and then we're going to steal the Depa 2 Mandalorians. That's pretty good right there. So anyways, again, both leaders are knocked out, meaning that now Qui-Gon Jinn can only now has to burn Force to use ability, as we're going to go for an attack with a Mina here. Then we're going to go for Blue Ace. Blue Ace is attacking the base. It's going to have to restand the Mina there. That Mina has gotten value. I would say that much. But yeah, so it's going to be good so far. Again, I will try to see if our players are done and see if I can't find a way to rig my Logitech's camera not to bounce around. So anyways, we're just going to go for, of course, a smash of the Qui-Gon Jinn there. We do have the ability to use its when defeated skill. It's not a you may. It's a you may use the skill, so it's not a you must or anything like that. So anyways, we're going to go for a Mina again swing, because again, that Mina did get to restand itself thanks to the blue ace trigger, and then we're just going to go for a pass there, and Lando starting out. So good game so far from both of these players. Again, with every one of these players, I was looking for a chance to get to Galactic Championship in July. Top 8 get the points necessary to get to the Galactic Championship, with first automatically getting, of course, a automatic invite to Galactic. Again, Galactic is going to be very, very different to how it will be, how this format is, because Galactic will only have 1 week of testing before, of course, we go right into Galactic. So my prestige judge over here, what was the question? Was it about if Qui-Gon Jinn's on attack trigger does allow you to bounce?
Could he use the on attack trigger to bounce the rescue card to his hand?
Okay, that's what I thought it was. And of course, we saw, folks, that it does get to trigger there, as we're going to go for a play of a Yoda, allowing us to use the Force, killing Blue Ace and healing the 5 damage off of that, which is pretty nice. Deppa is a Force unit, so we're going to go Deppa on the Lando side to kill off the Mina. On Def, we do get to disclose double green and white if we want to draw 1 card. Again, it is not mandatory to do so. We're going to have Deppa kill Deppa. That is going to give us the Force as well for on the Qui-Gon Jinn side of the board state as well, meaning Qui-Gon can use his ability if need be, and all of that. So it looks like Lando is just going to take the initiative here. Board state has been very good here, so just a pass. Nothing to really play from there. Alright. It's been a good game so far. As a reminder, this is a 55-minute round. We are at 38-26 left in the round. We have our floor judge walking around, checking things out. We'll try to see if we can get him on video when he's not walking around, patrolling, making sure everyone's going. But anyways, this is going to be a late night, because if you're tuning in, we have 7 rounds, 70 people, and then we cut to a top 8. There is no lunch break for this. We're just going to try to power through for the day. And of course, I am your esteemed host here, as we are going to go for... I don't know what we just went for. Okay, it looks like we just did a quick... Faith in your friends. We did go for a Faith in Friend. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may then pick up 1 of them into your hand, and then if you go to yellow to white, reveal that to your opponent. You do get to 2 spy tokens. So pretty nice sometimes. I've enjoyed it. So we're just going to go for the play of... I believe that is the... that is the Master Gambit guy from the bad movie. That's what we're going to call him. Anyways, look at the top 8 cards of your deck, and then you may grab a Gambit into your hand. It looks like we have a solid whiff. Again, as you see there, even though that is a card, you must offer your opponent a chance to cut the card that you just searched from the top of your deck and all that. So we're going to go for a Deppa Balaba attacking the base. Or are we deciding actually to... Actually, no. Okay, we're going to go use the Force to then bounce. So we're going to use the Force to... I have no idea what that was about. But anyways, we're just going to go bounce back to Yoda, then we're going to play the Qui-Gon Jinn, then we're going to look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You can pitch 1 out and put it into your graveyard, put the other 2 in the top of your deck in any order. You're not required to pitch a card off of the Qui-Gon Jinn's effect. It also is Sentinel here, as I believe we just played Akira's Flock. Let me do... No, we have a Rose Tico. Sorry, not Akira's Flock, it's a Rose Tico. I don't have the best camera view right now, but anyways, we have Rose Tico. Rose Tico can withstand if you control a unique... I thought it could withstand if you control no unique units. Anyways, Rose Tico coming down, of course. Here, we're kind of deciding what we want to do with the Deppa. The Deppa is going to attack, and then we're going to be able to use the Force there. I believe we did have a tap down of course, our leader. We're going to go for the Yoda trigger effect, and we're going to do we're going to use the Force heal 5, and then we deal damage number of units to 1 unit in the exact same arena. So basically, you deal double the damage, so 3 units times 2 makes 6, killing off, of course, Rose there. Rose is only a 5/5. It's a very nice card, don't get me wrong. Law really did change a lot of things. If you don't know, we are in a post-rotation format as well. So we do have a post-rotated format, so a lot of the cards from sets 1, 2, and 3 are technically fully gone right now, meaning that we have a full set of cards, of course, from JTL, LOF, Secrets, and of course Law. But it's made a very interesting format. I mean, sure, I don't like playing in this format because red is so dominant in this format and all of that. So I mean, I'm just not someone here. So we're gonna go for the Master Gambit guy again. Looking in top 8, we're gonna try to find a Gambit and put it into our hand. Again, we do have to reveal the Gambit as well. So it looks like we are gonna go for Watch This, which can bounce back a 6 cost unit back to your opponent's hand, and then the rest of that arena that you bounce the unit back in. We do have the ability to use that with a couple of units that are on this board state right now. So we're just gonna go use the Yoda swinging into the base here, and then being able to generate the force. As a reminder, remember, Lake Country is a 34 health base. It's right now kind of been playing around with Boba and Lando because it's turned everything. So we're gonna go Watch This, and of course Han isn't gonna be able to do anything. So anyways, we're gonna bounce back, of course, the Qui-Gon Jinn, and then that's going to rest the Blaba. It's a really neat card to see kind of being played right now in the format because it's a Hoth staple card. As we're going to go for Qui-Gon Jinn's to bounce the Yoda back to hand, allowing it to, of course, play the Youngling Padawan, and then able to, of course, gain the Force here. I'm not sure why the Master Gambit guy got killed there. I don't remember that being part of Qui-Gon's ability. So anyways, we're just going to go for Kaylin back, and we're going to look at the top 7 cards of our deck, and then we can play a unit with a reduced cost of 3 or 2. Again, I know a lot of Star Wars Unlimited stuff and all that, so I mean, there's a lot of things I know 100%, but sometimes reduced play costs a lot of times are one of those things. So anyways, we're going to go for the Ahsoka Tano. We do have a reduced cost of -3 there, and then we have a Light Maker, and it looks like we're just going to get a scoop up from the Lando side, meaning that for round 1, game 1, we have a win on the Qui-Gon Force green side of the board, as we see the Ahsoka coming down for a reduced cost of 3 from the Kaylin back, allowing it to, of course, go for the swing there and all of that. So it's a pretty nice effect there. We were able to get rid of the Light Maker and basically strip our opponent. Now both our players do get the side from their 10 side deck. So while our players are siding, how much do you guys like the current format of Star Wars Unlimited? I mean, I do really think once we rotated, it gave a lot of really interesting things to do. I mean, there's a lot of interesting decks in this format and all of that. But if I'm being honest, we have a problem right now, and that's aggressive negotiations. When red decks can play it naturally for no penalty, and many different decks are playing one of in their mains, or even like 2 ofs in their sides, and playing it out of aspect just to try to win for games, you have a problem, in my opinion. This is one reason why I'm not overly excited to play with in this format right now. Like, I enjoy a lot of the decks that are in this format. Like, I enjoy what we have in the format altogether. Like, I enjoy what we get, what we're doing, how it's happening, and all of that. I mean, it's fun format and all that. So, I mean, you can't go wrong with this format at all. So, I mean, yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm partial to how this format is going. I'm partial how I'm enjoying it, and really all of that. But nonetheless, we're just seeing what I don't know what our players have in their sideboards. I don't know what they have to side against each other. Again, with as many decks, usually when you tailor your sideboard, you tailor it to what's right now, like, meta relevant. What right now is the best decks in of the format and all of that. So, nonetheless, I mean, I guess I'm just partial to this format. I mean, I like decks that are in it. I like what decks can do in it and all of that, but I'm just not sold playing in this format because of aggressive negotiations. Now, if aggressive negotiations got banned, yeah, then I definitely would be enjoying playing in this format, because I think there's some real fun decks in this format. I mean, Lando's a really fun deck. I mean, Qui-Gon Jinn, like I said, if red wasn't as potent and as it is in this format, I definitely would be playing Qui-Gon Jinn. I love Qui-Gon Jinn. I like what he does. I like what he can do. He's just a really, really fun deck, everybody. Again, I've said it multiple times. If you guys have never touched Qui-Gon Jinn, you're missing some good fun to play with. He's a very fun deck, but he's kind of combo intensive because sometimes you got to play your hand just right to do your bounces, and you got to see your force stuff, all that. So it's kind of this strange, like, amalgamation deck where, you know, you kind of have to be cautious on your plays and all of that to make sure that you have the ability to bounce stuff back to your hand and all that. But again, I really enjoy him. He's up there as one of my favorite leaders right now to play in this format. But I mean, there's a lot of leaders to play in this format. Like I said, I may not be person to play competitive like Star Wars Unlimited right now just because of the aggressive negotiations and where this format kind of sits with that. But honestly, there's a lot of decks in this format. I mean, every time you look at top decks, there's decks running around everywhere. Heck, a 636, I think, regional or sector qualifier was won by a random Akbar data vault. If that tells you anything. I mean, side your cards and all of that to figure out how to play out the game, and you'll easily be able to figure out exactly what you need to do and all of that. So, I mean, really a side deck comes into it, understanding your matchup, understanding the matchup and all of that, and make sure you take your time here. So we're going to start off, of course, with the Pod Racer. Yet again, we're going to go for a Youngling Padawan to immediately be able to give us the Force trigger, which is pretty nice there. Again, Youngling Padawan is on play, gain the Force, which is always a pretty nice thing. I never really have been sold to play it as my first thing here. Again, apologies for the camera going into Earthquake mode. Again, I will definitely try to find a way to zip tie that down onto my camera so it's not playing bounce a lot, but who knows. Anyways, so we're going to go figure out what we want to do. We're going to go for the Pod Racer. Pod Racer is going to hit the bait. We're going to actually go with the Youngling Padawan, give it the -2, and then we're going to be able to kill a... Oh, no, we're just going to go at the base here. Actually, no. Okay, so no, we are going at the Youngling Padawan. I thought that's what the direction was. Then -2, of course, the Youngling Padawan. No damage back to the Pod Racer. Otherwise, that would have been a direct trade there. So we're going to go for the Max Rebo band. The band plays on. They're playing the Jizz, everybody. The Jizz. So anyways, we're just going to bounce that back to the hand with, of course, the Baguile. As other people have screamed at me 1,000 times over. So anyways, just to take a look at the quick little hand. It looks like we have some pretty good stuff coming up the line. Nothing overly crazy, but there is the Max Rebo in there. Now, again, that is public knowledge, so I'm not overreacting to it because, again, my opponent actually knew what the hand is as well. So, there's not much over to react. Not the overall craziest hand, but Baguile, of course, as I like to call it, Baguile. It's Baguile, everybody. Baguiles and Baguiles. Yes, you can all criticize me in the comments for my mispronunciation of the card and all that. But yes. We're going to move forward more into the game here as we get going. So anyways, the game, let's say right now, looks to be in their favor. We're going to go for Max Rebo. Again, Max Rebo states on his front side is that, or not states on his front side, he's not a leader, states that both players get an additional regrouping phase. It's probably one of the more unique cards right now in the game. I mean, literally, Max Rebo is going to allow both these players to go up from going from 5 for their next resource to 6 on their next resource. It's a very interesting combination, 100%. As my camera is going to Earthquake yet again. Apologies, I mean, I don't want to just tell the players not to hit the table because my camera, because I forgot the good HDMI cable my camera likes to play with all that. So anyways, we're going to go for, it looks like a equip of a pilot there. Oh, looks like we had a equip of a Han Solo. Han Solo allowing the, of course, the Pod Racer to immediately attack if Han Solo's secondary effect states that if it was attached to a Millennium Falcon, it does first strike for the turn. So anyways, we're gonna just go for Lando's ability. We're just gonna name Heroic or Yellow. It doesn't really matter. I would say Yellow because most of your stuff in the deck is going to be yellow. So anyways, we immediately have the credit token creation there going off, and as a reminder, both players get a second regrouping phase. Now, both players don't have to resource at the regrouping phase, but they do get 2 regrouping phases, meaning that they then go So they go through the standard regrouping phase first. So you all go through that one like normal people would, and then you get a second regrouping phase, meaning that you didn't draw another 2 cards, and you have the chance to once again resource another card. You're not required to resource again on the secondary card. I mean, technically, you're not required to resource at all, really, in this game. Common thumb is that when you time to resource, you should resource. I hope you all enjoyed the AMSR of me drinking. We have a scream out for a judge to come down to a table. So all that. So anyways, we're going to go for blue leader. Blue leader is going to concade the extra 2 there, and is going to be ambushed into the pod racer, knocking it off the board state here. So we're going to have to figure out here, because it looks like we're going to go for the Lando flip. Lando is going to then pop the 1 credit token, making 3 credit tokens. Again, just a beautiful effect. When I originally read Lando, I honestly thought 100% Lando was going to be trash. But then after some convincing, Lando's pretty good. So anyways, we're going to go for, of course, a swing from the Max Rebo himself. He's going to do a little slapping with his keyboards. His keyboards and all of that. So we're going to have to figure out. Remember, Lando does look like he has full standing resources plus 3 credit tokens that he can really do anything with. Qui-Gon does ability also as well to flip. I believe both sides are at 6 resources altogether. Well, I guess they actually are. Blue leader burns 5 resources to come down to the ground to ambush. But yeah, so we have, of course, one standing on Qui-Gon and one full standing on. So we're going to go for the Master Gambit guy again. I'm not going to ever try to figure out his name because he's in a horrible movie. So anyways, looking at top 8 cards, or top 7 or 8, and then we're going to go looking for a Gambit to our hand. We're going to have to reveal it, so we're going to have a watch this. Again, once more, bounce a 6 cost guy back to your opponent's hand, and then rest the entirety of their board state. So basically, it's a Waylay, it's a Biguel, it's a Biguel plus a outmaneuver attached to it. So it's going to be very interesting here, as I'm not sure why we haven't put the card back to hand. So we're going to go for a watch this to bounce back the Max Rebo and immediately rest the Qui-Gon Jinn, allowing Qui-Gon not to have the turn, and we're going to finally put the other watch this back to the hand here. Not that it overly matters. Again, that's public knowledge already to your opponent, because they already know that you have it now. Again, the rest of your hand is not public knowledge just yet. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what we're going to need to do here for our next major attack here. The game 2 has been going good so far here. Again, if you guys want to chat, go ahead and chat. I will try to keep an eye on the chat here, on all of that, so you guys can, of course, get live updates as I'm playing them. Again, on the day, I'm using my Logitech camera, so if the camera looks a little funky, it's because I have my Logitech camera up right now, as we're going to have the Lando swinging into the Force base here. As a reminder, remember, like Country is a 34 health base, the Jedi Temple is a 28 health base. But again, with a Force leader, you typically need to be having a Force deck. I'm hoping that we're going to see some pretty cool decks out here. I don't know like what the breakdown of our leaders are, our bases, or anything like that. I mean, we have, of course, our main judge, of course, doing all of his fancy paperwork right now. So we'll have a good breakdown closer maybe to the end of the night of exactly everybody, like what our breakdown for our leaders were, like Lando, Laws, and all that. We're going to go for a Qui-Gon to immediately be a Qui-Gon ambusher to immediately kill off, of course, Lando there. Lando is a 4/7, that is a 7/5, so that is, of course, a full trade there. With 2 damage left on the Qui-Gon, which can, if the Qui-Gon isn't killed off here, does immediately allow it to get bounced back to the hand with the other Qui-Gon. But unfortunately, that's just going to be a smack with, of course, our Master Gambit guy. The guy from the casino! A waste of 50 minutes if I will ever be mindful of my life. I don't know how long that scene was, but it was a waste of my time watching a movie. I will always criticize The Last Jedi. I will always criticize Rian Johnson's supposed masterpiece. The guy knows how to do his stuff with like Glass Onions and Knives Out and all of those. Those are good ones. We're going to see the Depa is going to hit the Qui-Gon here. Going in for an ambush off of the Qui-Gon. So we're gonna, of course, go with that one. And then, of course, it looks like that's just going to be a claim on the Qui-Gon Jinn side of it. So that means Qui-Gon is going to be able to start here. So we're not going to figure out exactly what's going to happen now. Both sides are kind of like on a beat stick, like trading bodies and that not letting the other one, of course, claim and nice resources. We now really spam out resources. I don't know if if any credit tokens have actually been burnt off all of that, or burnt away for Lando. Here we're going to go for Yoda. Yoda's in. And then we're going to kill off the Depa, because again, Qui-Gon is a 4-6 if I recall, and Depa only needed 2 more damage points on her. That is enough from the Yoda to kill it off because of the double damage, and Yoda's going to be able to use the Force to take that big heal. So we're going to figure out exactly what Lando's side really wants to do to counteract the Yoda here. Again, if you're also wondering about the map, that's the old Fantasy Flight Star Wars Destiny. I think that was the dice rolling game. Anyways, we also only have 1916 left in the round. Again, there's a nice big TV for all our players to see, so they're able to, of course, watch all that. We're going to go for a watch this to bounce. We're going to have a watch this to attempt to bounce back the Yoda. The attempt does fail, but we still get the rest of the battlefield. Again, we fail, we do much of the effect as possible. The requirement of the effect, I believe, from watch this does not require that a unit be bounced back to then rest. Of course, again, we do have the ability to question that completely. They need a judge over there. I believe they want to question the watches. Who's going to do it? Is it our floor judge or our main judge? Whoever gets there first. Oh, it's the main judge. Poor floor judge didn't get to make it in time. So it looks like we are just questioning the watch this of whether or not the trigger does get to go off here, because I believe watch this does require a bounce back of a level 6 or lower cost of character to then be able to then, of course, go for the rest. But I believe 100%, because again, there are ways to like fail in Star Wars Unlimited. I mean, you can fail triggers and abilities. So, but I believe because of Watch This's ability, the big question is Watch This like do A, then do B if you completed A. So, but it looks like we're just perfectly fine. It looks like we have a perfect fine rulingment of that Watch This does get to trigger its outmaneuver effect, even though it does not bounce it. So we do have that one going for that. So that's a pretty good one right there. So we're going to go for another Master Code Breaker. I believe that's what his name is. I don't know. It doesn't matter. He's Master Code Breaker. He's the guy from the gambling. He's the guy from the pointless casino scene. He's the guy that looks at top 7 and then is going to get a nice, good old just the search here of a gambit. We are going to go for a Nax Frigates. Again, get allowed to bounce back a level 3, a cost 3 or lower guy back to your hand from there.
You want to post in melee.gg a link to them to be able to watch this? Or else you throw it. Gonna message. Might be easier to message me on Discord. I'll link out.
Oh, you have access to Valkyries. I put it in there. The link's in there.
I'm in Valkyries. What?
Valkyrie Vault's Discord. I put it in there.
Yeah, but can you throw it in the? Yeah, put it in our Discord.
Yeah, I can put it in.
The family time actually.
So, anyways, it looks like we had just a map code breaker. Then we had it looks like a Faith in Friends trigger as well. Apologies, I was just talking with the owner and of course our esteemed judge for all of that. So I just had to talk with them for a quick second. So apologies. We're gonna go for a swing of a Yoda, and my goodness, man, when everyone starts leaving tables, does it get quiet out here? Where there aren't people talking over each other and all of that. So yeah. So anyways, I'm going to go off for just a quick second here and to do something as we have the Mandalorian swing, and I'll have you guys just enjoy the content as it's happening. Anyways, welcome back here, folks. So, anyways, just to recap, we had the Mando killing off Qui-Gon Jinn there, and then allowing for the then stealing the Yoda there, 100%. So, not too bad of a full-on play there. So we're gonna go for a Liberty out in the sky. Oh, we have Liberties, I guess you should say. Sorry, the glare on our Qui-Gon side for their space arena is a Liberty as well. So both sides have Liberties. Both sides have splashed out big ships into the sky. So anyways, we're going to go for the Qui-Gon to kill off the Mandalorian here, and then it's going to be able to gain back that Yoda and rescue it for a good old save. And then we're going to have, of course, the effect of Qui-Gon Jinn's here of when defeated, effect to them. Well, that to our opponent to choose a unit that's in the exact same arena to get put down to the that's non-leader ground unit to put on the bottom or top of our opponent's deck. So we're just going to put the Master Codebreaker onto the bottom of the deck there. Again, both sides have a Liberty, which technically trades between each other because they're Knight 7s. But still, it's pretty cool to see it. Again, Liberty was one of those cards that still charges quite a lot of money these days for it. So we're going to go for the Qui-Gon effect to Qui-Gon to get to bounce back. We're going to go for a Queen Amidala, being able to get 2 spy tokens out onto the board state as well. So again, pretty nice little thing there, honestly, all together. So anyways, with some more so it looks like we have just a quick discussion on how I believe the Qui-Gon wording works, or how the Yoda wording works. Again, before Yoda gets bounced, our opponent does get to ask back to read it. They're just making sure that they understand what exactly is going to happen with the Yoda. If it gets replayed, just a quick understanding of how it works all together. Again, if you ever are in need of rereading and understanding how a card works, it's important to take a good question and ask about it. So we're just doing some quick reading of how Qui-Gon Jinn works here, of what it wants to do and all of that. So it looks like we have another judge call. Logan, you're going to get your exercise in today. Anyways, Logan is our head judge here, and as I was joking, is our floor judge is not concentrated on being on the floor here. So it looks like we're asking on the effect of going with I'm not exactly sure. I mean, we don't have enough resources to replay the Yoda from its effects, so it looks like we're more or less. I'm gonna let the judge actually talk about it. I don't have any clue what's going on here, because I think there's a question on how the Qui-Gon is bouncing back the Yoda, then playing the Queen Amidala, and then maybe then a question on if the Yoda can kill the Liberty if initiative is taken at that point, or how exactly it works. I'm not sure. I'm gonna let, of course, we'll have our head judge Logan come and speak to us about how exactly it all works out, because I really am just kind of understanding what exactly their Qui-Gon, what is it. But again, under normal circumstances, the Qui-Gon would have bounced back to Yoda and then being able to play the playing the Queen Amidala back to their hand, then playing the Queen out from their hand. So I'm not exactly sure where the question lies, but again, it's not my imperative to ask on the importance of that question, or maybe this is just a question on Yoda, all that. So I'm not sure. Again, I will honestly ask. It looks like we got then our floor judge. We got both our judges. It's a big judge question. Woo! Anyways, I'm not trying to be overly loud for both our players, but what else we're going to talk about? I have no idea what the judge question's about. We can talk about Qui-Gon, the fun, all that. I mean, these players are going to get a time extension. They're not. So, if you've ever played in live events like this, if you do have a judge question where all your judges have to come over and discuss things, you don't have to worry. Right now, like, the time is ticking on our players, but they do will get a time extension depending how long the judge call takes. Maybe about 2 to 5 minutes would probably be the max amount of time they are going to get to, have for extra time to play the game here. It's just really a strange question. Again, we'll ask the head judge. Again, also in these events, if you do have questions before even like stuff starts up, you want to go to your head judge and discuss with your head judge how rulings are going to be. Again, head judges are always final judges. As a reminder, also in like big sector qualifiers, regionals, or even any PQ events for Star Wars Unlimited, especially if you're someone really wanting to get into competitive Star Wars Unlimited or competitive card gaming period, whether that's Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Pokemon, any game like that. First off, if you don't agree with the ruling a floor judge gives you, you have the right to hand it over to, of course, a head judge here, so that then the head judge has the final ruling overall. Now, again, Magic probably has the best ruling system around, but Star Wars Unlimited has a pretty good one as well. They have a really good FAQ of how cards do interact with each other and how things interact with each other, which is pretty good. But Magic definitely has the, if we're talking like the best of the best format, like understanding of how cards interact with each other, it's Magic the Gathering. But Magic is also the grandpappy of all card games, so honestly, you have to have that because, I mean, let's be all honest, folks, the grandpappy of card games has about thousands of cards that somehow stack, interact, and do things with each other. There's, I think, a whole mechanic in Magic where you basically, like, who first breaks the stack and all that. So, I mean, yeah, so I mean, Magic has that format. Again, I don't know what the question is, what the resolution will be. I mean, that is on our head judge, and that is on their discretion of how they could rule it. Again, Star Wars Unlimited may have a way to rule it as well. Again, there are judge forums as well to help rule things specific ways. So, I mean, I'm not 100% sure what exactly is going to be the ruling here. Again, I have not even a clue what exactly our ruling will be. So we'll bring on our head judge to discuss the ruling here. Again, our players will get quite a lengthy time extension here because of that. I wonder what exactly the big question is. Is it Qui-Gon Jinn? Is it the leader? I mean, is that what we're having a question on? Is the Qui-Gon leader effect? So I'm trying to think. Is that what we have the question on? Is that the question that we are debating right now? It looks like our judges have fully debated it. So we're going to then have. It looks like that play all together. Again, we'll ask our head judge. It looks like that was enough to physically be able to kill off the Liberty there. So I'm not even sure what all of that was. But again, we will confer with our head judge here because that definitely took quite a good chunk of time working with that one there. So again, we still got a lot of players out there. This table definitely will get a nice little time extension because they did have to go through quite a lot of everything. I'm trying to think. Well, long judge answer because it looks like our judges had to do a lot of questioning. So we'll definitely ask our head judge here if we get any time to definitely see what's happening here. So we had a death of the Liberty by some means. The Liberty got exploded off of the battlefield. But anyways, oh, I think I know what the question was. It's on the Yoda trigger. Because you use the Force to bounce the Yoda to then play the Amidala, does the Yoda recognize the death trigger? Does he recognize the use of the Force, Amidala's play, and then basically use the trigger to then allow for the 2, 4, 6, 8 shots at our thing? I'm going to try to get our floor judge over here. Let's see if he can tell us exactly what happened. We'll leave our head judge all together. I'll see what the floor judge, since our head judge. Okay. I got it. Yeah.
Just the triggered action of using the Force to pick up Yoda. Yoda, you can use Yoda's ability when you use the Force. The question was, does Padme and her units, are they on the board for that? The answer is yes, because it's a nested action.
Okay. So yes, folks, we did have the question on it. It was on, does Yoda recognize the trigger? Does Yoda recognize the triggering of the Force and the play of the Amida before he bounces back? We did have a ruling of yes. The Yoda does get that. So if you ever are curious in playing Qui-Gon Jinn with Yoda and you happen to bounce a Yoda and play Prince Queen, you now have your answer. So thank you to our head judge for giving us the explanation there. So that will be on that one. Well, our table over here have a time extension because of. All right, our table on stream will have an extra 3 minutes, of course, for the judge call. So even though there's almost 4:27 left in the full round, they have some extra going here before they go into it here. So pretty interesting ruling there overall, as we're going to go for the effect of gating the Force, and then we're going to. I have no idea what that card even is. So we're going to kill off the Qui-Gon Jinn here using Yoda's ability. We're going to bounce that back, and I have no idea what that card just did. It looks like we were able to play the Yoda out, and looks like trigger Yoda to then kill off the Qui-Gon, and then Qui-Gon responds, of course, as well. So if you haven't ever seen how, in this case, works, so if Lando does get the win here before time is called, and when time gets called, the players have, of course, a couple more turns to decide everything, but there are still ties in Star Wars Unlimited. If you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I bet you relish the days of ties when they happen. There are no more ties in Yu-Gi-Oh, but there are ties here. So in this case, if Lando were able to get this game out, they are capable of being able to force a tie when time is called. When time is called. So there would be a chance for a tie here, and ties are it's usually all that. But in this case, we'll have to kind of see again. Both players do have the chance to try to go for full wins and all of that here. Is we're going to go for, of course, a Anakin's Pod Racer that is going to be able to kill off this spy here. Anakin's Pod Racer technically would also have its ability where it's the first unit that attacks, so it would gain first strike, but a spy doesn't deal any damage back. So there's nothing to really worry about, as Liberty's going to swing in for that big 9 damage to the face. I'm not exactly sure what else the Lando side can really do. So it looks like it's just a claim on the Lando side. We're going to go for a Depa to destroy Anakin's Pod Racer. Poor Anakin's Pod Racer. Anyways, the Depa's then going to remove that off the battlefield. Did claim the Force here. We're then going to go for the Queen that we did bounce back with a Biguel, and that's a handshake. That is going to be a wrap up there. That is going to be a Qui-Gon Force Green winning it out in the end. Was I cheering for it? Who knows? I don't play favorites, everybody. Anyways, we have 2 minutes left for the remainder of our tables and all of that. So you know what? I'm going to flip over to my intermission camera. Now, funny thing about this intermission camera right here, as I'm going to stand up, pull up the camera a little bit, is this is my old intermission back when I was still under P2 plays before I became Mama Dragon's TCG and all of that. So yeah, that was a pretty good game. I mean, we saw both sides do their things. Lando got to do some credit stuff, got to do some bouncing, got to search some gambits, got to do stuff, but Qui-Gon was able just to get out. And we saw a very interesting ruling with that Yoda play there, of that the bounce doesn't happen first, that the play of the Queen happens and its units, and then Yoda recognizes the Force being used and allowing to destroy the Liberty in one fell swoop. So pretty cool interaction there. I do have on my Dodgers here because I'm dodging those aggressive negotiations. Woo! But go Dodgers, by the way. Just to show it, it is. I'm gonna try not to kill myself. It is Shohei Ohtani as well. Definitely well deserved for how he's playing, pitching, and all of that. So yeah, so round 1 is going to be concluding here soon. We'll be going into, of course, our infamous round 2 and all of that. So I'm going to take a quick second break before we go into round number 2. So enjoy our intermission, and I will be right back here soon for all of that.
own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reservebusiness to learn more. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Welcome everyone to round 2. Hopefully we do not have as much shaky camera syndrome as we did for round number 1. But anyways, today for round number 2, do I have some fun for you? We have Director Krennic from Law, Yellow, going up against Avar, Force Blue. These are some really cool decks. Anyways, I will tell you the other top two tables of what we could have gotten, but this is really what I wanted to showcase here. This is some fun right now. Remember, these people are both undefeated right now, going into game number 2 overall. This is very, very fun, interesting stuff, 100%. So, anyways, once I have knowledge of exactly everything and all that. So, anyways, let's do a quick discussion of what exactly we are expected to see here. So, Director Critic is, of course, our new Director Critic from Law that states, action, tap them. You may defeat one of your own units and create a credit token. He flips on 7. Yes, 7. And then you may defeat then you may target one of your units and have its power defeat a unit with it. And then deal that same amount of power to another unit here. So basically, I've never really been able to get this to go off. It's a very interesting and cool to see someone playing it here. It's a very interesting leader. It's definitely a really cool one. It's definitely something to consider in Twin Suns when playing against, if you're going to play Wind Defeated Thrawn, because you can get all your Wind Defeated abilities here. So Avar is, of course, an LOF leader and was one of the more interesting leaders when she first dropped out into the format of the fact that she came out with like the highest requirement to come out. She requires 9 resources, or she requires the use of 9 resources plus the Force. So, Avar states on her front side, tapper, you may create the Force. You may create the Force, and basically that. So we have, that's all she does. She comes out, and then as long as you have the Force, you have +4/+4, and Overwhelm. So we have some pretty cool, neat stuff with all of that. So anyways, we, of course, are going to go for, of course, the Avar triggering, and then, of course, we also as well have, then we, of course, have a Blue Force base here. So it's going to be very interesting, all of that here, as we're going to go for the Director Critic. Going to destroy the TIE Fighter off the Kajimi to then create the credit token here. We did have a Jedi Consular, and it looks like we did have we also have in the sky a Purgle Whale. We have a whale. Whales are out, folks. The whales are out. Space whales. Everyone's favorite thing, space whales. So if I can have my head judge tell me what's our other top 3 tables, I'll tell you what table 1 and table 2 we're playing as well, as we just so you heard. So we have Colonel Yularen, looks like with red, and a Boba Fett blue, okay, and then we have 2 Boba Fetts going up against each other, one running Lake Country, one running blue. Alright, so yeah, that's very interesting. So far our top 3, the other tables, we have 2 Boba Fetts, 1 Yularen. 3 Boba Fett's, apologies, 1 Yularen. So it's a good thing you guys aren't watching the Boba Fett mirror matches. We're going to go for a Queen Amidala. Looks like we do, of course, have the Jedi Consular being able to reduce that cost. We're going to go for a Krennic being able to get Merc off. It looks like the Legacy run. Oh, and that's a nice play there, going for that. Probably reason why the play for 11. And then we're going to go, of course, use the Legacy run's effect to then kill off the 2 spies and deal a damage point to that. Because remember, a Legacy run on defeated, you may deal 6 damage divided how you choose among enemy units. So it was pretty cool there to see that. That's actually not too bad of a tech idea to put in within this Krennic here. So we're going to go for looks like we're going to go for the Boba, and then we're going to, of course, utilize the effect of Boba to deal 3 damage to, of course, the extra pay 1 to deal 3 damage to, of course, Queen Amidala. Without the tokens there anymore, the Queen does not have the ability to push the damage elsewhere, so we're going to burn off the Force here. We're going to be able to play out Yaddle for free here, so nothing like that. Well, it looks like we're going to go for a Krennic to sack most of his space off the board. Anyways, then we're going to go swing for the big Purgle, man, into the space, because Purgles, you know, big whales. We're going to go for an ETH Koff here. We did have the Arvar getting the Force token. So the token next to the little dial that clicks, which, by the way, that's a really cool dial for Star Wars Unlimited to do all your damage counter, is the Force. So it is really cool to see Avar playing here. Typically, most people are playing her in yellow, but seeing her in blue is really cool to see as well. I mean, she's definitely just a really fun leader as well. I didn't really like her when she came out of LOF because she's such a high cost leader to try to get out onto the battlefield. But overall, she's just really, really cool. So anyways, we're going to go for the Boba's going to swing into the Yaddle, killing off the Yaddle, then using the extra pay 1 to then deal 1 damage. We're going to have the Ethkoff. Ethkoff is going to burn the Force to allow it to come out again as an additional resource, allowing us to get closer to that Avar. As a reminder, Avar's ability to flip is 9 is a combination of Force plus 9 resources. We're going to have a director, we're going to have Grand Admiral Thrawn come down. Grand Admiral Thrawn states, when played, you may take a non-leader unit, and if your opponent does, he does not get to withstand. But if your opponent denies you the access to claim or take a non-leader unit, he does get to just re-stand and all that. So we'll have to kind of see. I don't know what exactly. Thank you. The commentator gladly thanks the floor judge for some credit tokens. So anyways, I'm not exactly sure what upgrade just got thrown onto the good old Purgle whale. I believe it is, it's Yoda's lightsaber there. So anyways, we're just going to go take a look at the hand with, I believe, the Gardini. Look at the hand with, I believe, that is the Gardenian, and we have a flip for the Krennic, and then the effect of using the Krennic, the Thrawn is able to kill off the Purgle well here. We're going to go flip for the Avar because we have now done enough to where we have enough energy plus enough times of using the Force to flip her out, which again, really, really good there. So anyways, we do have a turret blocking up on the board as we have a flip for an Avar. Again, the Avar just needs the Force to gain the +4 and Overwhelm. If she loses the Force, she does not get it. And apologies for the camera snapping out. That might have accidentally bit me. So I'm going to try not to disturb my camera here. Lucky enough, we don't have as much shaking. I used some ties to keep it down. So anyways, we're going to go kill off the Gardenian there. Again, Gardenian, name a card in your hand. Your opponent reveals their hand. If they do have that named card, you could just pitch one of those named cards. Again, without really knowing what your opponent's hand in your opponent's hand there, it's not really like overall much, but still, this is very cool to see Krennic actually like playing here. I mean, I always thought he wasn't like a really good leader overall, and all that. So apologies if it keeps flicking out. That's my camera at the side. That is my Logitech camera losing focus every now and then, or getting zapped or getting bumped. So it just can't seem to keep going and all of that. So we're going to go for a Protect the Pod. The Aravel's remaining health points is going to be able to then deal damage to a unit. So we're going to go for a kill of the Thrawn, but the Thrawn does not get its when defeated effect because it has to capture non-leader units. So nothing we could do there. We're going to go for the Nihilus, dealing 3 damage to the Avar, then getting 1 experience token. So that's what that big green dice is. Then we're going to go swing the Avar for 8 damage because we have the Force plus the Overwhelm here. And that's just going to be a pass. This has been some pretty good gameplay right now from both our players. I am glad that we don't have to watch Mir Boba or Boba Yularen. I mean, it's kind of interesting. There's among like our top other table. I mean, we have 2 Boba Blues, 2 Boba JTO Blues, 1 running Lake Country, and 1 Yularen Red. Well, it's still pretty cool. So we're gonna go for, looks like a Craving Power to immediately be able to murk off, of course, the Avar there. But still, it's very interesting to see the Avar on blue instead of yellow. But again, the Avars are now, of course, playing traditionally the Force base as well. We're going to go for another Queen to bring out 2 tokens, which, that kind of does really suck because Nihilus's effect is going to go off here. So it's going to be kill off 1 spy token and then crash into a spy token. And then we're going to go for a Shadow, I think, Sith Shadow or something. It basically just comes in with Hidden. But yeah, I mean, okay. Well, this Krennic player is probably going to have to make me come play Krennic at my locals or play it for a video. I mean, I am getting inspired to play the Krennic himself, and that is pretty cool. That is 100% really, really cool here to see. So anyways, we're going to go for, I believe, I have no idea who. The Canto Bite Security. We're going to go for Canto Bite Security. Then we're going to go for a 8th brother to immediately kill off the Canto Bite Security. Nothing to do much about that.
Essentially the deck breakdown on Discord.
Okay. So anyways, I just got a nice deck breakdown from, of course, our head judge. So we can, of course, break down. And we'll break that down after this round. If this round ends early, or if I didn't get any time of a break or anything like that, or if you get tired of listening to my voice, I guess. But yeah, we have now our entire breakdown of what we are expected, what is out among our 70 people, who is playing what is everyone playing, what colors are they playing. I expect a lot of red, a lot of lake country. I mean, I don't know what leaders to really expect. Qui-Gons? I don't know. It's just going to be kind of fun here as we're kind of figuring out what we want to do here. Looks like we're going to go for Yaddle on the Avar side of the board state. We're going to then go for that. That is going to be... Oh, okay. So we had a play of a... I believe another... No, we had a play of a Spindle Mercenary to then put itself into the resources here and all of that. Hey, Mr. Smiley just subscribed to the channel. Thank you, sir, for the subscription. Glad to have you aboard the Mama Dragon TCG realm. Welcome into, of course, today's live stream. Of course, here we are at, once again, the Family Time Indy PQ. Today, we're going to go for the attack of... And so, anyways, we're going to go for the use of Grassroots to then be able to kill off the Shade and then be able to heal the 3 damage off. They're just a nice, really good 3/3 hit card there. They were pointing out there is a green dice on the Annihilus there. There's just a point out of whether or not the Annihilus, if that was damage or anything, as we have a play of our Gardenian here. And then play of that. So anyways, we're going to go for another Queen Amidala. I think that's either the 3rd Queen I've seen. All that. So again, sorry for the camera popping up. Anyways, once again, we are at the Indiana PQ held at Family Time Games off of Michigan Road. If you guys are looking for a place to play a lot of different things, here's we have a scoop up from the Avar side of the board state here. But if you guys are looking for some Star Wars Unlimited product, some miniature product, a game to play, a place to play some tabletop miniature gaming, or anything like that, Family Time is a place to be. I once again like to thank the owner, Shane, for being able to allow me to come here and stream. Again, he didn't have any requirement to allow me to do this. He's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. I'm not an employee. I'm not a requirement to do this or anything, but I did want to bring you content like this. I think it's very important that people see exactly like live action stuff more than me just playing, more than my locals playing. This is a lot of fun. There's also, it helps, showcase the PQ season, what's playing out there, what's cool. As for our top tables, I don't know exactly what we're going to put on more of the top tables. We may be taking some of the lower tables, because I think there's some good fun out there. I mean, like our players sighting. Let's actually go and kind of do a quick checkout. Let's see what the breakdown. That. Apologies, I didn't realize. Qui-Gon Jinn. Apologies to Purple Mystic 4590. Apologies for missing your little message there, but Qui-Gon, yes, I don't think he's gross at all. I think he's a really fun leader. Like I said, he'd be the whole reason I would play in this PQ season, 100% altogether, and all of that. So I mean, without a doubt. All right. So anyways, let's do a quick deck breakdown. What do we have out here in the field today? We have out on the field today for our decks. Among the 70 players we have out there, we have Admiral Akbar Data Vault, Admiral Piet Blue. Oh, we got an Admiral Piet Red. We got a couple Piets, 2 Aura Sing, we got a 3 Aura Sings with Data Vault, 1 Aura Sing with Red, 1 Avar Chris Blue, which we are seeing on the board state right now. We have 1 Avar Chris Force Yellow. We have a Boba Fett, 2 Boba Fett Blue, 7 Boba Fett Lake Countries, 1 Boba Fett Yellow, 1 Captain Phasma Green. Okay. 1 Chewbacca Green. Wow, only 1 Chewie. Okay. 1 Yularen Red. No, 1 Yularen Blue. No, sorry, 1 Yularen Splash Yellow. 5 Yularen Reds. 1 Maul Force Blue, Maul LOF Force Blue, 1 Vader Law Splash Yellow, 1 Vader JTL Yellow, I think I know who that is, 5 Deidre Colossus, our Director Krennic Yellow, Grand Admiral Thrawn, 2 Force Yellow Grand Admiral Thrawns, that is the JTL Grand Admiral Thrawn, 1 Solo, JTL Solo Blue, 2 Kazuto Data Vaults, okay, 2 Lando JTL Data Vaults, okay, 1 Lando Law Blue, 7 Lando Law Lake Countries, 1 Leia Organa of a secret bloodline. I believe that is the... Oh, which Leia is that one? I think that is the one that came out for this set here, Data Vault. 1 Luke Skywalker JTL Data Vault. 5 Mother Talzin Force Yellow. 4 Obi-Wan LOF Force Blue. 1 Poe Dameron Data Vault. Yes, there's a Poe out there in the battlefield. 1 Qui-Gon Force Green. 1 Qui-Gon just straight red. 1 Qui-Gon Force Red. A Sebulba Yellow. A Sly Moore Data Vault. And finally 2 Tobias Red. Interesting breakdown here, folks. So, as we see both our players beginning here with a Shade and then a Kajimi, and then we had, of course, the TIE Fighter created by the Kajimi by Krennic to create a credit token. We had, of course, a play of good old Sentinel Obi-Wan Kenobi, and then we had a Yaddle, and then we have, of course, the Shade. So, of the base colors, we have 12 Data Vaults, 14 Lake Country, 10 Red. So it's a very interesting breakdown of stuff we have in this. And we'll take more looks at all of that. But we got some interesting stuff hanging around out there, 100%. There is some really, really cool stuff hanging out there. Anyways, we're going to go kill off the Kajimi there with, of course, our Mr. Director Krennic. But man, there is a lot of really cool stuff out there. We don't have like a heavy mix of what I would expect to see. I mean, there's some Bobas. There's a couple of random one-of leaders out there. There's random leaders with random bases. Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff going on right now. Again, we'll take a deeper dive into what are the top 8 tables are all playing here. And again, there's going to be some shaking. My ties aren't exactly perfect, so we're just going to have the Shade going to go into the Obi-Wan. There, we're going to burn a credit token. Looks like we're going to burn another credit token. We're going to go for the Boba, where it looks like we're going to use, of course, the extra credit token to use the Boba. So we're going to be able to ambush and then kill off, ambush into Yaddle, being able to then kill off the Obi-Wan on the attack trigger there. Not actually that bad of a thing. So it's pretty cool that we actually have a couple of the one-ofs right now in this format right now. I mean, really cool to see that we have like the Evar Blue and the one-of Director Yellow. So, yeah, give credit. I mean, I would have not expected a Director Krennic. I mean, let's hope he can make top 8. That would be pretty cool, but I was not expecting a Director Krennic, because we're going to go for an Eth Koff on the other side of the board, 100%. So we're going to kind of figure out what we want to do for the counter that one. Looks like we're just going to go after Eth Koff. We're going to, of course, burn the Force here to put him into our resources. But it's cool to see a Director Krennic. Anyways, we're going to go for a Expendable Mercenary. We're going to just immediately kill that off, putting into our resources here, creating a credit token. Kind of the reason why you play him in the deck all together. It's just literally for that. But still, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. I mean, like I said, the breakdown of what we're seeing right now out there. I mean, there are some leaders I would expect to see. There's some things I would know to see, but our breakdown of our leaders and all that. Hey, and Wave Sun Mars, I'm glad I was able to get the coverage for you guys today of what is happening out there. So I'm more than happy to do that for you guys. So I'm glad to cover what's happening out here and all that. We're going to go for a Nihilus. Nihilus coming down the board. It looks like he was able to kill a ground unit, so we were able to immediately give Nihilus a good old experience target there. Nihilus is going to get out of hand. Anyways, we're going to go for a Shadow Point. I guess Nihilus isn't going to go out of hand. I guess Nihilus killed off that Gonk droid. Again, Nihilus only gets the experience, does not get the experience hope if he kills a vehicle unit for the game. So anyways, we're going to go for Avar to gain the Force there. So it's very interesting to see that Avar, you would think about, hey, you know, Avar can gain the Force. Why do you need a Force base? And in my opinion, after playing, of course, a version with her with yellow, yeah, it makes sense you're going to run, of course, a Force base, because that allows you to manipulate Avar's ability a little faster, allow you to split out a little quicker rather than anything else here. So we're just going to go for a Shade here, coming down on from the Critic side of the board state. I believe both players can, or at least I think Critic gets to flip. I don't know if Avar has the necessary resources just yet to flip, but I believe Critic can flip this turn. But again, you really don't want to flip Critic. Remember, as a reminder, Critic on his backside is when played, choose one of your leader, one of your non-leader units. It deals damage to one of your opponent's units based on its power to one of your opponent's units. So basically, you're able to just knock out the board state very fast and very quick there. Or just that fun here. But it looks like we did have a couple of games are concluding right now in our lower tables. So it looks like we may potentially decide to go for Director Critic and being able to kill that off. I don't know. Oh, no, sorry. That is the Initiative Warrior coming in, shield it, and then you can use the Force to heal your base. So meaning that the Force base has just gotten fully healed off here, which is really nice there, meaning being able to do that. So that's a pretty cool everything that's going kind of on right now. So there's definitely some neat things going on, and again, I'm just glad that we got this as our game 3 table. I mean, we could have seen what's happening on the other tables as well, of 4, 5, 8, and maybe, like I said, if things get kind of weird at the top, we may go down to lower tables. And it's anyway, so we're just going to go for the Nihilus. Nihilus is going to pop the shield. Again, Nihilus does get his whole kind of effect in everything here for just how he works, because you're able to then go for the pop of the shield. You're able to go for a pop of a shield, basically pop the shield. You still get the experience token, then you're able to go for the kill off with that as well. So that's kind of what you would do there, and it's pretty neat overall. So anyways, we're going to go for Grassroot Resistance, dealing 3 damage to... oh no, we're going to go for... oh, no, sorry. We're going to go for a Shadow Point. That does allow them to flip the Evar and then swing, and then Evar is going to be able to get her +4 and her Overwhelm as well. So pretty good going so far. These games have been very, very neat so far. Again, just glad to be able to showcase some of this, because again, people really don't think much about, like, when you go to PQ seasons, you're expected to see a lot of, like, the good cards, the good decks, the good stuff. You know, sometimes you are going to see decks like these where they have the ability to, like, win into games because of their role, because of how they get everything, how things go and all that. They sometimes are able to get into everything they need to be able to play. So yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. Like I said, that you get to see decks like this where you have these odd one-of decks in these formats that people have. So it looks like we're going to flip. It looks like we're going to go for a good old plot of our Gardenian. Looks like, no, we got 2 plots. We're going to go for a plot of the First Light and a plot of the Gardenian. Now, First Light doesn't really get to do anything here. There's nothing to ambush into space, but if it did kill something in space, it would be able to then allow you to draw 1 card. We're going to go for Gardenian. Name a card. I don't know what exactly they named. So we're going to have then, looks like then the effect of to deal damage from, of course, the First Light. Here, I'm not exactly sure how that all triggers, but nonetheless it does overly really matter. But yeah, so pretty cool to see stuff, everything. So anyways, we're going to go for no more Canto Bite security, because hey, the securities is important for the casino. We're going to have Critic knock out the shield off of the Canto Bite, and then it's going to be able to then go right through that. So, we're going to be able to knock out, sorry, that wasn't, it doesn't come in shield, it just has Sentinel. Then Krennic's only able to hit it, but Krennic doesn't have enough power to go through it. So anyways, we're going to get hit again with the 8 damage from, of course, the Avar. because again, as long as you control the force, you get a +4, and you constantly have a +4, as well as you constantly have overwhelm as well. So not actually that bad of a play to go through for some stuff right now. It's a pretty interesting back and forth gameplay. Again, that's what you kind of want really at Star Wars Unlimited. We haven't really seen the worst matchups in the world, like the Reds. I mean, we're probably going to see those when we get to top 8, folks. I mean, we're probably going to be seeing that. So anyways, we're going to go for a Craving Power to immediately be able to remove the above R, so that we can just remove it off the battlefield there, again giving the extra critic the extra 2+ power, then deal damage to an enemy unit equal to the number of power that you have on that unit. So we're going to figure out what we want to do now. We still have the first light hanging around in space. We still have the Gardenian, and we do of course have the critic. Oh no, that's how they did it. Okay, I was wondering how the damage came onto the Avar, and I realized what they did. They plotted out first. So again, in this game you do have what's called sequencing. You can sequence how you exactly want your effects to go. So in this case, the Krennic flips. You go to plot, Gardenian, plot, First Light. Then you go to resolve Krennic. Krennic uses First Light's attack power to hit Avar for the damage. And then, of course, we have the Craving Power being able to finish it off in the end. So, a pretty neat little interaction there. Again, if you haven't seen it before, when you're utilizing plots with specific leaders, it is important to understand that you are allowed to trigger the effects how you really want them to be triggered, so you can go plot first or your leader effect first. It's very common on JTL that when you flip him to deploy him onto a ship, you plot out first, so you would plot first, and then you would go for the effect from plot. You would go then for then you would use his effect to restand resources here. I'm going to try to see what we put down over them. It's just the Prestige Art of Boba Fett. I wish I could crack some packs for you guys for everything, but unfortunately most stores are having a little trouble trying to get a Lawless Time packs, and honestly, do I really need to crack more Lawless Time packs? No, not really. I mean, the only packs maybe I want to crack would be, you know, Carbonite packs, but again, not really worth it. Anyways, we're going to go for a Grassroots, hitting, of course, Krennic for the 3, and then healing the 3 here. And then we're going to go for a Grand Admiral Thrawn, which, by the way, because there is no enemy unit on the Avar side to capture the Krennic, the Thrawn just gets to come in standing. Even in this case, even say the Avar was out onto the battlefield right now, that would literally mean as well that the Thrawn would be able to come out, because Thrawn has to capture non-leader units. I'm just waiting for the day we get a capture card that captures a leader unit. And then we'll have all the days of fun. So anyways, continuing from there, we're going to have the First Light swinging an attack. We're going to have First Light going in for an attack here on, of course, the Avar base. And then, of course, we still have, of course, attack from the Thrawn and attack from the massive Director Krennic. Man, yep, this guy's going to make me have to play some Director Krennic. So anyways, it looks like we're just going to go for the Obi-Wan Kenobi coming in down with the Sentinel here. Looks like we're going to pay some resources, then use the effect of a credit token. We're going to then use another Craving Power here, being under the Thrawn to immediately kill off the Obi-Wan here. And I believe that is going to be quite painful there on that attack, 100% here. So that means that Thrawn is now swinging for 10, thanks to the extra +2 attack it's getting from, of course, the Craving Power here as well. So I don't know exactly what the next step of this is going to be here, as well as the round still has 26:47 left in it here. But again, both players can take their time. There's not like a major rush. Like, you don't want to slow play in this game. You don't want to merely like have a slow playing problem or anything like that. But you do want to take some time, maybe up 30 seconds to a minute, to make your choices or decisions, and then go from there. So anyways, we're going to go for a Shadow Point of burning the Force here, and then immediately kill off the Critic there, or the Thrawn there, just to remove it from the battlefield. Apologies for that getting snapped out for presence for a second. But yeah, so it really does suck that, you know, the Shadow Point and all that, but it looks like the game is going to go to our great man of Director Critic. He is going to be 2x0 after 2 rounds, so congratulations for him continuing to get to the top tables. That was a pretty cool to see a Director Krennic at the top tables altogether. Now let's say what else we have on the other top tables here. So for the remaining other top tables, top table number 4, we have our Darth Maul Force Blue, or Maul LF Force Blue against Boba Lake Country. Then we have our Admiral Piet, one of our Admiral Piets with, of course, his blue base. That is table 5, going up, of course, against Qui-Gon at Force Green. Then, of course, we have table 6 is going to be the Aura Sing Data Vault going against our one and only, so Boba Yellow. Then table 7 will be our one and only one of our 2 Grand Admiral Throns, JTL versions with the Force Yellow base, and then going up against a Lando Data Vault. I believe that is buying us time. I think that is the Lando from JTL, I believe, buying his time. And then finally, table 8, we have a DJ Colossus going up against the Obi-Wan LOF Force Blue. So we have, of course, some very interesting things. Most of our top tables, I expect. We have some Bobas at our top tables. I think we got a lot of Bobas at our top tables. We got a couple of random one-ofs of these leaders and all that. But a couple of these Bobas will get knocked out a little bit. So I don't know what we're going to have. There is a chance I may drag out some of the lower tables altogether beyond the stream. Because, again, I don't think you all want to watch Boba Lake Country, Boba Red, Boba Blue all over the day long. I mean, I don't think I want to watch all that. But, again, apologies, that's not what I want to do. There I am. Hello there. But that's not really I want to do. I don't want to showcase you decks that you know are going to be good in this format. And also, by the way, if you're wondering, wait a minute, didn't you say you were Mama Dragons, TCG? Yes. I have not got an information page redone for my streaming because I don't stream really enough anymore. So this is my old P2 Play streaming. So ignore the Twitter, and you can still go to the Facebook page, but ignore the Twitter. That is incorrect. If you guys want to get to my socials, you need to get it from the channel itself. So again, we are going to be going on a pause here. We definitely don't have much to do. I unfortunately don't have any packs to crack for you all, so I don't have anything to like open for you. I wish I had brought something, but you know, I guess I'm just here to sit around and talk to you. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we have a good breakdown of one of leaders that are like, we have leaders, but they're running different bases. We got a good amount of stuff kind of running around. We got a lot of data vaults. We got a lot of lake countries. Oh, 36. Nice. I like that. Not just everything. And, you know, there are some leaders I didn't expect to see so low. Like, I thought Tobias Red would be a pretty good one people would see. I mean, we got a lot of Landos from Law running around. We got a couple of Lando piloting leaders as well. I'm surprised people are even trying that leader. With all due respect to those people, they have way more attention to that leader than I do. I love JTL as a set. That is not one of the leaders I like from JTL at all. He's just not one of my favorites out of JTL. I mean, we got a Luke out there and all that. So, I mean, there is some stuff out there. I mean, there are, of course, the leaders I expected to see. We have plenty of Boba. Mainly because I'm guessing that because of aggressive negotiations that Boba is going to be running around. But, hey, you know what? That Krennic over there, that Krennic made me want to go try it out to build my own version of a Krennic Law Yellow and try it out for myself. Let's hope that he can make top 8. I'd love to get him over to top 8 for all of that. I think that would be very, very neat overall. Anyways, we still got a lot of time, around 21 minutes. I don't know what I'm supposed to do for 21 minutes. I guess chat. What do you all want to chat about? What is it that you all desire to know about Star Wars Unlimited? What do you desire to understand about the game, the PQ season, everything? Like, what is your absolute desire on understanding the game that I really like? Now, look, I've played a lot of TCGs. This is probably the only game I've now played heavily competitive where I want to get into the PQ season. I just don't like this format right now. I mean, as we can see, like, it's not heavily dominated by a lot of red. I mean, there's red out there, but it's not heavily dominated. We've got a lot of different varieties of decks, but how many times do you want to go play against Boba, JTL? How many times do you really want to sit there and grind out these games against Boba? I mean, how many times are you going to want to do that? And that's my thing. It's like, if aggressive negotiations was banned around this time, I'd be more than happy to play in PQs. again, they definitely be PQs where I would not be concentrating on being in a streaming format like this one right now, where, you know, I'm concentrating on really wanting to stream, wanting to give content to you guys. The last time I did this, I just kind of had my camera pointed down, and you kind of got the audio because I was playing Poe at that time. I'm forgetting what. I think I was playing Poe Data Vault. For some reason, I thought that was the leader that came to my mind. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe I'll try out next season when we get Ashes. Because right now I could like play in, of course, the Ashes time period. Because there are now ways to get to your Galactic Championship through sealed formats as well. So if you're not someone that likes the constructed format, you have now sealed formats, so you can do sealed. But sealed is so nasty right now in this one because you have Vel running around. And she's just kind of broke. She's definitely the best sealed leader. And depending on how your seal pulls go, whether it be draft or whether it be by seal packs only, sometimes your Vel leader can basically just dominate you completely. So you just can't do anything about it. So it's like, oh, that's fun. I can't play the game because my opponent's just going to buff a guy. Sure, I get credit tokens, but I don't have much of a payoff to use those credit tokens for. So just getting a free buff of a guy is definitely just going to hurt you in the end. So I don't like the seal format we're in right now, and I do not like this Premier format. Listen, I really, really think that I'm a little afraid for what the next format holds. There's a reason why I really like playing in my locals, where I could just kind of bring like a fun deck, and sure, maybe I'll go last, doesn't matter. I brought a deck because, one, I like to record your local content, and two, I like to play things that aren't heavily like controlled by the meta. There's a reason why when I try to like do my style of videos, when I do my breakdowns of deck profiles, and we do all these type of videos, a lot of times I take a look at, you know, we take a look at a mix of meta, and we take a look at a mix of decks that have topped events but definitely aren't what I would consider meta, wouldn't be like the best decks of the format. Like, how many people would have expected a 600-person event would have been won by Akbar Data Vault? I need to know where. Unfortunately, I think our Akbar Data Vault player is pretty low. Let me see what the table Akbar is at here. I know I just went off the screen here, but I kind of want to see where our Akbar player is and all that. Let me see. Because there's a lot of tables here, folks, so I got to go through a lot of tables here. Our Chewbacca is on table 11. Our one and only Chewbacca from Law is on table 11, playing against right now a Lando Lake Country. So yes, we do have a, believe, like I said, the Lando JTL one was in the top 8. I swore I saw a Lando in the top 8. Yes, there is a Lando in the top 8 from JTL. If that one gets close, folks, we will definitely check that one out. I want to see what these people are playing with this Lando. Like, what are people doing with the Lando? I also want to see these Kazuto decks as well. I'm like, what are people doing with these Kazuto? Oh, our Admiral Akbar is at table 32. I don't know what their record is, but it is unfortunate to see them at table 32. But yeah, I really want to see what these Lando JTL people are playing. I mean, that's a pretty neat leader for what it can do. It's just one of those strange leaders that you wouldn't think much about. Like, I like JTL. He's just not one of those leaders that I like out of JTL. If we're talking leaders that like out of JTL, I like the Boba. I like the Luke. I like the Rose is fun. She's not meta, but if you can build her just right in yellow, she's fun, and she's a nuisance to play against because she's such a good leader to get your ships around, especially because if you play in yellow with her, you get access to Liberty, and that's a nuisance of a ship to try to get off. I do actually have a locals video where I played against a Rose splash yellow deck, and they just splashed on a Chewbacca, and yeah. So, I mean, there's that from JTL. I mean, I like the Han from JTL. That's a specialty rare card from the starter deck, but that's still a fun deck to play around with. I think we have one of those running around out here as well. So, I mean, in my opinion, for PQs, you kind of have to balance yourself out to this meta. Like, if I was going to play, I would probably go Han, JTL, and just simply play it because it has access to aggressive negotiations, and by turn 5 I can beat down most decks pretty good in space. I mean, you have the ability to utilize Han's ability to reveal the top card of your deck if it's odd, then being able to give a plus, if it's different odd cost to one of your fighters, being able to give a +1 to your attack, allowing you to deal additional damage. So it's just pretty nice overall. But yeah, so it's just fun. It's interesting. And again, there's a lot of people that come to PQs and like who just want to play their deck. They only want to play the deck they know, the deck they love, and all that. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you know how to deal with your matchups, you can easily be able to get through it. But would I want to play like a bunch of boba mirrors or anything like that? Not really, but again, each his own, each his own. So my reason for not playing in this PQ season right now, one, the seal format for PQ season isn't fun. I don't like Vel in this format, and I don't like where we are. And I don't think I ever complete my thought. That's a common thing with me. I never really complete my thoughts either. Of, hey, what happens when we get support in set 8? Are we going to see a worse format? Because support just basically says play it on attack, then allow one of your other units to attack, and they gain the support characters on attack skills, which, by the way, we have a couple of really cool leaders that actually have support on them as well. So it's really cool to see we have 2 leaders that already are utilizing the support keyword in a different way, which is pretty cool. So those leaders coming out and utilizing that support mechanic to help them do things. But is that going to continue to keep in this aggro format? Because I don't think we should stay in an aggro format. I do like to see a format where it's a little more diverse. Like, we have some aggro decks. You have some control decks. You have some, mid-range decks. Decks like that allows for a diverse meta. Right now it just feels like if you're not playing aggressive, you're playing to counteract aggression. And that's really it. So you're either playing to try to counteract aggressive decks that are using aggressive negotiations, or you're playing decks that utilize aggressive negotiations. That's really it. And that just does not feel to me like a format. That feels like kind of a bore of a format where I don't really want to play it because I have to understand how to play against these aggressive negotiation strategies. Like, how many times do you want to play against Boba? No matter what flavor of Boba Fett it is still just Boba JTL. That's it. Whether it's got blue, whether it's Lake Country, whether it's yellow, it is just the flavor of boba. But anyways, that's my 2 cents. You guys can get and let me know in the chat, or if you watch this after it's live, let me know in the comments all the thoughts of wherever you believe and what you think about this format and all of that. That's just my opinion on where the format is and where I don't like about this format. That doesn't mean that this is a bad format by any means. I really think that this format is very diverse for what it can do, especially because of the rotation and all of that. But nonetheless, also, if you are interested, there are Eternal PQs as well. So if you're someone who wants to play in the Eternal format, who wants to play with all your cards, you do have access to that side as well, where you can play those Eternal cards and those Eternal decks. And all that. But I'm not going to play Eternal just because, yeah, Django's gone, but how many times do I want to see Han Solo DJ combos or see, all the other stuff? But nothing against it. I still think there's some pretty cool stuff that you can have. Oh, did I just get another subscriber? Or no, I got a Purple Mystic 45. Ban the Boba. Apologies there. That was you popping up on my screen with a chat there. Yes. I don't know if you could... I don't think Boba's really the problem overall. I really do think maybe it's aggressive negotiations, but I could see it both ways. I can definitely see it both ways, where some people could say the leader needs to get banned, but that really doesn't correct aggressive negotiations. That's just going to push people to go to other red strategies to play aggressive negotiations. So, I mean, that's going to put people back into the bias. That's going to be put people onto Han JTL. That's going to put people on Luke JTL. That's just going to push people into other red strategies. So you're not really correcting it. You're turning it from indirect damage, the dot deck with aggressive negotiations, to other decks that do other gimmicks with aggressive negotiations. Because if you ban Boba, I could tell you a lot of people are just going to go to Luke. And Luke is a lot worse because Luke is the ability to swing with a fighter and then ping damage. Or people are going to go to Han JTL. Because Han JTL being able to come out on 5, plot out aggressive negotiations, and then restand your resources, and then go for plot out Sudden Ferocity, attach it to whatever Han's fighter is, whatever Han's fighter he's on, and then swing in using aggressive negotiations as well to then deal a whole bunch of damage. So how exactly does that work out? So I could see banning the Boba. I could see banning aggressive negotiations. But again, if you ban the Boba, I think people are just going to float over to another red strategy where they can use aggressive negotiations. Like I could see Tobias coming back to being powerful again, claiming it. So my opinion, aggressive negotiations I believe is the problem card that could maybe push red down a little bit. But even if that were to happen and Boba were to still be very powerful, then you know the Boba, the leader, needs to go as well to alleviate some more openings. But again, you won't know that unless you ban aggressive negotiations. Because look, aggressive negotiations is being played outside of red. There are decks that are siding it or even main decking a copy of it and playing it out of aspect, playing the out of aspect penalty of 5, collecting a big hand, and then going aggressive negotiations, punch you in the face. Especially for decks like have access to Max Rebo, where they can draw 4 cards, resource 2, or just draw 4, resource 1, so you're getting a +3 at the end of that, then go aggressive negotiations and then punch for a big lot of damage. I mean, there's always going to be that complaint at all, so it kind of matters on where you stand in the format. Like, are you think Boba's the problem? Do you think aggressive negotiations the problem? And all of that. So we can basically just kind of say it, but again, you kind of have to really look at like the data. Is it because Boba is superior over other leaders that maybe he's the reason, or is it aggressive negotiations that makes him more superior? So again, I could see them both ways. I could definitely feel both ways. So it's always going to be on that caveat of, hey, you can see it the other way. I can see Fantasy Flight seeing it both ways. It's the same argument someone could make, like, well, is Condemn a problem in the format? And I would say no, because Condemn, you can do a weird thing where if you have Condemn, you can go Condemn under your opponent's Condemn and then basically negate the Condemns. It negates the Condemn trigger. I don't know why it happens that way, but it can. Or because we're such a red format right now, a lot of decks are already main decking ways to deal with upgrade hate, especially with the Constables and System Shock. So there are ways to like remove the upgrade from being existing. Those upgrades are also being used, at least the Constable is being used to deal with the JTL leaders that aren't Luke Skywalker. So yeah, I mean, I could see it both ways. I mean, do we need a premier ban list? Yeah, I think we do. I think we definitely need a premier ban list. I think we need something out there that can allow us to shake up this format. The problem is they're not going to come out with it. We are in the end of May right now. Today's May 30th. July 17th is the official release date of course, Ashes of the Empire. We only have 1 month and a couple weeks before we literally have Ashes. I do not really see Fantasy Flight randomly just dropping dropping a ban list to say, hey, we're going to ban Boba and aggressive negotiations and then shake up the format right before we go right into Galactic Championship, which we're going to have a new set, shake up the entire format. So, I mean, I don't really know. I would like to shake up, but I could see Fantasy Flight being very quiet through this format, especially because we're ending this PQ season, this meta, and all of it now as we move into the ending of it all to close to the Ashes. So I could definitely see them just saying that. But I definitely would like pre-hits to like aggressive negotiations before we get into support, because support just with aggressive negotiation could turn this into an even worse aggro format where it definitely becomes you either play aggro or you're going to have to struggle to find a way that beats aggro. But again, my opinion is my opinion. You guys, again, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments if you watch this video afterwards what your thoughts are on the format and all of that. But nonetheless, guys, we have about 6 minutes left. We got some tables playing out there. We got some games still going. We got a lot of people done. But again, we're going to have to kind of see what happens next. I don't really want to talk your ear off for 6 hours, but hey, if you like that, go watch some YouTube videos. I have plenty out there. I don't know if any one of them is 6 minutes long on my channel, but hey, I got some videos out there. So again, if you guys are interested, there's plenty of Star Wars Unlimited content on the channel. Of course, I do deck breakdowns and then do little content teasers. So I break down a deck that's either in the meta or something I wanted to play, and then we break down that and go to Carabas for best 2 out of 3. I do locals gameplay. I record locals at Valkyrie Vault in Brownsburg, Indiana. They play on Thursday nights at 6 p.m., $5 entry. And then I go over there, I record the local scene, and then I voice over the gameplay, so I release those as well. And if guys are into the Gundam card game, the Gundam TCG from Bandai, I do cover that as well, using Mobile Suit Arena to play that game. So if you guys are interested in that, so you can subscribe, of course, to Mom Dragons TCG, making sure to ring the bell icon so you can notify when all my videos go live for you. We also do Star Wars Unlimited discussions when, of course, as we see new cards getting released for Ashes, we just got a whole bunch more get released, so I'll need to record another video discussing everything we got from this one. Ashes is looking pretty good, folks. Ashes is looking pretty good. We got a couple of stinker legendaries right now, but overall, it's not been too bad. There's some really cool stuff coming out of Ashes, and we got some really cool new leaders coming out from Ashes as well. So definitely looking forward to that 100%. But nonetheless, guys, that's really about it. Also, if you guys are interested in tabletop miniature games, I have Mama Dragon's miniatures. You can find that pinned attached to, of course, where all my socials are for Mama Dragon's TCG. Where you guys can, of course, check it out. If you guys are interested in tabletop miniature gaming, painting videos, all of that, I do produce that as well. That's a little less, comes out a little less than, say, this main channel does for videos, just because this is my main, Mama Dragons TCG is my main channel, my miniature channel. I try to produce stuff with it, but it always takes a lot more time to edit, work through, and all of that. Painting videos take time. Battle reports take me and my co-hosts getting together to record those, so it just takes time then to record those. I really wish I had an editor, but I can't really afford an editor, so it's really on me, just kind of to sit down and do stuff. But nonetheless, if we're talking miniatures game, Warhammer 40k, baby, next month, Armageddon! 11th edition is here, folks, and I'm kind of hyped for 11th edition. All the reveals I have seen, I'm pretty hyped to see how the game is going to go. I 100% am very strong, actually, on really wanting to actually try a 40k competitive event in 11th edition. I really want to try one 100%. I need to paint up some more stuff for to get 2,000 points, but everything that I've seen that's been changed looks really nice. So it's a really cool new game, really cool new fresh take on the game. I definitely am going to try to get some battle reports recorded for 11th edition as soon as I figure out the rules first before I start recording anything. But still, I'm hyped for 11th edition. I'm hyped to see where it goes. I'm hyped to see what they do with 11th edition. But I'm not a shield, though, to Games Workshop. I definitely understand their prices are a little high and all of that, so I'm not a shield to them, but I definitely am pretty excited for 11th edition 100%. I just really think it's really cool. So if you guys are interested in that as well, and I have wanted to try to get a gaming channel up off the ground. I'm not sure just yet what I'm going to do with that one. I really want to start out with like a series of games. Like I want to go through every Kirby game because I've loved Kirby since I've been a kid, so I thought I'd go through all the Kirby games. So that's Mama Dragons Gaming. There isn't much on there. Again, my time for editing is going to be really crunched, so I'm going to have to kind of figure out what I really do, but maybe I'll figure out the gaming channel in 2027 rather than 2026. Now, there is one game I do want to put on this that is, I really want to try Slay the Spire. I've seen people really like this one, so I thought I'd go back to maybe Slay the Spire 1 and then play through that, and then maybe go play through Slay the Spire 2. Unless you guys think it's better for me to start with Slay the Spire 2 than rather than go back to Slay the Spire 1. And play through that on the TCG channel. It's a little strange, it's a video game, but it's a TCG, it's a card game, but trying that out. I've seen some gameplay of it, it looks really cool, so I'm half tempted to try that out for this channel, but hey, you guys can let me know if your thoughts of, if you guys want to see some Slay the Spire content on this channel. Don't know how much content I do for it. It definitely would be something where I would have to really decide on what days it go on, because again, I'm already got a lot of days very constricted on what I do. Star Wars Unlimited takes up 3 days. Gundam takes up 2 days. So and I don't have a lot of time to record anymore like I did before. So I guess I technically do, but I'm mostly exhausted after work some days where I don't want to do anything else but sit on my couch. Or just work on my models as I try to get ready for 11th. But yeah, you guys can let me know all that down in the comments or in the chat what your thoughts are. Anyways, we are about to finish the round. I somehow rambled for 6 minutes, so yay! I'll not ramble for a few more minutes and let you take a breather from me just for this last 40 seconds until we get up to round number 3.
Bonjour, Paris.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, bonjour, Mr. Mazel.
Earn rewards wherever you book travel. The Autograph Journey credit card from Wells Fargo. Terms apply.
Okie dokie, folks. Welcome to it. We got round number 3. We got a couple more special. We got some Daedra Colossus versus our one and only Chewy Law with, of course, green. He's in the green. So, of course, one of our judges loves himself the Chewbacca without even a question of the doubt. So we got that. Anyways, we got the rest of the tables running around right now, just kind of checking out and setting up for the game here. I will go, of course, into my golf voice here once we're closer to, of course, the start of it all. But this should be This should be a pretty fun one here, folks. I am loving what we have so far. I mean, this is a couple of... Now, we do have some Daedras. We've got some Daedras running around in the format right now, but this is our only Chewy. So, for my head judge, for my floor judge, Jared, why don't you come over here, tell the folks how excited you are for Chewy. You're going to go and tell the folks how excited you are? No, he's ignoring me. But he's a floor judge. He needs to ignore me anyways. Ignore the content streamer person over here. We are here not to do that. We are here to, he is here to judge the tables. He is here to do that. He's not here to talk with me or all of that. So anyways, once again, we're just going to have both our players. That is a nice mat. I do like that one. I like that, the Senate mat with thunderous applause. This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. Oh, we got another showcase leader too. I do love showcase leaders. I've had a lot today. More showcase leaders. You just can't go wrong with showcase leaders. Anyways, let's do a quick discussion here, because now our round is beginning here. I'm going to go into my golf talk, just so that both our players do not hear me overly talking about them. But anyways, let's get into Daedra. Daedra came from Secrets of Power that states on her front side action, tap 1. Pay 1, tap her. You may target an opponent's unit on the board state. That opponent must either decide to take 2 damage to it. So we have a Snake Eyes. Ooh, nothing fun to see about that one. Hey, look, now here's my floor judge. Now he'll come to me. He just needs to get water. Tell me, floor judge, how excited are you to see some Chewy action as the man, the myth, the legend, the Chewbacca player himself over at Valkyrie Vault?
Chewy is awesome.
There you go, folks. Chewy is awesome. But anyways, Daedra, of course, being able to come out and then, so when Daedra taps herself, pay 1, tap herself, target one of your opponent's units on the board state, your opponent either takes 2 damage to it or you get to draw 1 card. Then the aspect here is that then you're allowed to flip on 4 as long as you control more cards in your hand. Daedra gets a raid attached to her. So the whole kind of gimmick is that you have Colossus here too, meaning that you only start with a hand size of 5. So you start with 1 less hand size than your opponent, but with Daedra's ability to draw on her fronts, force your opponent to either take 2 damage to the face or draw 1, you can go for that one. But anyways, let's talk about our good man Chewy.
I will just say about Chewy real quick, one of my favorite things about him is he forces you to completely play the game in a different way by destroying your own resources and not relying on ramp that the typical leaders do. It's a very refreshing change of pace that I enjoy.
Yes, because you also enjoyed the Chewy from Spark.
But he was horrible, so at least has a chance.
Yes, at least he has a chance. Anyways, moving on now to, we have the Chewbacca as our floor judge just said here. This Chewbacca is a tap him, destroy one of your, tap him, pay 1, destroy one of your own resources to deal damage to your opponent's, to deal damage to one of your opponent's units, and then basically create a credit token to basically replace the resource that you spent. He has an epic action of pay 4, including paying credit tokens to reduce the cost, and you are able to come out, and then on attack again, you may blow up one of your chrome credit tokens to deal one of your own tokens, one of your own resources to then deal damage to one of your opponent's resources. So it looks like we have a Daedra. It's just going to start off with a pass here. Looks like we're going to go for a Phoenix Squadron. Then my opponent's going to decide to go for the Daedra effect to either... I'm going to go for the 2 or the draw, so we're going to allow for the draw and to keep the A wing onto the board state here. So it's very interesting to see this Chewy in green. The Chewy Law is typically a lot of times played in the blue there effect here, as it looks like where Chewy is going to be claiming the initiative here. So it's very interesting to see that Chewy is actually instead going to be playing in green instead of his typical of playing in blue or yellow. I mean, I know it's an argument right now to figure out who it is. Like, is it blue, is it yellow, and all of that? Like, which one is really the best one overall and all of that? So, like, who is the best? So anyways, we're going to go for the Chewbacca No, we're gonna go on for the Luke. We have the Luke, and then we're gonna get hit immediately with a condemn. So anyways, then we're going to swing. The condemn trigger is going to go off here. Remember, you have to show a blue and a black and to stop the condemn. We do have a showcasing of a no glory on the results from here, so that's pretty cool. So anyways, again, as a reminder, the condemn has to make you forced to show, so you have to reveal to continue the condemn. The condemn states on it that on attack, the defender may reveal blue-black, and if it does, your opponent gets -60 on attack and loses all abilities as well. So it is attached with the Luke Skywalker there instead of the Chewbacca, so it's going to be very interesting. So, oh, another pass. Well, I mean, the Deidre player is really doing what the Deidre does best. Most Deidre decks are all really about is control. They're in this strain aspect with control, like, I want to bring one to my locals, but I know for a fact our floor judge would be very angry at me if I brought a Deidre deck here. As we're just going to spin the 4 to bring out the Chewbacca. We're going to go for a droid laser turret here, coming down shielded and has Sentinel as well, which is just such a nice card there. I also like the fact that, just hilariously enough, the Chewbacca player is running Deidre sleeves against the Deidre deck. That's also kind of hilarious. So we're going to then use the effect to pop the shield there at the Chewbacca's going in after it. Then we're going to use the effect of Chewbacca to pop one of the resources, creating a credit token, and then being able to pop off the droid laser turret. We're going to go for the Deidre effect to either take 2 damage or we're going to draw 1. So it looks like we're just going to let for a draw there instead of allowing. We're going to go take the damage instead of our opponent taking for the draw. Then we're going to go for the Deidre. Deidre is going to be able to kill off the Chewbacca. That is going to be a straight trade between each other because Deidre is extremely weak. I forget Deidre's stat line. I think she's like a 2-4 or like a 2-5. She's just super weak. Again, she only gets her raid if you have control more cards in your hand than your opponent. So it's interesting to see the Colossus is back once again. I forget what decks I played a lot. I played a lot of the Colossus with Piet, and I played a lot of Colossus with oh my gosh, who else did I play a lot of with Colossus? I played a lot of Trench. So anyways, we're going to then go for the A-Wing swing with the Luke Skywalker. We're going to show, of course, the single reactor ignition there, just revealing that we have that as well. So both leaders have been played. We did play out a Chewbacca as well, but that immediately got hit with no glory on the results because he doesn't protect himself from... technically, he does protect himself. Technically, Chewbacca's effect does state that your opponent cannot destroy or destroy the unit by card effects, but the whole kind of gimmick is that because you technically take control of the card with no glory results, you technically are the one destroying the monster, so it doesn't actually activate its effect. So anyways, we're going to go for High Singer here, coming down the board state. Nothing we could do. High Singer on play gives an experience token to a red unit. On defeat gives an experience token to a green unit. Looks like we're going to go for the effect of good old Deidre targeting the High Singer here. So we could allow the 2 damage to... Didn't give it. Okay, but no, we're going to let for the draw there for the Deidre. That is the one thing about Deidre, is that it does come in this complication effect where you kind of have to decide, do you give your opponent a draw 1 card, or do you do all that? So it looks like we just may had a take back of a card there. Again, most of the time in big PQ events that most players wouldn't let you take back, but some players might be more than friendly to do that for you. That's on a player by player basis. That is not by mentor. So we're going to just do Let's Call War to immediately kill off the High Singer. There is no initiative there, so all that. So I thought he gave an experience token on death to a green unit. I thought he got that, so, or maybe it's give an experience token on play to a green unit, on death to a red unit, but I forget. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Again, they're you mays, it's not you must give an experience token. So, from here, of course, we're going to have to figure out what we want to do. Again, that A-Wing is 100% trapped, being stuck there until you can get the condemn off of it. We're going to go for the red 5 here, being able to go again, that's a really nice combo here because of the Chewie's effect of being able to pop resources to deal damage, and allowing the red 5 to deal 2 damage to on attack to any wounded thing on the board state here. We're going to have to try and see what Deidre wants to do here. They're going to go for... Oh, they're going to go for a Hana. So it's a Hana there. I couldn't tell from the picture of the art. But anyways, Hana coming down with, of course, it's raid 2 and restore 2 on it as well. It's a 3/5 that swings for 5 and restores 2, which is pretty nice. Anyways, we're going to go for a Red Squadron Y-Wing on attack, deal 3 indirect damage to your opponent. So it looks like Deidre is going to be claiming the initiative here. We're going to go for Chewbacca. It's going to spin the resource, pop the resource, and then deal 2 damage to the Hana here. And then we're going to swing again. We're going to showcase again the single reactor ignition. I mean, that is the greatest fear. I mean, that's kind of what you want to do with these reveal mechanics, is that you definitely want to keep the same card in your hand to reveal, so that your opponent doesn't get more and more hand knowledge from you on what you have in your hand. Because the whole kind of gimmick of that would be that if you constantly showed your opponent multiple different cards to showcase for everything, you would definitely be showing your opponent most of your hand. So anyways, it looks like we're just going to go for a hyperspace disaster there, immediately removing everything. The Luke Skywalker does get to come down to the ground here and be able to play itself for free. I love that Luke Skywalker. I remember when he was like 15 bucks when JTL first dropped. He was such a high expensive card, but it's Luke Skywalker. You still with me? I also love it because it's from one of my favorite of the Star Wars movies, Hoth. So Red 5 is going to come down, and then we're going to pay the extra 2. Red 5 is going to be able to kill off the Hana here as well. So we're playing a very interesting game. It's a very slow, grindy game, but then again, both these decks are kind of in that slow, grindy mind state. Chewie is that damaged into the slow, grindy mind state, while, of course, Daedra is definitely the slow, grindy mindset, because, again, that's what Daedra wants to do. Daedra is about control, and all of that. And, of course, like I said, our opponent only knows based off the hand knowledge, as well as we do, that they have one time had a no glory on the results, as well as they have a single reactor ignition that they could use at any point in time. We're going to go for a Devastator coming down, for indirect down, however they want to go. So it looks like we're just going to kill off both of the units. We're just going to go kill off the Luke, and we're going to just kill off whatever the other card was that's ambushed. But it doesn't really matter for that game state here in the slightest here. So I really can't tell like who's really technically winning out of this game. It's kind of this weird one where like most times you can kind of tell, or then. So we're gonna go around for the Kazuda man. He does get a +2 if your opponent controls more resources than you do. So in this case, that's very important there. We're gonna go for the Benthic 2 tubes. On play, on attack, it could deal 1 damage to an enemy unit, and then on the death, it deals 1 damage to your opponent's base. So it's a pretty cool card, don't get me wrong. I mean, I guess I should say I just got a pretty nice looking one too. I will say also Fantasy Flight on the promo cards out of this set, especially the cards coming from, say, they're coming out of, say, that. So we're going to go for Planetary Bombardment. That is going to be 12 indirect damage. All indirect damage can be decided here because of the effect of Devastator, where you get to assign the indirect damage coming down. So we're going to have to kind of see what that all leads to. So it looks like it's just a full wipe of the boards, of the full board there and all of that. So just a full wipe and any remaining damage that didn't go into the units being able to do the thing. But we're kind of just seeing what Deidre's really being, what Deidre does, folks. Deidre is just control. And we're going to go for a Falcon here. That is the Falcon where it gets a +1 for each additional pilot on it. You could play 1 addition, and you could play 2 pilots on that naturally. Plus, if you put the R2 on there, you get a third one, as the Devastator is going to swing into the base for 9 damage here. So we're going to go for a Chewbacca, which does mean that the Falcon cannot be destroyed by enemy card effects or by enemy card abilities, as all that. So it's really nice. So it's a nice way just to kind of protect itself, as Daedra is just going to claim the initiative here. We're going to burn a resource here to be able to use 2 damage to the Devastator, and then claim a credit token as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, at this point, it's always kind of a gamble. Are you up for the capability of able to take this game, or is it just right now out of your hand? I mean, that's always the gamble you kind of have to take, as we're just going to go straight for a Planetary Bombardment, and that's just going to be a scoop up there for the Daedra. 2 Planetary Bombardments, 1 after each other, thanks to the Devastator being able to direct that indirect damage. Well, it was a grind fest. So both sides now get to a side in. I really don't know what you side in for Daedra, against Daedra and all that. But hey, each his own, am I right? So anyways, both our players are going to take a quick side here. I don't really have much to talk about when it comes to sideboarding. So I'll go quiet for a minute and let these players side. I'm back after a quick second away from myself to do a little something else in my life besides, of course, talk Star Wars Unlimited, but that's why you're here. You want to hear to listen to me talk about Star Wars Unlimited. If you weren't here to watch Star Wars Unlimited, what are you doing? You're here to watch Star Wars Unlimited. That's what you're here doing. So anyways, what would my floor judge think if I brought Deidre Colossus over to Valkyrie Vault? You know, a nice control deck. What would you think if I did that? Yeah, the Deidre Colossus. What would you say to that if I brought that over to Valkyrie's Vault for fun?
I mean, if it's a one and done, that's fine. The typical rule there for casual play is you can bring anything you want, but as soon as you like go 3-0 and win the night with it, then you kind of retire it and try something different. You know, just keep bringing it over and over and over and over. That's what makes it casual fun there.
Just like someone else we just had, who always brought them all. LOF, you know him, guys. We've seen him enough on my channel, 100% over. Anyways, just to give you a fun spoiler for some soon-to-be videos, we joked with him that he always brings Maul, and the one week he decided to bring Voss Red, we all decided that we were going to bring Maul Force Blue. So we all jumped in on a Maul Force Blue beat stick down, so you guys are going to get a lot of Maul Force Blue here in a couple of weeks for that one, so it's going to be pretty fun here. So, in my opinion, we got an interesting one here, because Chewie definitely wants to be aggressive here. It definitely wants to try to beat stick, and I feel like that's how this Chewie really works, is that you want to be aggressive and stuff like that. You want to be able to attack your opponent and then try to push for game, all of that, but I don't know. Against Deidre, it's kind of strange. Like, Deidre being control, you kind of have to play into that mindset of you gotta beat Deidre before Deidre beats you, where Deidre gets enough cards to really play out its control package, and all that, so where you need to be more aggressive. I think that's one way you need to, like, if you're thinking about control for a lot of decks, control can win in late. They're going to have things to win for the late game and force you to counteract in their late game, where in the early game they might not have a lot of stuff to counteract with you. As a reminder, we lost a lot of the really good early game control when we rotated the format, so we lost a lot of that kind of good stuff. Like, we lost Takedown, you lost Power of the Dark Side, so you lost those cards there that were really, really strong for the early game control. So now your control is played more in a mid to late game, which for a lot of decks can be very devastating if they pass it in the late game, very much so. Now, that doesn't mean every deck dies in the late game. It just means certain deck strategies do have a slower tempo in the late game where they can't do anything. Now, again, Deidre here was able to get the win thanks to the fact of Devastator and utilizing Devastator alongside utilization of, you know, Planetary Bombardment, using Devastator's natural static effect of being able to direct the indirect damage that you give out to wherever you want it to go. So that's kind of where you kind of see that stuff right now. So it'd be kind of a pretty interesting thing right now. It's like, I feel like this Chewie player definitely wants to be more aggressive, and the Deidre player wants to play more slow, play more control. So I mean, that is the kind of the trade-off with control, is that you got to be able to battle it out in the late game, but you also don't want to really get to a late game. You don't really want to get to its good mid-range game. You definitely want to not have to do that. So in my opinion, that's kind of where you don't want to be and all of that. So we're just going to have to kind of figure out what exactly we want to do here. So we're going to go in the move. It looks like both sides took the mulligan. Must not have been too good of some hands there. But anyways, we have both our mulligans going as well. So we're going to kind of figure out what both our sides. Now, again, I'm partial to Colossus. Like, I enjoy that you get 5 extra health points. I think what has screwed me a lot over with Colossus has always been Colossus's reduce your hand size by 1. There's a lot of times where I kind of get screwed over by Colossus, by that effect from Colossus, where it's like, yeah, I mean, Colossus is nice for what it does. I mean, you get 5 extra health points, but a lot of times you're losing 1 additional card, and a lot of times when I've done it, I felt like, man, only if I had that 6th card, I could have done a whole lot more plays with my hand. So we're going to go for that. Hate that ship. Give my opponent 2 TIE Fighter tokens, and we're going to immediately go into a Blue Squadron Blue Leader, and then it's going to be able to do that. I believe those TIE Fighters should be coming in readied, by the way, because I believe that's from Hate That Ship triggers. I don't know why our phone judge is coming in, because they do come in completely readied here because of that. So the blue leader gets to come out, but a typical thing that I have seen other decks use with that Hate That Ship is that they go with it like play Hate That Ship to go into the B-Wing Skirmisher, and then utilize the B-Wing Skirmisher to then kill off both TIE Fighters, allowing you to have a 4/4 in the sky for nothing. So anyways, we're going to burn a resource. We're going to be able to use a Chewie effect to gain a credit token and immediately kill off the X-Wing. The TIE Fighter allowing that to go off just fine here. So I'm going to have to see what happens next here. I'm going to try to talk a little quieter. I don't want both these players to overhear me everything, but still. So Chewie's already kind of started. We're going to go immediately for a the knowledge card there, knowledge of defense, where give -2/-2 to a unit, and then you're capable of then drawing one card for that. So that's just going to be just a straight up pass on both sides. I mean, the Chewie player technically I think had his resources standing, so technically he could have done something there because he had 2 plus the credit token and all of that. So just kind of figure out here as the Deidre that did run out of resources. We are going to burn all 4 of our resources and the credit token to then play out the Chewie. We're going to go for the droid laser turret again. Oh, kind of sucks to see that once again as before, but nothing you can do much about it. So anyways, we're going to go for the Chewie effect here, smacking 2 into it, and then taking and then Deidre's going to go, and then we're going to allow our opponent to take the, looks like they're going to allow for a take the draw 1 there instead of taking the 2 damage to the Chewie there. And then we're going to go for the flip of the Deidre. Deidre is then going to trade with the Chewie there. It does have the raid because they do have more cards in their hand. So either way, that kind of just sucks. Like, kind of ended up just like game 1, where the Deidre was able to knock out the Chewie in one shot. But both leaders are gone. Are both leaders good on their backsides? I mean, I think they're both good. Don't get me wrong, they're both good. It's just that Chewie just has credit manipulation by burning your own resources, and Deidre just has pointed at the guy. Either you give me 2, either you put 2 on it, or I draw 1. So I mean, there's always an argument. And here we go for the Deidre. Deidre's going for its effect. What is the choice? Looks like it's going to be a draw 1. I don't know. That's the one hard aspect I think when playing against a Deidre is when do you decide to get the draw, and when do you decide just to take the damage? Like, is it really that impactful for the damage, or is it more impactful against you to take for the draw? So I don't know. I mean, that's always going to be a effect there of a question for all that. Is we're going to go for a Hana coming out of the board stake and having raid 2 and restore 2. So I mean, it's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. I always was a fan of Deidre and everything Deidre did from Secrets of Power. I really did enjoy Deidre. Never really got to play around with her much at all, but hey, I'm glad to see she got some things there. It looks like we're going to go equip, I believe, the Luke Skywalker under the Falcon once again. Remember, the Falcon can carry 2 pilots on it at any one time, and all that. So we're going to figure out exactly what we want to do here. I'm not sure if it's the Luke or the Chewie. If it's the Chewie, that does protect the Falcon from being destroyed by enemy card abilities. But if it's the Luke, the Falcon can still die to enemy card abilities and get killed off. So it looks like we're just going to go for Deidre's effect. We're just going to have the draw 1, then we're going to swing in the Falcon. Remember, it gets a +1 for every pilot on it, so it gets a plus from the pilot upgrade, and then it gets a +1 for each pilot attached to it as well. So not too bad from there. So it looks like we're doing the first set of damage, and I'm pretty sure both sides are on like 6 resources now. So both sides have gone through 6 resources, and they're finally now on their first round of attacks. So anyways, we're going to go for Chewie effect to then hit the Hana for 2 there, and then making another credit token. So 2 credit tokens, and then we're going to go for No Glory on the results, and immediately being able to kill off, of course, the Falcon, and then the Falcon's going to be able to kill, and then the Luke Skywalker is then going to be able to then kill. And if that is it's the Chewie. It was the Chewie. So yeah, so they're just I think our player, the Deidre player, just explained a little bit of how the trigger works against the Falcon and all of that. So yeah, pretty interesting gameplay going around right now. Again, this is very interesting. I think I like it a lot where, you know, you see this really strange like control matchup, trying to control out the board stage, really going hard on trying to figure out if your opponent's going to react, how your opponent's going to react to your attacks or their combos and stuff like that, and go from there. So it's always kind of a gamble. I mean, it's always going to be a gamble on everything. So we're going to go drop, of course, a Kazuto. It's Mr. A. So it's going to go another 5 to base here, restore 2. Then we're going to go for, of course, the Chewy, taking 2 damage to the Daedra. The Kazuto also should have the extra +2 on him at all times because of lower resourcing. So then, of course, the Daedra is going to do 2 damage. We're going to throw 2 damage. We're going to do 2 damage to that Mr. A. Kazuto. I'm always going to say that because his art is just so much and like that. So anyway, 6 indirect damage coming in from Planetary Bombardment here. Again, you only get the 12. You can only get the 12 only if you have a capital class vessel. Otherwise, it is 6 indirect damage as well. So it is a lot. I mean, it's still a lot of indirect damage coming at anyone's base or anything like that. So it looks like we're going to take 1 indirect damage to Kazuto and then the remaining 5 on the base. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, that is indirect damage with only 1 unit on the board and all that, so you're going to push your opponent to either decide to kill off their unit to take most of the indirect damage off, or do they push into the base for all that? So that is like kind of the big question here, what you want to do here, because you can go for this. So it looks like we're going to go for aggressive negotiations on the Kazuto. We got a +6 off the Kazuto, then of course hitting for that attack there. From the +6, we're going to go for a attack of 5, restoring 2 there onto the base. So there's just going to be a claim there. That's pretty much it for on the Chewy side of the board. We're going to go for full matrix, and then full matrix is going to be able to kill the Kazuto because when played on attack, deal 4 damage to a ground unit. And now that's a big honking, I believe, 9/7 class ship out in space. So yeah, I mean, I love it too. I know that people argue about Persecutor over for the Matrix when it comes to Piet, but that, and then we're just going to end it all with the good old, end it all with a planetary bombardment thanks to having the full Matrix out, and Daedra Colossus is going to be able to take the win overall in the ends. I mean, folks, as I now increase my voice here, it was a good game. I just feel bad for the Chewy player because the fact is they ran right into a buzzsaw of control. So, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, that's what Daedra does. Daedra is all just about control. That's what it wants to do, is play control, and that's pretty much it. Daedra is control. It's hard control in this format. It definitely makes me want to play it because I do enjoy playing hard control. Maybe once at my locals or once for a video, but nonetheless, it lost a lot. Control technically lost a lot of really good power, and when we took the L, when we took rotation, but it's still very good. I mean, we just saw right there, Daedra. I mean, the aspect is that it has you force your opponent to think: are you taking 2 damage to one of your units, or are you giving your opponent a draw to potentially dig their deck a little deeper for something they may be missing or something they're looking for, something they need? So that always is going to be that big question of when you face Daedra. Are you more willing to take the damage knowing that that puts you 1 closer to death, or are you more open to letting your opponent draw and then draw into something that may or may not potentially just straight up kill you? So, I mean, that's always going to be the problem when you face off against, especially Daedra, because of Daedra's effect on her front side. As we saw this player pass a few times, showcasing just the importance of how Daedra really wants to work here, being able to kind of manipulate how it wants to deal with the board state, being able to pass. There'll be those times where maybe it's better just to pass and claim the initiative and force your opponent to have to, like, play something or do something, because most times, like we saw, Daedra really only feels like it was running a very small package of units, and then was really more running like more control aspected cards, like all your events that could allow you to control the board state, all your events that allow you to destroy stuff on their board state, and then playing a lot of space units, capital class space units, so that you can constantly make sure that, you know, Planetary Bombardment always gets to trigger off and deal the 12 indirect damage, especially if you have the Devastator out. Comboing that with it is very powerful indeed. But nonetheless, it is sorry for our Chewbacca player taking the big L against the big Daedra, the scary, scary Daedra overall. But I mean, that's kind of what happens sometimes. But I'm impressed, you know. I am at least impressed that Chewy held up as long as it actually did. I wasn't sure if it had any plan to actually try to go for the late game, especially against Daedra. but I'm not even sure if they even had anything that even worth siding or playing to actually try to beat Daedra. So yeah, not much you can really do if you don't really have an out to this style of deck. And let me see, how many Daedras did we actually have running around? I don't think we had that. I don't think we had that many Daedras actually running around in here. Let's see. Daedra. We had 5. We have 5 Daedra Colossus running around. So I mean, we have one in the top tables. I don't know where the other 4 are floating off into space out there somewhere, but they're out there. Other than that, like the only next largest like leader representation is a couple of 7s in like Lando Law, Lake Country. I mean, we have a 5 and 5 Mother Townsend. Yellow Forces are out there, and then I mean, the other big like leader combo right now out there is the Boba Fett, JTL Lake Country. So I mean that's really it. So I mean there are like literally 5 Daedras out there. So like I said, I mean, if you were really considering like playing in this PQ, you would have to definitely consider for the Boba, JTLs, the Daedra. I mean, your Laurens out there as well. But I mean, that's really about it. Like those are like the high, like leaders and like 4 Obi-Wans. So I mean, like that you have all of that to concern yourself with and everything. But overall, I mean, it's not impactful. It's not dangerous. But still, I mean. If we're talking the popular leaders right out here, it's Boba JTL with his Lake Country. Well, there's more than just 7 Boba JTLs. There are more than that. There are Boba JTLs running different colors. And we had the Lando. I mean, those are probably your 2 most common leaders. So, again, we'll have to kind of see when we break down to top 8 after round 7 exactly who are top 8. Now, I am going to warn, there may be a chance where we don't get much happening on turn 7. When when round 7 comes, there's a good chance most people are going to, at least the top tables are going to like do a, where both players decide to go for the tie, so it doesn't really affect them. And a lot of other tables would probably do the same as well, where they really don't feel a need to play the game out any longer. So there's a good chance that round 7 we're probably not going to have gameplay at that point. I don't know what to do at that point. I guess we can chit-chat for 55 minutes. Or, yeah. And then after that, of course, like I said, we jump right into top 8, how it's going to break down, all of that. All of that. But, yeah, I mean, nothing really much about it. I'll go tell you what the other top 8 tables are doing as well. So, for our other top tables right now, like I said, we just saw the Daedra and the Chewbacca. We saw the Daedra and our Chewbacca. And yes, I'm off the camera. Woo! Okay, so anyways, we saw that. We have a Lando. Oh my goodness! A Lando from JTL is on top, table number 2. Which is pretty cool. That one is right now across from me, playing against good old Boba Fett. Let me ask them. Table 2 over there. Who's up right now? 1-1? All right, thank you. It's a 1-1 right now between the Lando and the Boba. All right, that sounds like that's going to be a pretty cool game. We may have to drag one of them on. Anyways, we do have a second Daedra Colossus on table 3 playing against a Boba Lake Country. Woo! Yes, you are. Folks, we may have to drag up some lower tables. I don't think you all want to watch Boba. Anyways, on remote to table number 4, we have the Mother Townsend Force Yellow against an Obi-Wan Force Blue. Obi-Wan LOF Force Blue. With table number 5, we have Boba Fett with one of the many players I've seen before, top player. Going up, of course, Boba JTL Blue going up against an Aura Singh Data Vault. Table 6, Poe Dameron. Oh no, my boys, Poe Dameron and Luke Skywalker on table 6. So anyways, Poe Dameron Data Vault going up against Luke Skywalker Data Vault, both JTL leaders. And then moving on down the line, table number 7 is a Lando Calrissian Law Lake Country and a Boba Fett JTL Blue. And then top 8 table is our Director Krennic and Mother Townsend. They did report this game, so I'm not sure who got that one. I'm not going to attempt to do anything over here on the head judge's computer. That is not my business. That is the head judge's business and all of that. But anyways, we got some interesting stuff in the top right now. I mean, there are some interesting decks out here in the top tables right now. Like I said, we have the Lando from JTL is running around. We got Townsend and Obi-Wan LOF. We got Aura Singh. We got Poe and Luke. We got Lando Law. We got plenty of Boba Fett's. And, of course, our director, Krennic. So the top 8 tables are looking pretty nice. Pretty nice. Now, again, we're going to have to matter on what we decide to choose because I don't know how many of you want to watch Boba JTL. But, hey, each its own, I guess, if you really want to watch Boba JTL. I'm going to try to hold off not putting that leader on stream until maybe top tables when we are forced to do it. I rather like showcase some other leaders because we all know what Boba does. That's why when I saw like we had the Deidre versus the Chewbacca, we had Krennic versus who the heck did Krennic play in round 2? Oh, Avar Force Blue. So I mean we have those leaders. So I mean they're neat. They're unique leaders. So if there's a chance, the Lando, we may put on the Lando from JTL. But we'll have to kind of wait and see just kind of what happens. But yeah, so some food is here. We're not taking a lunch break like I said. Our players are going to have to eat lunch whenever they can try to get out of the game. There's still 20 minutes left in the round. I want to go eat some food. I'm not a player. I'm just the streaming guy. I'm the talking head. So I really don't need to worry about not stepping away to go eat some food. So I'm going to go eat some food. I'm going to leave you guys. Again, chat amongst each other what your thoughts are for everything and all of that. Chat amongst who you think is going to make top 8. It's probably going to be Boba. If I had to take a guess of it all, I mean, Boba! Well, I mean, top 8. Maybe we get lucky and see some random one-offs in there. There could be some fun. There could be some fun. I know I do want to try to get the one random Vader JTL on here. Maybe we'll try to get him closer to another time. I really want to try to get him on, mainly because he's a good guy. But anyways, I've always enjoyed my Vader JTL 100%. But nonetheless, guys, I'm going to go take a quick break to eat some food. I'll leave you guys with some relaxing lo-fi music before, of course, we get into round number 4. I'll be back to do some more discussing here later.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels more like luck than something you can control. So that's why we made Brain FM. It's like a do not disturb setting for your mind, and it gets you focused in just 5 minutes. Using science and sound, Brain FM guides your brainwaves into an optimal state for productivity called neural phase locking, which lets different parts of your brain work together more easily. Compared to average music, Brain FM actually increases and sustains your focus over time, letting you stay in the zone for as long as you want. You can also use Brain FM for relaxation, meditation, and even sleep. But don't take our word for it. Join millions of others and try it yourself for free and see what you get done with Brain FM.
When it was time to add my son to our car insurance, I was scared to even think about my wallet. But instead, with Drive Easy on the Geico app, my son's safe driving score saved us even more.
It feels good to take control of your wallet. It feels good to Geico.
Chamberlain University, we know what those alarms mean and how to prepare a nurse to meet them. We know because we're the #1 largest nursing school in the U.S. To answer the call, visit chamberlain.edu. Chamberlain University. Belong to something greater. Certified to operate by Chev.
Feel like your tooth sensitivity isn't severe enough to deal with? What if I told you Sensodyne has a fast and simple remedy? New Sensodyne Clinical Repair starts to repair sensitive areas of teeth after 60 seconds. I'm so excited to introduce this new product to patients. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing.
The 2026 Chevy Equinox is ready for your daily drives, weekend getaways, and everything in between. Plenty of cargo space, plus a big touchscreen that keeps all your tech right where you need it. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Well, folks, I'm back. We got about a minute left until we're going to potentially be starting round 4. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to come here. I bought some Star Wars product. One of my favorite sets of all time, the one and only JTL. This is without a doubt my favorite set of Star Wars. So I got 2 little pre-release kits. I do like supporting local gaming stores. So why would I not support, of course, Family Time Games being a local gaming store? So, as per normal, you get your, of course, these are your specialty rare packs. Yeah, my judge is hovering over me because he's got a problem, folks. He likes these little cardboard damage tokens right here. So here you go. He's got a problem, everybody. We're doing a little contest in our own Discord server of who can guess the most tokens he has, so, or guess the damage that all those tokens. So anyways, for our pack arts, we got ourselves Mr. Poe Dameron, Falcon, R2, Poe, R2, Poe. Lots of Poe out here. So you know what? We're going to keep the Falcon for itself. It's the only pack. We are going to, let's crack all of our Poe mans here. We'll crack a Poe. If we start the next round, then right before anything, we will, of course, we'll go to the next round and all that. Ooh, round 4 is up. So let us see who we're going to have facing off. Where's Ray at? I randomly want to drag him on.
Oh, do you? He's at 14 right now, playing Sebulba.
Right, let's try to see if we can get 14 to...
Is this table 1? No, table 1 will be there.
Right here?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Jared. You're going to drag... You're going to see for Ray and his opponent. I want them both there.
Hey, Ray, what table? Last set?
14.
The last round? 14?
Yeah, 14.
Oh, that's fine. Just before we come back up when you guys are actually ready. I might fix it for you.
the round's about to begin here. We're going to go for our reveals with a Rio Durgent, a Temple, and then we got a Vulture, the Black Squadron Scout Wing. We got a Sith Trooper, a Kamagala Head Fighter, a Dedicated Recruit. We had the Outer Rim Outlaws, the Veteran Officer. Then we had, of course, the First Order Stormtrooper. We have the Devoir Cargo Frigate. We have Rafa Marquez. We have Salvage. We got the Phantom 4. Then we have the Season Fleet Admiral, and finally we have a Hyperspace Hollow TIE Bomber. Alright, well, anyways, that is the first pack there. We will crack the rest at once the next game is about to begin here. We are looking to start table 14 with a good friend at my locals. I'm trying to get him on. He is the only Vader JTL player out and around right now, so we're looking to have him come up again. That is our plan to have him. So table 14 we are looking to have come over here, so hopefully table 14 will come on over. So we are looking for table 14 to come on over.
I do, very much so, yeah.
There's the man, the myth, the legend right there.
I was going to
both can come join right down the table.
5 o'clock came around, and I saw it was a 45-minute drive for traffic, and I was like, nope.
Alrighty, we got good old Ray. We got our good old players right here. You can use it if you want to. I'm not gonna dox you. Most people do. Most people don't. I'm not here to dox you for hey, we got the good man too. So. Or we have double mats. Alright, so the Vaders are flying today, so anyways, let's discuss what we got here. On the left side, we of course have the man with the legend. It is Vader JTL Yellow going against Sebulba Yellow. And Showcase Leaders. I do love Showcase Leaders. How lucky am I? I get to pick the two decks that have Showcase Leaders and they're running the exact same yellow base. Anyways, let's
Alright, round 4, 5 minutes, begin.
Vader is all about time swarm.
I'm good, I checked.
When you attack with a non-vehicle, when you attack with a vehicle, attack with a non-token vehicle unit, you may take a time. A vehicle, a normal token vehicle. So when you attack with a non-token vehicle unit, you may create a TIE Fighter token. And we're going to go for a Chance Cube. Chance Cube rolling. It is blue, so Boba looks like it's going to be going here first. But anyways, then Vader flips upon 6 and switches to a cannon flip and become a vanilla 5-8 on the ground, or become a 5-5 upgrade in space and attaches to a vehicle. He creates 2 by token. The game of the Vader is High Swarm. He is the only Vader retail player out on our board stage. We do have Vaders on the ground. He's just our only Vader in the sky. So Boba, on the other hand, I have definitely been thinking about trying to play, trying to check out, and all of that. So Boba stays on him. I believe action, tap him. You may discard the top card of your deck, and you do so. Your unit gets a +1 speed attack. Okay. Actually, I have the judge's good old system here, so I can easily just figure that out, because I know this is table 14. I can then go to just so I can see the leader. All right, so Boba states on his action, exhaust exhaust and discard a card from your deck. A friendly unit gains raid 1 for space. He flips on 4 and then on attack has raid 1 naturally, and on attack discard a card from your deck. So the whole kind of gimmick is that you're able to give your stuff raid 1 so that you can play around with it here. So with that said, it looks like both our players are ready to go. We're going to start off with it. Again, raid do get the stack here. We're going to go for a wide wing on the beta side of the board state, and look at the moment. Oh, that I think maybe this would be better if you heard me if I had the microphone down at my voice, especially when I have to do some golf talking. So anyways, once again, it's glad to see that both our players have the Vader mat, and of course, like I said, it's pretty cool. Like I said, we could see the top table plays in some of the top decks, but sometimes you just gotta go to the lower tables to see the cool stuff. Like I said, with this being the only Sebulba in the field, and this being the only JTL in the field, you just gotta have that. So we're not gonna trigger Sebulba's ability there to give him an extra raid to to Aura there. So Aura's going to swing in for her natural 3 damage. I'm going to have to figure out what the Vader side wants to do overall, all together and all that. So anyways, we're going to go for 1 here. That does allow us then to be able to trigger the effect of course, our good old Vader here. And then we're going to go for Sebulba Pod Racer. Oh, such a good combination with our good friend Sebulba here. Sebulba Pod Racer states when you discard a card from the top of your deck, it gets restand once per turn, which means we still have the ability to use Sebulba here to go with the Pod Racer as well. And then we're going to go put down Victor Leader. And then we're going to go for Sebulba to discard the top card of the deck here, and it will be a, doesn't really matter, but it is a Constable that does trigger Sebulba's Pod Racer. It does get raid 1 as well, so we do have the ability to go for a raid 1 as well, so that's pretty neat altogether what we have coming out right now. So good combination right now going on the Sebulba side of it. We're going to go for Vader to make a TIE fighter. We're starting up the TIE swarm mechanic. May the ties begin. Let us sow. TIE fighters. So anyways, then we're going to have the 4 damage coming in from Sebulba's Pod Racer here, because again, that. And this is one of the reasons why I wish Sebulba was a JTL style leader instead of just being a leader that flips on the ground. Why wasn't he JTL? Someone tell me, where was Fantasy Flight's mind when we decided not to be a JTL leader? Why couldn't he have been a JTL leader? I don't know. Why couldn't he have been? The world would have known better for that. But anyways, so we have, of course, a TIE Fighter. Remember, everything is getting a +1/+1 buff because of Victor Leader as well. And Sebulba doesn't get to come out. Sebulba is a 4 deployment leader, where Vader JTL is a 6 deployment leader. So, yes. A lot of things you can do with stuff like that as well. So, and as a reminder, again, Sebulba's Pod Racer can only restand 1 time, only once. So the whole gimmick is that you could do a thing like this, where you could potentially use Sebulba to give it the raid 1, and then be able to go to that, and then flip Sebulba, then allow Sebulba to swing and then restand the Pod Racer. But that's only one gimmick you could do. You could either do either way, but just be mindful. Remember, the Sebulba's Pod Racer only gets to restand once per round per his effect. He's not something that just gets to spill numbers out en masse. So anyways, we're going to have to figure out what we want to do here. We're going to go for a Galen Urso, giving raid 1 and Saboteur to our opponent there, allowing us to, of course, go for a nice buff here as well. So it looks like we are going to go with Sebulba to target his Pod Racer to pitch a Vader. Top giving raid 1 to the Pod Racer. As a reminder, when it flips into the backside, it just simply allows nothing else to really stand. So we're going to go swing for a 3 attack from the Y-Wing here. We're going to go for a 4 swinging in from Sebulba's Pod Racer as well. So again, I'm glad we got both of these decks on here. It's fun. This is definitely fun to see, especially as someone who's definitely wanted to play Sebulba at my locals. So we're going to go for 2 damage at the base here. 3 damage from the base here, because once again, thanks to the raid 1 with Mr. Galen Urso there. So we'll have to kind of figure out what exactly our Vader play is going to do here, because it does look like things are going out of hand for him very fast here. As we see the Sebulba going for his flip, we're going to go for a 3 attack with the Victor Leader as well here. So that's going to be 3 attacks from the Victor Leader. 100%. Again, remember, it doesn't get its own additional plus. So we're going to go for aggressive negotiations already. So we're going to go for a +3 attack here, and then plus the raid 1 off of the Sebulba. So it's going to be then discard the top, and oh no, that's going to bring out the Sebulba's Pod Racer, which I believe still gets the raid 1 for the phase, which means that thing is going to come in with 4 damage again. Oh, Aggressive. We're going to go for First Order TIE Fighter coming down to the board there. Then we're going to go for again for another Ford coming in from the Sebulba's Pod Racer. Vader just may have picked them into the wrong gameplay here. So we're going to go for tapping the Vader to create a TIE Fighter token. And then we're going to go swing in for the Aura Sing here for its damage. And can Vader stabilize out? Can Vader do something? We will have to see. Right now, everything is going the way of Sebulba. Not that I'm rooting against a friend of my locals and his Vader, but hey, there's a part of me that's rooting for that Sebulba, that's for sure. That'd be a pretty cool thing to see in top 8 for sure. Again, this is table 14, so that is kind of the problem, is that you are kind of getting in this weird situation now. We're already on round 4, that we have already ended up on table 14. Do you even have a chance to make top 8? I mean, there's still always a chance to make top 8. Because again, you are maybe 14 tables down, but there will always be 7 winners technically above you. There will technically be 13 winners above you because you are on table 14. So anyways, we're going to go for hold for questioning. Sebulba's been hold for questioning. And then you look at your opponent's hand and you may discard a card from there that shares an aspect with that card. And there's some interesting stuff. It looks like a Vader, a Constable, an Arvel, I believe, or maybe a Saw Gerrera. I'm not completely sure what everything is there, but there is definitely a Vader. I don't know what that is, so we're just going to go for the Constable. Ooh, probably the best choice right there, because once Vader flips, that does immediately remove him off the battlefield. But this does mean that the Sebulba's Pod Racer doesn't have the ability to restand nor be able to do anything like that. So that does mean, unless you can find a way to pitch another card off the top of your deck, you don't have anything else to do. So, I mean, unless, and that's just going to be a scoop up there. Unfortunately, it looks like the good old Vader wasn't able to take the win over the good old Sebulba. Is just a little too aggressive down there in the ground, too much raid, punching people in the face. But now it is all important side decking time. What are we siding? What are we doing? Who are we deciding to side? What is our choice of side cards? What is our choice of everything? Who do we side? Who do we play? Who do we do? I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just the person, the talking head to you all. I'm just a talking head. At this point, I'm just a disembodied voice at the point talking. Got some Star Wars music that I pray and hope that will not give me DNC'd on this video. Because I definitely don't want something to be DNC'd on a video here. So please, YouTube, there's no Star Wars music right now playing. That is the intensity of your imagination, YouTube. But anyways, let's looks like we're just gonna finish up some side in there. Unless it's a Sebulba's just picking out those cards. There's always kind of a gimmick I will say about siding. It's kind of the thing. Like, some people say how you should side. You should side, like some people say, take out the cards, all the cards you're going to use for your deck, and then that tells you how many. There are people. Sebulba. Well, mainly Sebulba just kind of punch. Yeah, it's fast paced. I mean, he got the Pod Racer out. They got the Pod Racer out and then was able to just go crazy from there. But anyways, let's see what we got here. But anyways, from all of that, we are of course going to figure out what exactly we want to do from here. But talking about siding, there are 2 different ways to think about siding. Siding typically, some people just pull out the cards that they want from their side deck and then just rip the cards from there. Some people theorize that you just slap your entire side deck into your deck, and then you're like 15 cards in there, and then you take out 15 cards. So in essence, basically, you confuse your opponent how many actual cards you took out. So in this case, you would slap in 10 cards, and then you would take out 10 cards. Your opponent doesn't know how many actually cards you sided, or how many are from your side deck. You just know that you sided 10 cards. Unlike where if you side, say, put down 6, then you have your opponent's knowing that you put siding in 6, where instead you slap a full side deck. I don't know. There's the term of philosophy for both of how to side and all of that. But we're going to have to see if Vader can come back to try to get game number 2 here against Sebulba. We're already going to start off with a Screeching TIE Fighter. And we're going to go put in a Black Sun Patroller and another Screeching TIE Fighter. All right, we're really screeching it up out here. Skaw! But anyways, not too bad of a card there. Definitely something that Saboba will have to be cautious of because it does have the ability to negate all of Saboba's raids ability on the ground, which actually is a pretty nice counteraction to that. You just don't, in my opinion, don't want to see two of them in the sky. Unless you can say Black Sun Patroller and all that, but still. We're going to go for a pilot onto that. I'm not sure what pilot just slapped under there. That could have been the Vader pilot for all of that. Yep, it is the Vader pilot. I knew it because it's the only pilot I know that can come out on a 3. So that does really suck that the Vader pilot is now under that that Black Sun Patroller. Wow! Well, that was a quick turnaround. But anyways, here we go. Let's figure out what exactly Vader can do here, what exactly it wants to do. We're going to go mainly for Galen Urso to give a raid 1 and Saboteur, which doesn't mean we can dodge that shield on the attack. So we're going to go swinging. We're going to kill a Screeching TIE Fighter, then using the effect of the Vader to be able to kill off, of course, the other Screeching TIE Fighter. So basically, that is just a clean sweep of Vader's board state right there, and that does definitely hurt. Ouchie mama. Talk about finding exactly what you need to counteract the Vader play there. That is for sure. And all of that. So, besides anything else, of course, we are definitely figuring out exactly can Vader even win this one now that that Vader on the Black Sun Patroller is up there in space. So again, down track trigger does trigger, meaning that both Screeching TIE Fighters were destroyed. So we're just going to have to figure out exactly what is going to happen here now for this Vader here, as both sides are now about to resource into the 4th turn, which does mean we now have the flip of the Sebulba. We really haven't had to see Sebulba use its effects this turn at all, so it's going to be very interesting here. Apologies for my camera deciding to play into flipping itself one of the positions. I do have it tied down to my other camera, just trying to make sure it doesn't go bouncy bounce and have an earthquake problem. But it looks like this one might be going the way of the Sebulba, which kind of does absolutely suck. I was hoping for the Vader JTO, man. I was pulling. But hey, if we can see Sebulba potentially be in the top, I will more than be happy with that one as well. But anyways, we're going to go for Sebulba's Pod Racer. Oh man, that just kind of hurts even more than normal. Sebulba's Pod Racer now has come down onto the battlefield here as well, meaning that we do have the Sebulba ability to restand it. Now again, it can only restand itself once per turn, so even though it came in rested, it can only restand itself this turn, and that is it. So we're going to go for a Victor Leader in space. We're going to go for Sebulba to discard Sebulba's Pod Racer. That's kind of hilarious. Discard the Pod Racer to restand the Pod Racer. The Pod Racer will have raid 1, but again, when Sebulba does come out this turn, there is no way to restand that Pod Racer again. It is out of ability of doing such that. That is just the nature of how the Sebulba works. So we're going to then swing for that, and then we're going to trigger the effect. We're going to go for a ping, and then we're going to swing. So I believe Galen swung for randomly one attack here for all of that. So I'm not exactly sure. So then we, of course, have a damage point coming in from the Vader on attack trigger as well. But again, that could have been even worse. I mean, Sebulba technically could have come out that turn and swung as well. Definitely have to get with my floor judge to give me some cards. I need some rares from a Lawless Time. I mean, again, I've been winning Lawless Time packs from some of my locals, but I've been keeping them stored because I have most of everything I need from Law, and I'm just keeping them stored, and then I'm just going to bust them all right before we go into Shadows for a video, just to see what everything I was able to, what I've kept in completely secret for myself here. So I'm going to go for Hold for Questioning onto the Black Sun Patroller there, and then we're going to showcase what we have. Oh, Aggressive Negotiations in there. 2 Outer Rim Constables, I think, is in there. Oh my gosh, man, that is a hand. So the problem here, though, is that it is yellow-black, so meaning you cannot get rid of anything red. So that is the big problem here, because it does not recognize the Vader under it, so it's only yellow-black. So the problem is you cannot get rid of the constables, nor can you get rid of the Aggressive Negotiations. So we're going to go for the strike. We're going to go for the strike ship here. That's the 03 raid 3 on itself. That was really good for a weird combination of Barris with Destruction Tempo here. So we're going to go for Sebulba to give the Pod Racer a raid 1 on the attack here. We're going to swing Victor Leader into the base for 3 damage here. But that's really about it. But it's just feeling like things are going out of hand, very much so for the Vader player. So we're going to go for aggressive negotiations, the card that needs to be banned out of the format here. Suppose our Pod Racer is going to be able to swing in for that raid 4 plus whatever, how many cards were in the hand. I believe that was 3 at the time, so an extra +3. And then we're going to go for creation of a TIE Fighter token by tapping down the Vader here, because we did swing with a non-token vehicle unit. We're going to go flip Mr. Saboba himself. And all together, it's nothing going to be much more than that. So we're going to go for Zaboba, then we're going to pitch the top card of the deck there for a Vader pilot. That's going to be Stan, the Pod Racer yet again. So now Saboba is going to be able to swing, and then we're going to have the Pod Racer attack. Again, does get the Raid 1 because it gets Raid 1 for the entirety of the phase here. So then after that, it's just going to be a pass. I do not see much of a way for the Vader player to come back from this one, folks. Saboba supremacy. But I mean, these are what these two decks. Zaboba is a fast-paced, quick-hitting deck. So I mean, if it goes off, folks, as we can see. Vader is fast-paced as well, but it needs some time to set up. It needs to get going, and it definitely did not need to see a Black Sun Patroller with a Vader attached to it floating in space. That is definitely not something it wanted to see floating around. Instead, it definitely wants to see that. And it looks like we just have a concedement there, and then that is pretty much it, because all they can really do to turn is bring out Vader, but there's just not enough damage right now, and then there's just not enough things to do. I mean, it looks like we have a full concedement, not mentioning there's Outer Rim Constable, so even if the Vader did flip, Outer Rim Constable can kill off. We have an Uruk, so I mean, like, there's just nothing the Vader player could have done here. Unfortunate. The Vader, the only Vader JTL. Oh, thank you, Dave Plays and Collects, for subscribing to the channel. Very much always appreciated for a subscription. I always enjoy subscriptions and all of that. Thank you again for subscribing. Glad to know you've been enjoying the content or the live streaming. But yeah, it kind of sucks with the Vader JTO, as I can now get off my golf voice and go back to my normal voice. Maybe we'll bring the Vader JTO player over here and ask him why he decided to play the Space Vader instead of the Ground Vader. Why play that Vader over the other Vader? I don't know, or anything like that. But Zaboba does get to walk away. I do pray for Zaboba to make it the top 8. It's over. Zaboba got it. So, say with fact in my mind, Zaboba make it to top 8 so we can have something else besides all the normal top 8. But maybe we'll see how far our Vader JTL stuff can go and how far is what else. I still, though, need to ask my floor judge for some cards from A Lawless Time so that I can complete my Zaboba deck. At least I can bring it one time to locals and play it. Or I bring it for a video. So, nonetheless, we got a lot of games still out there, folks. But we got plenty of time. You know what that time means? It's pack opening time. We opened one Poe pack already. Let's open another Poe pack. Well, look at that. Poe Dameron, my man. I own a lot of the showcases from this set. I bought a lot of them. If there was a showcase I'm looking for, I'd like to get my hands on the Boba showcase. I would like to get my hands on the Boba showcase. Bam! Oh, good. I could go for the Thrawn, too. That would not be too bad. But yeah, I would definitely like to get my hands on the Boba showcase, if I'm being honest, of what I would like to see. I don't usually open packs like this if this seems absolutely crazy for you, but I wanted to open some packs for you. I did want to support all local gaming stores, see how lucky we got. I don't really need many of the legendaries in here. Ooh, a hyperspace dogfight. Then, of course, Partisan, and then a foil Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. I am 100% glad that this is gone. This foiling is gone out of law. I didn't like this foiling at all, but I did actually need a couple more copies of this guy. So that's a good for me overall. So, I mean, I'm glad to have those. That's pretty nice. I mean, there are still cards out of JTL I randomly still kind of need complete play sets of in their hyperspace. and certain like hyperspace foilings. But other than that, there's not really much else. We got a Rio hyperspace, nothing I can do about that one. A shield generator. Punch it, Chewie, the dagger, the contraband, the resistance, the dorsal. That's not the dorsal, that's the twin laser turret. Interceptor ace, the resupply carrier, the K-wing, repair, det, Derillion, Bunreg, they hate that ship, and then a foil version of the Razor Crest. All right. All right, so with that said, I'm trying to think of the rares. I think those are like the only things I need. Another Hate That Ship, and then the Razor Crest. We're done with Poe. It's time for R2-D2. I do have another box of this. We will bust that one at a later date. I don't want to bust them all, as we have Wedge and the Resistance. And for the rest, here are they. Ooh, Hyperspace Invisible Hand. I'll take that one. Oh, and a Jam Communications and a Nimnum. That's a pretty nice. I think I actually need more Nimnums. I definitely need more Nimnums. Oh, that one. But anyways, we're moving on to the second R2 pack. Still no hit for a legendary, but we have gotten some a couple of hyperspaces. I am hoping for a showcase, and is it a showcase? Bam. Nope. But it is a rose. And it is a Cloud City in the Clouds. And moving on along. Hyperspace Evasive Maneuvers. Nice. Ooh, nice. The turbo tank. And a hollow electromagnetic pulse. Last pack, folks, our only Falcon pack. But no showcase. We got a Von Rag. We got the Dockyards. Ooh, Hyperspace Twin Laser Turret. Okay, I've got some Hyperspaces in here. That's been pretty nice. Oh, I did need more land castings and a foil version of System Shock. All right, so that's pretty much it for the first pre-release kit. Again, I just decided to buy these one because support your local game stores. They always need your support, and plus JTL is my favorite set of all time, so I am still hunting showcase leaders, so maybe I get a little lucky for that. Plus, like I said, mostly it was just to support the local gaming store here, Family Time Games. But yeah, so we unfortunately did see Sebulba able to take the win over, but I would think it'd be really cool to see if we get a Sebulba into the top table. So let's go discuss what we have in the top tables right now. What are our top tables looking like? Our top tables right now, table 1 was, oh my goodness, Poe Dameron, everybody. Poe Dameron is number 1. Okay, so anyways, table number 1 is Poe Dameron versus Boba Lake. Is Poe Data Vault versus Boba Lake. Boba GTO Lake. Then with table 2, we had Talzin Force Yellow versus Boba Fett JTL Blue. Top table number 3 is Mother Talzin Force Yellow versus Boba Boba JTL Lake Country. Then we have table 4 is your Lauren Red versus Aura Singh Data Vault. Table 5 is Deidre Moore versus Leia Organa. That is the Leia from Law, because that's a Secret of a Bloodline, which I believe is the Law version. No, of a Secret Bloodline. Apology. That is the Secrets of Power Leia. Wow. The Secrets of Power Leia is running around out here right now. Running on number 5. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty cool. The Leia from Sec Data Vault. Then table 6 is the Lando Calrissian. He did take the L in game number 3. The Lando JTL did take the L in round number 3, but he is playing the Chewbacca that we just witnessed, the Chewbacca Law. We got Kazuto Data Vault going up against Piet Blue. And then finally, table 8, we got Boba JTL Lake Country going up against Qui-Gon Force Green. All right, folks, so let's see how many Bobas are running around right now in the top tables. We got 1. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Only 4. I believe 2 lakes and 2 blues. No, I think it's 3 lakes, 2 blue. We got lake, blue, lake, lake. Okay, so we have 3 lakes, 1 blue left in the Boba category as well. So there's some interesting stuff out there. Of all the Bobas, we only have 4 of them in the top tables. So I mean, that's not too bad overall. I mean, congratulations to Boba. That should push him up to a little higher, so they can potentially try to get a higher spot within the top tables, and all that. But again, if you're at top 8 of the tables, you have the better chance of making top 8 once we break out and all of that. So, yeah. I don't really know. So, I mean, we'll have to kind of see. I'm hoping we get some interesting leaders. I mean, the leaders we have right now out are pretty fun. I think that's a great spread of different leaders right now playing in the format and all together. So, I mean, it's not the worst spread ever. I mean, I would be glad to maybe see some of the Bobas get knocked out and maybe have only 1 Boba in top 8. And we have a couple of different variation decks out there and all that. But, again, it's all going to kind of matter. Again, tiebreaker-wise, to probably make top 8, you probably only want to see your X1 loss closer to the top, like the end of the rounds, right when you probably want to see your X1 loss to try to get top table. So we'll have to kind of see that happens. I truly believe I doubt it, but hey, what you going to do about it anyways? So this is going to be interesting to see what exactly happens now from what's going to happen now. So, I mean, I would like to see a little less Bobas in the top, because that's already 4 of the top 8 spots would be Bobas. And like I said, I don't think you all want to watch that, especially if we have to get into a Boba mirror match. But I am hoping, I'd like to see, Poe get in there. I would like to see this Lando JTL get in there. I think that would be really cool to see some of these random decks like this Piet strategy to get in there. Now, again, there is some chance. I don't know how many of the top players already have their invites or their points for their invites in here just trying to play for the I don't know why you're really playing in this, because, again, it's not really, you can't really gain experience for the Ashes of the Empire format, but I guess you could still hone your skills into gameplay and all of that. So, yeah, I mean, we got 24 minutes. I have no idea what to talk about for 24 minutes. You know what? Just for the fun of it, let's bust open the other packs. You know, let's just let's get them all out of the way. Let's just have all of our fun here. We're already technically halfway through today. Because of everything. So we will gladly see what we can do for these packs. And again, I'm not going to buy any more packs or anything like that. Again, I'm just doing JTO because this is one of my favorite sets. Anyways, we got Falcon, R2, Poe, Falcon, R2, Poe. All right, so we got 2 of everybody here this time around. So let's start off with, of course, a Falcon pack. Let us see what's in this one. Do we get lucky with maybe pulling a legendary this time around, or are we just going to get screwed over with nothing? Oh, Luke Skywalker. That's actually not too bad. We did not get that leader in the first one. Ooh, Hyperspace Mos Eisley. I always take the Hyperspace bases until I get a playset of 6 of them. Ba ba ba, blue blue, blue blue, blah blah blah. Phasma. Ooh, Hyperspace Apology accepted. I think that's my last copy I needed for my collection. And then we had a In the Heat of Battle at a shiny Von Regs TIE Fighter. Second Falcon. Another Rio. Man, we've seen a lot of Rios. And a Hyperspace Resistance Headquarters. All right. 2 Hyperspace bases. Moving on along, as soon as I do not flip the cards upside down for you, but here you go. Red 5. Ooh, Sabine's TIE Fighter. That's a nice rare to pick up. I still need more of these, actually, funny enough. And a Hopeful Volunteer Hollow. First, R2. Again, this is the only packs we're going to be opening up for this entire video here. Hey, look everybody, it's Lando! Not a Hyperspace base this time around. This is such a strange way. Hey, Hyperspace Royal Security Escort. That's a pretty cool card. That's another Hyperspace for my collection. I usually try to always, once I hit a playset of Hyperspaces, I always put those in my binder over a playset of normal cards. Ooh, another Hyperspace and the Legendary. So a Hyperspace and Legendary, and then there's a Hollow Hyperspace as well. Well, that's a pack. Unfortunately, I don't really need any more of this Vader, but hey, I guess I'll take it and sell it to someone who needs it. But anyways, we did get ourselves the Darth Vader Legendary, which we saw get played in the Saboba. We got a Hyperspace ST Shuttle 49. And we got a Hyperspace Hollow Astromech. This is the better. This is why we've gone to this Hollow now after Law. This is the better Hollow. Not mentioning the pulls are much better in Law anyways, because now you're more guaranteed Hyperspaces, which are much better looking in my opinion for cards. We got Captain Phasma, followed by the Dockyards. There was a Captain Phasma out here. I don't think it's doing so hot. Anyways, moving on. Ooh, Hyperspace. Dedicated Wingman. That's actually a really cool art for a dedicated Wingman in Hyperspace. Like I said, I enjoy the Hyperspace arts 100% better than these black bordered art 100%. That's why I like that we're getting them. Ooh, Fireball. Ooh, Rare Base. Blue. And then a Hollow Repair. Rare Base, everybody. Rare Base. I've always wanted to make this Nabbit Village work, but I don't know what deck to play it in. I might have to just play it in a deck. 27 health base isn't bad, but you start off with your first action. You draw 9 cards, resource 2, and then have to put 3 in the bottom of your deck. I don't think it's the most horrible card around, but it's definitely not, like, interesting. But still, I think there's something about sculpting up to 9 cards in your hand and then resourcing 2 and then having to sculpt 3 boy. Not too bad. I might have to try this in a random deck once. Our second to last pack, Mr. Poe Dameron. Poe, he'd never let me down. I already own his showcase. I never opened a showcase from pre-releases. Pulling away, pulling away. Hammerhead's not too bad. It's a pretty good card. That is a General Hux. That's a good card. Autodito. Another Nindum and a Grim and Valor. Or Grim Valor, not Grim and Valor. But no hyperspaces in this one. We got screwed over from the hyperspace. Well, technically we got a hyperspace leader, but I own I already own all the hyperspace leaders. I'm just looking for their showcases at this point. I could buy a Rio showcase for cheap right now on the secondary market. Last pack magic. Boom! Oh, just a wedge and Tillies. So just a good old wedge. Maz Eisley. And moving on down the line. Here's our final pack of cards. Ooh, Hyperspace Hollow Dorsal Turret. That's a nice card right there. That's what our JTL player needed to use there to get rid of that Vader. So that is it, folks. A little sad. I mean, we pulled one legendary, so I mean, if you were pulling either of these to try to build a deck around, I don't think there's anything bad about it. I definitely love this format for sealed. I have always been, if there's a format I love that is sealed, it is JTL. It is probably one of my favorite sealed formats out there. I love this format with ungodly passion. Like I said, I love JTL. But I hope you guys enjoyed this little opening I had for you all. I hope you enjoyed me cracking some Star Wars pack. I just think it's correct. You're at a Star Wars event. You should crack some Star Wars packs. Why not? Why not crack Star Wars packs at the Star Wars event? I wish they were law packs, but like I said, I'm not really needing to crack any law packs, and last thing I would need to crack maybe is Carbonite packs, but I'm not sold on Carbonites for this set, and probably for the future, unless some better Carbonite arts come out rather than what we got for rather than the Prestige arts we got. Not mentioning that Prestige arts are not coming out in the main sets, so there's not really an overall reason to really have those or need to buy them. But yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying. We're going to, of course, wait to get into round number 5. I'm probably going to just take a little break here, relax and stretch my legs. A lot of the games look like they are concluding up. We still, like I said, have 15 minutes, a little over 15 minutes for people to play. So that maybe 5 minutes before, I'll probably try to come back, talk a little bit, see what everyone's feeling, how everyone's feeling about everything, what we're hoping to see, and what you think is going to get the top 8. So we'll be back here in about like 10 minutes or so, and I'll do some more discussing. I just don't want to talk your ears off all day long. So sit back and relax, folks. We'll be back here soon.
Excuse me, Is it tea time?
Not yet, Mum.
Is it okay if I drink?
ready for the summer of Disney.
No way.
From the biggest movies.
Yes!
Impressive. To unforgettable experiences. Journey to galaxies far, far away.
Before going into harm's way, check your armor. Hang on, kid.
Soar to infinity and beyond.
Our mission on this planet is to make a child happy.
And sail across every ocean.
The ocean chose me, and it chose you too.
With your favorite stories.
Hi there.
We're gonna need backup.
In theaters. In Disney parks. And with the full collections on Disney Plus. Your summer starts here.
Come on, Bullseye!
What are you waiting for?
Yeah, you know what's odd? If something's free, people just can't resist it. Doesn't matter what it is.
Wow, is that pink shirt free? Yeah, I need one.
But what really baffles me is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers can save $900, you know.
Oh, free bank shirt?
Yeah, it's not quite my... excuse me, sorry, do you have this in extra small?
Nah. Oversized is in.
Totally.
It feels good to find the right fit. It feels good to Geico.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business.
Alright folks, welcome back. We are going into round number 5. We're going to try to get our table number 10 up and running onto the board here for some fun here overall. So we're going to try to do that overall with our opponent. Well, it's mainly because the top tables didn't really interest me much. There's a lot of boba running around, and while there is greatness about having Bulbas running around and all that, and I really do want to try to get the Lando up here as well, I do want to try some different things. Say, Jared, did you see what one of the decks I have up here is? He's not concentrating, but one reason we have one of these decks here is it is a good old Maul. Yes, you all know that Maul is a man, the myth, the legend himself. And apologies if I screamed right into your ear. What? My microphone is right here in your ear, I guess you should say. So apologies for screaming into your ear and all of that. But anyways, for today's matchup, we have some Maul LOF Force Blue. Oh my goodness, we have yet more showcase leaders. I just get lucky with finding all of them, don't I? But anyways, guys, you know Maul LOF Force Blue. If you've been around my channel enough, then you know Maul LOF Force Blue. There's not much of a question about it. You know exactly what this deck does. You know exactly how it works. You know what it does, as my camera decided to have half a panic attack as my opponent. As the Kazuto side. But the other side that got me interested was the Kazuto Data Vault. I love Kazuto from JTL. He's definitely one of those leaders I enjoy a lot, but I had never thought about playing him in Data Vault before. So let's do a quick breakdown of our leaders. Kazuto states on his front side, action, tap him. You may target a unit on your board state, and you can remove its on attack. You can remove its on attack skills altogether, meaning that you don't have to worry about being on any of those pesky on-attack skills. So that's what he does. He flips on 4 and can become a unit that on attack. You may remove any number of on-attack skills. You may blank out any number of units on your board state, or you can attach it to a vehicle and then blank out any attack skills on a vehicle. I typically like to play him in red over, say, like green, but hey, this is what's more interesting. Something like Data Vault coming together like this. But anyways, Maul states on his front side here, he is able to use the Force. You may ping 2. If you do ping 1 unit and 1 different unit, it is a mandatory that you hit the ping for 2, meaning that you must target 2 units for the attack. You do not get any question in and afs about it for anything. And then on his backside, he flips for 6 on his backside. He does the exact same thing. Attack for hit for 2. On attack, you may deal 2. You may ping 1 unit for 1 damage and another unit for 1 damage. Again, that is not. You may just ping 2 random units. You must ping 2 units. So it's not anything. So it's a little bit of a more interesting effect, because the fact of the matter is just how it works, where you are forced to do your ping here as both our players are set up. So let's go into our golf motif now. So anyways, on the Maul side, we're going to start off with looks like a Trey's Acolyte, and then on the Kazuto side, we're going to go into a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Yes, that is a Trey's Acolyte there. That is going to give us the Force trigger as well, allowing us to have. Yep, it is the Trey's Acolyte as well, so that's going to be 2 damage, and then we're going to go for a discard from the A-Wing. I'm not exactly sure what all there, but anyways, then the Maul did go do 2 damage. Did did ping a damage there, and that's going to remove, of course, the A-Wing. I'm not completely sure what exactly was hit with the discard there or what actually triggered there. I didn't see what got upgraded onto the A-Wing, as we're going to go for, I believe, a prestige rare card that I have no idea what it does. So I'm going to try to get it and see what it is. Here as we go, swing for the Trace Acolyte. We did put another pile under. Oh, we have the Razor Crest there, and I believe we just equipped it with an R2? Yes, I believe it looks to be equipped with an R2. So, again, Kazuto doing all of his piloting things here as we're going to go for a Karis on the ground. We're going to go for, yep, it is an R2 there, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do it. Anyways, we're going to equip the Karis. We're going to use, of course, the Razor Crest to bounce back the Karis back to hand. We're going to go for an Outer Rim Constable to remove the Kazuto. Oh, you got to hate it. Already burnt. It's the reason why I just love GTO as a set, but man, do I absolutely hate upgrade hating off GTO leaders that are not Luke Skywalker. So anyways, it looks like, so there was an R2 there, because R2 does allow you to equip an additional pilot to the vehicle that R2 is attached to. So we're going to go swing in the Razor Crest. Now for damage, I still don't know what was under the A-Wing, what that was, as it looks like my camera is still flicking on and off a little bit here. So we're going to go for 3 damage here from the Outer Rim Constable. I know. Then we're going to go for the Fireball here, and again we are going to turn it off. We're going to go for an old Daka, which can then on when play you may destroy a Knight sister unit, and then you can play that unit for free. We're going to go for that's the ambusher that when restands gets to just nuke himself off the battlefield. A pretty interesting play there, but I guess your whole reason is that Kaz does get to remove that ability here. So we're going to go for Maul to ping 1 and then ping 1. So we're going to decide to go on to the Fireball here, because again, Fireball on the regrouping phase does ping itself for 1. So we're just going to go for Kazuto to turn off the Fireball effect so that we don't have to hit ourselves in the regrouping phase. So this is going to be very interesting. See what we want to do here. Both sides have played pretty well. That old Daka, though, is a 6-6 on the ground. Apologies for my camera. It's deciding to keep continually flip back and forth. I'm not exactly sure what that is. If the players just keep hitting the table, and that's just forcing it to do all that. So anyways, we're going to swing 3 damage from the Fireball here in space. Very interesting just to think that we have a Data Vault here deck with the Kazuto. As when old Doc is going to swing, that is going to be able to generate the force. We're going to attach up high under the R2 there. It looks to be not completely sure, but we have a pilot. I'm believing it might just be like either a Chewbacca or a Luke Skywalker here for all of that. And again, we're probably going to use Kazuto to turn on the Fireball if I had to take a guess. But we'll have to kind of figure this one out. I believe Maul does get to flip this turn onto the battlefield, so we could have a Maul flip as well. And the big joke of this all, as I was joking with the 4 judges, that, you know, I've had quite a lot of Maul on my channel. And I mean quite a lot of the Maul, man. So Maul is going to come out flipping here, and then we're going to go for the, you're going to attach the, go for the Kazuto, going for the Fireball, and then does get another action. That is one thing about Kazuto from his front side, is that you do get a secondary action every time he triggers. So basically, when you tap him, you turn off an effect, you blink a card, and then basically you get a secondary action here. So we're going to equip Maul, I believe, with a lightsaber there, so that's pretty nice there, being able to go for a large attack with a lightsaber, and of course then ping 2 on both of the ships there, meaning the Fireball technically can die to a Maul next turn, or if it got shut off. And then basically we're going to go for what looks to be another Treyas Acolyte. We're going to go for just a show of aggressive negotiations, and then that is going to be the game right then and there, using aggressive negotiations for the win. How many times have we seen it before? But anyways, I'm going to go stop on my golf talk here as we move into game number 2. Both our players can, of course, decide for a good old side here. But yeah, one thing I really like about Kazuto, and I've always really liked him, is how aggressive he can get. I thought he was definitely going to be the new aggressive leader for after we rotated, because there was going to be a lot less upgrade hate in the game, but unfortunately that was not the case. I still think he's very much fun if you don't run into decks running any upgrade hate or anything like that. He's just a very fun deck. It's weird to see him play in Data Vault as green. That's not typically a normal thing to go with when you're talking, like, when I think of like Kazutos, I think of red Kazutos. I don't really think of like green Kazutos, but I can see the reasoning for green. That gives you like access to you know, Chewbacca, Luke Skywalker, stuff like that. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things you could do with it. But yeah, Kazuto's also one of those fun leaders because the aspect is when you blink a guy's attack, you get an extra action for your turn. So basically, you blink an attack and then you get to do something. So basically, if you can blink an attack and then you can go from there, you can even do 2 actions. So you can blink an attack, like you go Fireball, blink the attack on. So if your first turn is go Fireball, then blink an attack, and then claim the initiative as your additional action, which is pretty neat. It's a real fun thing to do. I just like red because I prefer to go with stuff like Trench Run, where I can then just go like Trench Run on the card that Kazuto just blinked, and then they do a extra 4 damage without any real need or fear of anything. So nonetheless, it's a pretty cool card. As for Mole, I've seen a lot of him. I respect what he can do. I expect players that really like him right now in this format, but you know, there's a point even in my time on this channel that I've seen enough Maul now. Go ahead and count the amount of videos I have on my channel now that have showcased Maul since we rotated in this format. There are quite a lot. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to finally disappear once we get into, of course, the Ashes timeline, or the Ashes meta. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not, but nonetheless, I love Kazuto. I guess it just turns into, I love JTL. Maybe that should be on a shirt. Maybe I should just print that on a shirt and wear it around. I love JTL. But anyways, I think I've said it more times on this channel than it's necessary. But anyways, it's pretty cool though to see the Data Vault one. I would not have thought of doing that one. And here we go, folks. Both our players are going to start off. We're going to start off with a Night Sister and then a Stealthipede Shuttle here. No need to turn off the effect. Stealthipede Shuttle is on when defeated, your opponent may restand 1 resource, which again, it's not too bad, especially if you know it's going to die. Then you turn it off with Kazuto, then negates effect so that you don't have to worry about Kazuto doing anything out of the ordinary. So we gotta figure out. Oh, sorry. Num 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 num. Anyways, we're gonna go for the trade stack. No, the Night Sister taking for 2 here, and then gaining the force, and then we're gonna go for a jamming communication. That's not jam communication. Yeah, it's jam communication. We're gonna discard an event. Looks like we're going to go for no glory on the results there to remove that one from being useful. So then, anyways, we're gonna just go for a collateral damage of 2 and 2 there. Pretty nice. And then we're gonna go equip a pilot under that, allowing us to immediately attack. Oh, that is the Han Solo there, folks. The Han Solo coming down immediately, allowing it to attack the vehicle. As a reminder, if it's attached to a Millennium Falcon, the Falcon does get first strike here. But it immediately attaches to any vehicle, and it is allowed to immediately attack with that vehicle at a nice, quick speed. It's a pretty nice one, especially if you can equip it to a Falcon, then you give it first strike, which is pretty nice overall. But yeah, it's a pretty cool card without a doubt right now. So anyways, we have some real cool stuff going on 100% of the way. So we'll have to kind of see here, because again, we only have a Night Sister, again, striking for 2, having the force. Kazuto's going to turn that off so that effect doesn't go off, and then with our extra action, we're going to be able to swing with it, which is pretty nice, allowing us to make sure that the on-attack trigger doesn't get to go off if there's any way my opponent can kill it. Here, as we're going to go for a Drain Essence, I believe, to then deal 2 damage to it as my opponents just continually hit the there, and then we're going to go for the Razor Crest, the Prestige Razor Crest, by the way, too. Then we're going to go for, of course, it looks like we're going to remove the upgrade under there with, of course, a Constable. Yes, it is a Constable in that heavy glare there. Apologies for that. So anyways, that's going to remove that, and then the Stealthipede will be killed off there by exceeding the damage limit that is attached to it right now. And then we're going to go from Maul to ping 1 on the Night Sister and ping 1 on the Razor Crest there, because again, like I said, Maul's effect is mandatory. He must ping two vehicles. He must ping 2 units on the board for 2 different units. It is not a you may, it's a you must do the ping there. So it's a little sad sometimes, but all the units that you have are yours. So then if you use Maul, especially on his attack, because he actually is a you must do this on your attack as well. So if your opponent doesn't have any guys out. So anyways, we're going to go for Razor Crest to bounce back the Night Sister Warrior there. So is there another Constable? This is the scary part about having Kazuto attached to a fighter now. So what we're going to do, we're going to attack with the Constable, hit for 3, then we're going to have Kazuto attack, then we could turn off an effect if we really wanted to, but there's no real effects to turn off from there. We're going to go for, looks like a play of a Light Maker and then a Karis on the ground. So we have a Karis in the glare and a Light Maker in the sky, which is pretty nice there. Again, apologies for my camera design. It's struggling to kind of figure out. I think every time it hits, it wants to try to flip to a different angle there. So it's been pretty good overall right now. Pressed by the Kazuto. Definitely pressed by the Kazuto, especially Kazuto Data Vault. Now, about Data Vault. Data Vault does increase your deck size by 10, meaning that your minimum deck size has to go up to 60 cards. I have been burned plenty of times by Data Vault where I just wish I didn't have that extra 10 cards in my deck, where I wish I had the ability to only have 50 cards. So there are just a lot of times where I just do not like it. So, I mean, I enjoy what Data Vault allows you to have in a deck here, as we're going to go for Equip of a Pilot there. Looks like we're going to have another Han Solo equip there, meaning that we immediately are able to do 7 damage, because again, the Light Maker does raid 4. Is raid 4, so it's 7, and plus the extra then 2 damage from that, allowing it to hit for a whole bunch of damage. Ugh, scary. And it looks like that's just going to be the game right then and there. Light Maker scooping it up, not mentioning that even if you flip them all, there wasn't much you could really do there. It was just going to come down to that one. So congratulations to Kazuto Data Vault, winning in 15 minutes. Well, hey, at least it was a good 15 minutes of my life I don't have now to figure out what to do with. But anyways, let's quickly discuss what exactly we could have seen on our top tables and why I didn't exactly give you it all. So anyways, table number 1 is Boba Lake Country against Colonel Yularen Red. So that is our table number 1. We had table number 2 is Deidre Colossus, which we already showcased. Already onto the board here against, of course, Mother Talzin Force Yellow. Table 3 is Mother Talzin versus a Daedra, a Talzin Force Yellow versus a Daedra Colossus. Table 4 is the Lando from the Lando JTL Data Vault against another. I think they've now played 2 Boba Fett. So here's number 2 Boba. There's our second Boba Lake Country. So now we have 2 Daedras, 2 Bobas. We have for table number 5 is Obi-Wan Force Blue versus Qui-Gon Force Green. Master and Apprentice fighting each other out. Then table 6 is Poe Dameron versus our third Boba JTL with Lake Country. Table 7 is Aura Singh Data Vault versus our 4th copy of Boba Lake Country. Are all our Bobas Lake Countries now? And then table 8 is Luke Skywalker versus Sebulba. We already did Sebulba, so I wasn't going to put Sebulba back on or anything like that. So, yeah. Yep. Let's see. Are all the Bobas Lake Country? Boba Lake. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, the top 4 tables, folks, are all 4 of the top 8 tables are running Boba Lake Country, and table 9 has Boba Blue. Boba JTL Blue is on table 9 against Yularen Red. This is going to be an interesting top 8, folks. Expect to see a Boba Lake Country in the top. I'll try to not have him come in until that time, but it's probably going to be hard. I mean, I'm either going to have to start dragging the bottom tables, which is fine. It's fine to drag some of the bottom tables to have some fun for the remaining round, because round 7 will be the interesting round where I'm not sure who's going to play, who's just going to go for the decision of, say, just going for a tie, and they know both that they're both going to be able to get the top table. I don't know how that's all going to work. So, but right now, it's just going to be interesting to exactly see what everyone wants to do for that and all that. But yeah, there are 4 Boba JTO Lake Countries right now in the top 8. So, and a chance for a Boba Blue that's fighting at table 9 to get into top 8. So, yeah, I hate to say it, but if the Boba Blue gets in and knocks out another guy, there's a chance for 5 Boba JTLs to be running around at this PQ and dominating top 8. Maybe next to like a Mother Townsend and like a Colonel Yularen, and I would say the Daedra's still there, and all of that, but yeah, that's not what I want for top 8, but who knows? Maybe everyone is right. Ban Boba. No, aggressive negotiations, and if Boba's still dominant, ban Boba. Oh, sucks to suck, man. It sucks that that's going to be our top 8, but nothing you can do about it. Again, we haven't gotten the top 8 yet. We still have 2 more normal rounds of Swiss to go through. It is currently, what is it, like 2:35 over here in Indiana, wherever you are watching, wherever you may be watching, and all of that. But like I said, I don't really want to drag a Boba to the video until top 8. So that's the thing. I don't really want to drag one altogether. I would strongly prefer not to have it out as well. I would strongly more prefer that we wait, see what happens, and then drag a Boba in later. But we may not have that choice, folks. We may not have that choice. Especially if I wanted to just keep around top tables and stuff like that. We may be running out of choices to play. But yeah, we're still going to see. There's still plenty of time. There's still plenty of things to do. So I'll be back in a little while to talk, see what we can talk about, what we want to talk about, and all of that. I'm not sure what I want to talk about for 36 minutes, but hey, maybe I'll find something to talk about. So I'm just going to leave you on a little hiatus break right here, and I will be back to do some more discussing stuff, that is for sure.
We cannot make your email response time faster.
love a hotel with a view.
feeling when you're trying to build your credit. And it's
Somewhere out there is a Chevy truck. And the person who drives it, well, that's a Chevy person. You probably know one. Your buddy, your sister. Ones who always show up. They're the first to rise, the last to leave. They always have that little extra something. Maybe you've got it too. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit Chevy.com/trucks to explore the lineup.
It takes courage to embrace your extraordinary. Burberry Hero, the new elixir du parfum.
Heart Powered carries the torch for heart health by helping raise school meal nutrition standards for the nearly 30 million children who rely on school lunches. We are the heart of progress. We are the American Heart Association.
Well, folks, as I promised, I am back for 10 minutes left before, well, less than 10 minutes left before we go into round number 6. This is start being the dropping round. So at 6, we're probably going to see a pile of drops coming out for all of that. But I did want to showcase what our people are going to be getting. Here you go, everyone. There is the Chewy looking for top 8. This, of course, will change for whoever makes top 8, top 4, and then our top 2 winners. So just to showcase that off, and of course, if you wanted to know, here is, of course, the benthic 2 tubes right here for, of course, the promo for this set. And then it was, I wanted just to talk about Star Wars Unlimited. My thoughts overall in the game, where I think some things need to change in it, and all of that. But overall, Star Wars Unlimited has really been a fun game. I mean, I play a lot of different games. I'm very much into the Gundam card game. I played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've done Pokemon, and all of that. So, you know, it's really fun. I think I really like the mechanic, the chess-like mechanic. It's been a lot of fun. My locals have been doing what we call like a super trilogy, where we bust a full box and then build 3 trilogy decks from it and go with that. So it's the game is really, really fun. If you're looking for a really fun like game, Star Wars Limited is one to check out. But do I think it's perfect? No, I don't think it's perfect. They're definitely Fantasy Flight. Definitely feels like at times they don't really take into consideration like the meta. Like right now, why don't we have aggressive negotiations banned? Why don't we have a premier ban list? I mean, Eternal has a ban list, but we do not have a premier ban list. For some reason, they just are so hesitant to do anything with Premier right now, and it just does not feel all that great overall. So I'm like, yeah, I would rather see, you know, Premier have a ban list, maybe let this format become a little different, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, there's a chance they may never change this format because they're just going to leave it the way it is until we get to Ashes and all that. Because, I mean, we are pretty close to the release date of Ashes of the Empire. So Ashes of the Empire releases on July 17th and all that. So again, your pre-releases are going to be the week right before, so that's probably going to be around July 11th, which is when we're going to probably get all of our pre-releases going, because again, July 17th is the official release date, and I believe then Galactic is going to be that next week. So yeah, it's going to definitely be interesting when everyone's got to have 1 week to prep for this next coming format, when no one really knows what's going to be the best viable format, best viable deck. I mean, we got a lot of really good, a lot of interesting and good cards so far showcased as at, you know, oh, apologies. I just started the new job and have been waking up at 5:30 in the morning, so my body's still trying to figure out how I'm doing this. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, how exactly do you prep for a format you have no idea what is truly going to be good, but especially if you're going into sealed? What is good in sealed? What is good in draft? Like, you only have, like, week. Like, you only have a very short amount of time to really think about it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Ashes is going to look pretty good. We got a few stinker legendaries and, like, a Luke Skywalker and an Akbar that are okay, but we've also... But, I mean, 2 legendaries out of a good amount of legendaries we've already been shown that are absolutely insane. We got some good leaders coming out in this set, so I'm actually pretty hyped for Ashes, but I just don't know how the heck I'm going to buy any Ashes when, you know, everyone and their mother is going to be buying cases before it. I can't wait for TCG player to be selling cases for $600 and all that. But, again, if you got a local gaming store, try to go through them, try to get them to pre-order a case if you want it. Probably maybe be cheaper going through that, but I don't know. Again, do your research, do your finding. Some like me, I may just be like touring eBay and touring my local gaming store and all that. But I mean, you can't do much about it. I mean, you kind of just have to play how you want to play it. But Ashes looks like it's going to be fun. It definitely looks like it's going to be a nice mix-up. There's going to be some good things that are going to shake up the meta, going to make some leaders from this rotation format, as well as we have a mysterious spacecraft that is rated as 1515. Everyone's assuming it's going to be the Death Star. We got some Ewoks in this set too. Ewoks! Ewoks are finally here, or we have an Ewok, I guess I should say, a 3-2 hidden Ewok warrior. So we don't have Ewoks yet, but we have Mandalorian Tribal going out in this set. It'll be a lot better in Eternal because we have a lot more Mandalorians in Eternal, but what we have so far isn't all that bad for all that. So, overall, I'm pretty sold. I mean, like I said, it's a very fun game. There's a lot of different mechanics for everything. I mean, many different like things about it. Like I've been Gundam player, being a Yu-Gi-Oh player, and all that. I still think this is my most enjoyable card game. Heck, right now even in Gundam, like I haven't picked anything up for GDO 3 for Gundam to play in person. I'm like, most of the time when I do it, I just simply like, I'm going on TCG Player and buying. I did that for Star Wars 2. I bought a case and then picked up the remaining legendaries I needed. Oh, that because one case gave me all my commons, uncommons, and most of my rares. I don't know. Like, I'm half tempted to get 2 cases for Ashes now, so I can, have the ability to have the necessary cards to get everything for Ashes, like get all my legendaries, have a chance to get a showcase and all of that. So, I don't know. I still haven't even decided that. But, guys, if you are looking for a pretty fun, interesting Star Wars card game, check out Star Wars Unlimited. It's definitely a lot of fun. There's a lot of different stores that do these weekly plays. The weekly play cards art has transformed completely. And honestly, like I said, even though we are in a strange aggro format, with Boba being very much viable in the format, in my opinion, there's still a lot of good decks running around. There are a lot of fun decks running around that you don't really have to just play Boba. There are plenty of other decks to play. But that's my whole shtick on Star Wars Unlimited. I really enjoy the group of guys that hang out with Valkyrie Vault. If you're looking to play on Thursday nights at 6 p.m., or you can come to Bulldog Community Gaming on Saturday nights at 6 p.m., and then just kind of have some fun. I mean, it definitely is a hobby. I mean, technically not really. My miniature hobby has taken more money than this hobby has, but that's just because miniatures are a lot more expensive than cardboard. Well, Pacific cardboard cards. But yeah, I mean, coming in, I've already pre-ordered my Armageddon starter box. I've already got that pre-ordered. I got everything going for that, so I'm like, I don't know. I'm ready for Armageddon. I'm ready to do some 40K. I'd like to go to a tournament and hopefully run Indy and do some fun with that one, but I don't know. Like, I really, really just don't know. Man, like I said, I still want to do a PQ season for this one, but there's a good chance I'll probably just ignore this meta and probably go to the Ash meta here. And when I say meta, if you've ever heard those type of videos before, I usually mean it by a release of a format. When a new format or a new set is dropped, they usually call it that meta's format. Like Yu-Gi-Oh would have like Blazing Dominion. I think it's the current set in Yu-Gi-Oh, so it's the Blazing Dominion format right now, because that's the format that we're playing in, because that's the cards right now. So like for instance, we are in the Lawless Time format for Yu-Gi-Oh, and then the format for Gundam is GDO 3, because you go by that meta, because really you don't go by the deck or anything like that. So other than that, it's just a lot of fun. It's a very fun card game. Again, give it a try. I mean, you don't really. I mean, if you want to know how I started off with like a oh my gosh, who did I actually start with? It was. Oh my gosh, who was my first leader I played? It was... Oh, Moff... No, it wasn't Moff Gideon. Tarkin, it was Tarkin. Tarkin Red. I played Tarkin Red, and it was just basically a lot of commons and stuff, and then I sold a bunch of cards off, got a bunch of money, and then slowly bought all the cards I needed, and I got right in at JTL. So, I mean, if you're going to get into the game right now, this is the time period to do it in law, and then moving forward. Or heck, if you just want to try some stuff out, go to your local game store. Some people have extra decks that they can borrow. Or heck, if you just want to give it a try for the mechanics, try Twin Suns. That's a really fun way. I mean, they now have Twin Sun precons now. So, I mean, those are pretty fun to have running around. It's now Twin Sun precons. So, yeah, there's a lot of things you can do here. Anyways, the timer is up. It looks like we should be finishing up and moving into the next round, and we'll kind of figure out what we want to put onto our top our table here for round number 6. Again, 6 is definitely going to be the round. We're going to see a lot of drops. I don't know what we're going to do for 7 just yet, or anything like that. So hopefully we figure something out to do for 7. Because I definitely don't have any clues what to do for round 7 for 55 minutes if I don't have a game on my table. Other than standing around and, I guess, yapping for 55 minutes. I don't know what you want me to yap about for 55 minutes. Anyways, our pairings are going, so let us see who we are going to be getting on our table.
Table one probably gonna take an ID, so Luke, Phaedra, Lauren, Kaz.
We're going to put 5 on there. Let's get the 1,000 and
5.
How you spell the last name? You were in table 5. If you're okay with streaming, we would like you there. You can have your mat. It's perfectly fine. Jared, I already got table 5's one opponent over here, so you just need to get the second one over. Yeah, Justin Bowling, so you just need to get the second one over. All right, folks, we're here around the 6. Only one more left to go through. Yes, we got a couple more decks here. This is the 5th table for top. We're going to have quite some fun here. Congratulations for table 7. Hope they enjoyed the mirror match. That's what I'm going to say for that one. I hope they enjoyed the mirror match. But anyways, today we got 1,000 Force Yellow going up against my man, Poe Data Vault. I had to get him on, folks. I had to get him on. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it looks like from the top tables as well as we have actually lost out on our good friend, Mr. Lando JTL. He has been knocked out here, folks. He has been knocked to the 14th table overall, but you know that overly does not matter in the end. We are here to talk about these 2 decks right now. We're talking about my favorite one. Okay, let's just say it. Every JTL leader is my favorite leader. I said, jokey enough that JTL is my favorite set, so I just joke 100 times on the channel that I like all JTL. So it's like everybody's my favorite leader from JTL. But anyways, we're going to talk about Poe Dameron. Poe has been playing a lot within Data Vault. Green is always a common thing to play around with Poe. I've done yellow. There's nothing wrong with saying anything about either color. They're both good in their own rights. But anyways, Poe Dameron states on his front action, pay 1. Pay 1, you may tap him, and you may attach him to a fighter. That is not an epic action, and does not turn the fighter into a leader. He just gives a +2/+1 upgrade to the fighter. We are running 60 cards here, and he does get to come out on 5 as a 4/6 leader. So he just gets to come out for that. For Mother Towson, we have on the other side his action. You may use the force if you do give a unit -1/-1, and then she flips for 5, and then on attack you may give a enemy unit -1/-1 without anything. So we're gonna have some very interesting, fun decks here. A 60-card Poe Dameron piloting deck and some Mother Towson, both of which I do quite enjoy 100%. Especially Mother Towson, who has access to things like the Strange Man or the Stranger, is as his full name, but I call him the Strange Man, or anything like that. So we have all of those coming out as well. So Should be very interesting to see who's going to be able to take this win here. And I am going to be going into my golf talk here just in a hot minute because there's no point in talking very loud. The round has begun here as we're going to go for 1,000 is going to go first. And it looks like they're going to start off with a Karis, and we're going to start off with an Squadron A-Wing here. Once again, remember, 1,000 on her front side needs to have the Force active for her to do anything. If she does not have the Force, she cannot do a thing. So you have to attack or have the Force to be active to do stuff like this. So anyways, we're going to have to go with the Karis swinging first, and then we're going to create the Force. That token there is the Force next to the base there. Then we're going to go for a Chewbacca under the course of the A-Wing here as well, so we don't have to, of course, use any splash basing mechanics there. And it looks like then we're going to go for... I think that's a secret. Yes, it's a secretive Sage over there coming down, and then we're going to go for a claim on the initiative side of things. So not too bad, starting off with the Poe Dameron with a pretty good combination there of the A-Wing with the, of course, Chewbacca. Chewbacca stating as the attachment upgrade that your opponent cannot destroy that card with card effects. So, so that's all pretty much just well and good. So nice little bumping of damage. There's my camera is having a hard time trying to not try to flip itself. So anyways, we're going to then hit with that one. Then we're going to go for a swing of the damage off there from the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. And I believe that is a... Yes, I think it is a Secret Sage. We're going to go for an on large and all of that. Anyway, so we're going to be able to go for then a B-Wing Skirmisher, which again is commonly used sometimes with they hate that shit, so then bring out the B-Wing Skirmisher, then allowing it to come down and then equipping the Poe next turn and swinging from there, so that's pretty neat overall. Then we're going to go for a Karis with a constructed lightsaber, giving it the raid at 2, so then we're going to have a claim on the Poe side, and then we're going to have a swing of 6, again getting +2, and then a raid, which is pretty nice. That Karis is now coming a little bit bigger. She's wielding around the lightsaber. Again, the Night Sisters, technically by lore reason, are dark side users, but are witches of dark side. So anyways, we're going to have the A-Wing swing again. That A-Wing has definitely been the heavy damage dealer in space right now. Then we're going to have the Karis going to come in and swing in for all that. Then we're going to have the B-Wing going to go for 4. Interesting, we're not going to decide to go for a flip of the Poe Dameron there. And then we're going to swing for the guy with the shield, which I believe is a Secretive Sage. And then we're going to flip the Poe Dameron, because again, remember, he does flip on a 5 here. He's just a vanilla 4/6 for everything. We're going to swing the Own Lars. We do get to restore 2 here with the Own Lars. Nothing to do, so anyways, we're going to swing for base. Oh, I don't know if the 1,000 has any way to really stop here, because this looks like it's going to be a hyper-aggression format here altogether. So it's going to be very interesting. We're going to go for 1,000 to give -1 to the Poe Dameron here, using the Force to do so. And then we're going to go for a Captain Typho there just to block up the board. And putting that blocker, meaning the 1,000 now has to go through that. Because again, 1,000 does have the ability to flip this turn as well. So it's a very interesting play right now. But, you know, it's my man Poe. Anyways, we're going to flip the Mother 1,000, claiming the initiative on the Poe Dameron's side of the board. Again, the -1 does mean that, of course, technically, you could do something. So it looks like we have a TIE SF in the sky over there in the glare, allowing us to guard against any attacks coming in from the sky here. But that looks like it's just going to be a straight scoop up from the Mother 1,000. Poe Dameron is able to walk away with the win for game number 1. So congratulations to our big man, Mr. Poe Dameron. So anyways, for Poe, it's always a fun one. We didn't get to see Poe do any of his fighter shenanigans, jumping on the fires, but what you can do with that B-Wing Skirmisher here, as both our sides are siding, is a lot of times you sometimes see in games on Carabas, as you go like they hate that ship, to play the B-Wing Skirmisher, and then they use the B-Wing Skirmisher ability to kill off both the TIE fighters, meaning your opponent doesn't get any value, and then attaching the Poe Dameron to them. We didn't get to see that this game, but it is something you can do with that Poe Dameron 100%. So it's a very interesting thing to see all together. But still, Poe Dameron is one of those fun leaders that I really do enjoy running with. I think he's just got one of those most unique effects where you are capable of jumping to fight to vehicle to vehicle to vehicle and really be able to do it, because on Poe Dameron's backside he has an action of pay 1. You may then attach him to another friendly vehicle unit. So his ability to, of course, bounce around, which is always just something I've really enjoyed about Poe Dameron and his ability. Not mentioning that, again, the one problem, though, is that even if you get hit, even if your opponent upgrade hates him off of a ship, it doesn't really matter. Because technically, even though he got upgrade hated off of the ship, he technically still is not like done because that's not his epic action. His epic action is to flip himself like a normal leader and just be a vanilla leader on the ground. So, I mean, that's literally just what he does. So give credit. I mean, he's just a really, really cool leader and all of that. So I will always enjoy Poe Dameron anytime I can showcase him off, or of course play him myself. I already did him this format. A lot of my rules when I like to play decks, whether they're going to my locals or whether they're going playing them for videos, is a lot of times I like to try to play new deck strategy. I don't like to really like take a deck to my locals that I've already maybe did a video on, or I like to try to take a deck I haven't played before to my locals, and then if I really want to, I'll maybe do a video over it as well, stuff like that, where a lot of times if I do a video first, I'll take it to locals because I want to have some more fun with it. But, that's just what you have to kind of do. I mean, there's not much you could really do about it, not much you can really care about it. So, I mean, it's really cool what we can really do and all of that. So, overall, you just gotta have to have your fun with it. I mean, I always try to try new decks in this format, especially because this is so diverse a lot of times. I try to always try a new deck in this format just so I can have the diversity of what this format really is, because again, there's just so much to do within this format. There's so many different decks to try out, so many different decks to play and all of that. As the hitting of that table bounces my camera around. Apologies for coughing in all your ears, unless you're really into that for some reason. So, this is going to be very interesting to see if Towson can get game 2 and force that all-important tasty game number 3. But nonetheless, guys, it's going to be a very interesting one to see what exactly is going to happen. But we'll kind of have to see. I mean, like I said, you can win any game at all in Star Wars Unlimited. You just have to know what you're doing, and you better hope your withdrawals actually are better for you sometimes. But we're making pretty good time right now, folks. So we should be able to start. We should be able to potentially start round top 8 at round 5 o'clock. So I mean, is that good? Yeah, at least it's good for me. I mean, I don't want to be here till midnight. But again, that means we only really have one more round. I think the one PQ I played, we had 8 or 9 rounds of Swiss, so we only had 70 people here. Again, the problem with this PQ being so late into the season is a lot of people have, already gotten their invites to Galactic Championship and aren't really like needing a invite here. A lot of people here might be playing for points, might be playing for a chance to might be able to be play for all of that. So anyways, we do have a mulligan here on the Data Vault post side. Again, that's where I just feel like the 60 cards always hurt you the most. But I mean, it's always going to be argued that you could put 60 extra cards in the deck. But I played so much Iden Data Vault back before in pre-rotation that I just got burned so many times by Data Vault. I understand why people like it. I understand why people love it, but I'm not one of those people that are not going to be there just to defend this thing. I definitely am going to be very open about, stating that I'm not very much of a lover of the Data Vault, as the Mother Towson has set their resources here and all of that. So this is going to be whatever the Poe Dameron player draws, it's their hand, and we are going to be able to move on forward with the game. So let us see who is going to get game number 2, and maybe we might get to that all-important game number 3. Of course, afterwards, once this game is over, we will discuss the top tables of what is happening on those top tables and all of that. So here we go for the game here. Folks, we're going to start off with a... So we're going to start off with a Gorindus, and then it looks like we're going to then say a card. We're going to go for a Chewbacca. Oh, wow. I'm immediately able to go for a random Gorindus to hit. We're going to go for a Red Squadron Y-Wing here. So we immediately got everything. So we had the Red Squadron Y-Wing, and of course we played that out. And of course we had the Typho, and so it's immediately seeing a Gorindus immediately on the board state that fascinating Chewbacca, which is pretty devastating there because the Chewbacca could have been played onto that Y-Wing, and immediately made that Y-Wing a little more devastating. But anyways, Red Squadron Y-Wing on attack, deal 3 indirect damage to your opponent, which is not too bad overall. because there is a pretty good target for that indirect damage to go into to basically mitigate it all. But the problem here is that the Data Vault deck has 33 health, while say Melithausen's base only has 28 health. So there is a difference between here. As we're going to go for the TIE SF into the sky, we're going to flip Poe onto the Y-Wing here, giving it a little more punchy power, and then we're going to have 1 damage go into the base, and then we're going to go 3 damage into the TIE SF, and then 3 indirect damage on the attack. The indirect damage does have to go first here, so we can, of course, do a weird thing where we could put 2 indirect damage onto the TIE SF, have it killed off, and then, of course, have it go from there. So it's a very interesting little mechanic on that one. So I mean, that's how you kind of do it. And then we're gonna have Black One come out as well. Again, Black One can deal 1, does get a +1 when upgraded by a pilot, and can go for a and can do a nice effect where if you have Poe Dameron as an upgraded unit or leader, you can deal 1 damage to one of your opponent's units on the board state here. So it's always something kind of fun that you do realize a little bit of everything. So anyways, we're going to swing 1 more damage with that Gardenian, and then we're going to go 3 from the Y-Wing, and then 3 indirect damage. Again, we can put that indirect damage anywhere we want to, so we could just have it kill off the Gardenian here, and then put 1 more on the base, which is what it looks like we are going to be doing just right there. We're going to pay out 4 here. We're going to go for a chart on the ground here. Again, the force has not also been generated by the Melithausen just yet. So then to the base, and then triggering the Black One ability to then hit for 1, because remember, Poe is right now. So it looks like we have a. Okay, so then we put the BB-8 under the Black One, and then we of course go trigger BB-8 since it's attached to a resistance unit, allowing it to restand, and then swinging an extra 1 damage. To, of course, the turret, not that it really matters, turret is a 3-5, or no, it's a 3-5, and all that. So, not too bad, an attack there overall. So, overall hasn't been too bad, but my goodness, the Poe Dameron player has been aggressive. But then again, that's kind of what Poe really wants to be. I mean, it is a JTL style deck, so I mean, most of the time it is going to be flying in space. It's going to go do the space shooters and get out all the space shooter stuff and all of that. So, I mean, what else are you going to do in space? Ooh, we're bringing out the prizing for, I think, a couple of different things. So we do have some carbonite packs. Nothing wrong with any carbonite packs here as well. So anyways, we're going to have, I think, the turret did swing the 3 damage there onto the base there for all of that fun and that. We're going to kind of figure out what... Oh no, sorry, the turret hasn't restood yet on the Melithausen side of the board state, because they still are deciding on what they want to do for all of that attacking. So then we are going to finally hit the base with the turret, and then we're going to go for the attack from the Y-Wing, again 3 indirect damage coming in from, of course, the Y-Wing here. So naturally you still have to take the 3 normal damage to your base, but then you have to then decide on what you're going to do for the eventual additional attack damage coming in at your opponent. So kind of going to be very interesting to see what exactly our Melithausen player wants to put that indirect damage. So it looks like it's going to go 1 there, and then 2 more onto the base. All right. So then that pass is going to be back to Melithausen. Melithausen is capable of coming out of this turn because of being at 5. So we're going to burn the first day. We're going to be able to kill off the Y-Wing here, removing it from the battlefield using the -1/-1, and then that's going to be able to then go for attack from the Black Squadron. The Black Squadron, and then the effect then ping 1 damage onto the turret, because again, remember, Poe Dameron has to be a unit, leader, or upgrade onto the battlefield. And then we're going to flip over Poe. So even though that Poe Dameron was arrested, it doesn't really matter. He still gets to come in to flip over. So we're going to go for a Strange Man. The Stranger is going to immediately be able to attack Poe, taking 4 damage to itself from the Poe first, and then that Poe Dameron is going to take then the 5 damage from the Stranger. The problem is Poe Dameron now will die if it goes after that turret. So that's a pretty neat little thing there. I've always been a big fan of what the Stranger could do. I never watched the Acolyte series, anything like that, so we're going to go flashing the vents. So we're going to attack the turret, and then that's going to be able to knock out turret. So even if turret were to use its effect here to reduce the damage by 2, it doesn't really matter. Flash the vents technically would kill the unit if it attacked damage to the base here, but that is going to be a trade between the Churd and Poe Dameron there. And then that is going to be a... that's going to be the end of that. Oh, I forgot you actually have Overwhelm on Flash Defense too. I forgot that actually is a part of Flash Defense. I don't really play enough Flash Defense, so we're going to go for the Typho. We already knew it. There was already a Typho in the hand here thanks to the Gardenian. So we're just going to claim from there. Again, the Stranger is capable of destroying the Typho here in one shot thanks to having the Grit naturally on it. And again, it will just have to be a normal attack here because, again, the Stranger cannot just simply take the damage first and then attack afterwards. He will die at that point if he were to take the damage here first. So we're going to have to kind of see how the Mother Talzin can get out of this one. This game has definitely been in Poe Dameron's favor 100% here. So we're just going to kind of figure out what exactly is going to be able to get us the win or anything like that. See if we can't make out any way to get out a win here at all. So we're just going to have to kind of figure out what the Talzin can do here. It looks like they're going to go for a pay of 3. They're going to go for a bounce of... oh, looks like they're going to go for... oh, Whirlwind of Power. They're going to give minus 3 to the Black Squadron X-Wing, so that can't... and then that's basically then going to be a Typho swing in for 4 damage there. So again, the minus 3 does mean that the Black Squadron, Black Ace can't really attack here. And then we're going to go for what looks to be a Constructed Lightsaber. That Constructed Lightsaber immediately getting removed by the Constable as well, just removing it altogether. So the Mother Talzin does not have that extra raid, which would have been nice to get through the Typho there. So I'm not exactly sure just how exactly this game is going to go. This one is a little bit of a nail biter right now for what we want to do, because again the Talzin does have an effect here that can do some pretty dangerous things, as well as we do have the Stranger as well. The problem is that Black Squadron X-Wing. So anyways, we're gonna have the Strangers trade with the Typho here. Anyways, that will be a trade with the Typho there, because that was going to be a trade with the Typho there, and then everything, so that's just going to be a claim there, and then Mother Talzin is going to then swing, and then we're going to be able to then immediately do the -1/-1, and that will be the game with Poe Dameron taking the win against Mother Talzin using the power of Poe. I do love the power of Poe Dameron. He is still one of my... it's still a great leader. I still think my favorite of the JTO leaders is still going to be Luke or Vader, especially in Sealed. Vader's real nice. But I like Luke is really nice. But still, Poe Dameron is just a really, really fun leader to play around with 100%. So let's talk about top tables here. Anyways, our top tables, we just saw table number 5 there. That, of course, was Mother Talzin Force Yellow against Poe Dameron. For table number 1, we had, of course, a Deidre Moore, a Yularen versus Deidre. So Yularen Red versus Deidre Colossus. Table 2 is Luke Skywalker, JTL versus Data Vault versus a Deidre Moore Colossus. Or a Deidre Marrow Colossus. Table 3 is Yularen Red versus Boba Lake Country. Table 4 is Kazuto Data Vault versus Talzin Yellow, Force Yellow. We saw table 5. Table 6 is Aura Singh Data Vault versus Obi-Wan LOF Force Blue. Table 7, like I said, is a mirror match of Boba JTL, so like countries. And then table 8 is Boba JTL Blue versus Lando Law Lake Country. The table trying to get in it right now is Yularen. Table 9 is Yularen Red versus Obi-Wan LOF Force Blue. The Thrawn is up there as well, folks. Thrawn JTL Force Yellow is at 10th, so there is a chance they could squeak into top 8, as well as there's a Tobias trying to squeak in at table 11, trying to squeak in there as well. So we have a few things. The Sebulba is trying to squeak in. They are at table 12 trying to squeak in their chance. I don't know about the Lando JTL Data Vault deck. They are at the 14th table. They might slim themselves into a spot, but definitely for the top 8 tables, all these people are going to be able to come in and try to win out. So we got an okay selection of top 8 out there. Clearly we have Poe Dameron. Clearly we could have another Towson. We're going to have Bulba JTLs running around. That is for sure. And we have some Deidras running around, or Dedras running around as well. So, I mean, we have some Yularans as well, but there isn't anything like... Well, I guess we have an Obi-Wan LOF in there as well. So, I mean, there's some neat things. There's an Aura Sing as well. But, you know, it's neat. I mean, there's definitely some neat stuff going on right now. So, it's definitely going to be interesting to exactly see what we are going to have to deal with when it comes to top 8. Again, we should see some drops here after top 8 to of course, top to all the other tops and that. So, anyways, we're going to have to kind of see what we want to do with that one. So I don't know what's going to come up for top 8. We still, like I said, have one more round before we go into eventually the top 8 cut. So I don't know if there's going to be a break or they're just going to power right into top 8. I would hope we just power right into top 8. We're doing pretty good on time right now with maybe this round coming close potentially at, of course, 4, and then allowing us to close out eventually completely at round 5 to finish for round 7, and then potentially allowing us to go right into top cut at 5, allowing us to finish up probably about 8 o'clock, and maybe my best guesstimate, but it doesn't matter how fast our players want to go, because again, they do get more time in top 8 from the top 8 matches all the way up. The final round is untimed, so technically they get any amount of time that they want to take to finish out the round altogether. So yeah, we're definitely going to have to see what exactly is going to happen here. I'm not exactly sure where we are going to be, who is going to play what. I think we're going to see some Bobas. I think we're going to see some Dedras. We are definitely going to get a Yularen. I think there's going to be another Towson, Poe Dameron, Luke Skywalker are going to be in here. But it's going to matter on those other 4 tables under top 8. So 9th, 10th, 11th. I think all have a chance to squeak into top 12 altogether. So it's definitely going to be one of those things where I honestly think it's going to come down to your tiebreakers in 7. This could be pretty close where even some of the top tables may not want to actually normally concede up their matches. Oh, we got a good old talking point here. SW Oddball, appreciate the stream. Thanks for casting. Glad you could come in to join us. Glad you're enjoying everything. Yes, last time I did this was in LOF. I didn't get to do any Secrets of Power ones. So yeah, I decided this time around instead of playing, and mainly because I didn't like this format, I don't like the format we're in. But I decided this time I was going to, talk through the game, talk through it. I mean, that really is more fun to me, in my opinion, than anything else. So, yeah, I mean, why not do some talking and all of that? So why not? So, overall, yeah, I mean, what else do you want me to talk about? Do we want to talk some 40K? Because if you're interested right now, I would highly recommend getting into 11th edition right now for 40K. There's so many rule changes coming in, and it's a nice, massive refresh from 10th edition. So, yeah, we can talk that. I mean, what do you want to talk about? Like, what should I talk about for 30 minutes? Less than 30 minutes. Oh, we got another chat in there just in a second. I got previewed the KG. the icon stuff that got previewed. Is this for 40K or Star Wars, I guess, for their oddball? I would guess Star Wars at the UK Game Expo, unless you're talking about 40K. I don't know. You can get back to me instantly here just so I know which game you're talking about, because I don't know. I was talking 40K 1 minute, and I know this is a Star Wars stream, and I mean, if we are talking stuff like icon stuff for 40K, I haven't seen any big reveals. I've been watching a lot of Aspect Tactics talk about a lot about the rules, because I guess a major leak just happened because, you know, Games Workshop can't keep anything under wraps these days. Anything like that. So, I mean, all that. For SWU, it's the extra set coming after home. Oh, we got on that. There's an extra set after Homeworlds? Okay. Half reprints, all the rares. Which one is that for? Oh, the icon set. All right. So that's what they're talking about. Okay, so we have half prints, all the rares and legendaries are going to be new. Okay, so give credit. I don't keep up with enough news in my life on Star Wars and all that, but okay, well, yeah, my head just showed me a Vader and Anakin that we're getting from that set. That's pretty cool. A nice reprint set that will bring a bunch of new cards back into the format and reprint them for Eternal. It's actually extremely nice to see for Star Wars Unlimited.
194 cards.
Nice little set. I'll give credit. A nice little reprint set. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, especially for people who want to play in Eternal, who've played in Premiere. Yes, Oddball, they're all good. Well, I have to definitely check out more of them. That is for sure as they get revealed out to me. But yeah, I mean, if we're getting a reprint set with new legendaries and new rares, and I said we needed a reprint set, and I knew they were going to tell us that they were going to reprint cards. It's weird after Homeworlds, which is set 9, so I guess that would be rotated. That wouldn't rotate. That would be in rotation set 2, so that would be the B rotation if they're going to do that for this set. So, yeah, I feel like we're going to get that, which is nice. I will say it is nice to be able to go into rotation set 2 with some of the older cards from stuff, as well as being able to maybe potentially bring in some older mechanics as well. Can we see some smuggle? Can we see some of the mechanics that have been one-and-done mechanics? Like, can we finally see JTL be back, please? I like the JTL style leaders, and can we make them not so squishy to hit off their fighters? That would be very, very nice. I mean, we are definitely going to get another rotation. I don't know what the format's going to look like, because again, as a reminder, when we hit Homeworlds, we are going to rotate out of JTL, LOF, and Secrets of Power, and only keep in Law, Ashes, Homeworld, and whatever number set 10 will be. Hopefully, everything. Like I said, I'm hoping that Homeworlds does its whole gimmick is Worlds of Star Wars. Because, I mean, what else is Homeworlds going to be about? The Homeworlds of popular characters. So we're going to have Tatooine and all of that. Oddball, yes, it's the same rotation of Lawless Time, Ashes, Homeworlds, Premier, Legal. Okay, so yes, we are going to have it for the C rotation, because I think we're in B. No, we're in B. We're in A rotation. We're going to be in B rotation when set 10 releases, and set 10, and if this icon set as well is there, then that will be C rotation, meaning that it will be legal with the B rotation stuff until we get set 12. It's still kind of weird that we rotate at 3 sets per thing. I know Lorcana rotates at 4 sets. It's another card game I wish I would want to get back into. I really did enjoy what Lorcana did. Now I can't get back into it right now, but because I'm putting so much time in Star Wars Unlimited, but I would really like to get back into Lorcana. I thought it was a really fun game. It just came out at this point where it felt really rough because it came out in COVID and all of that. Ball, talking some more. It's actually super confusing because the first set had no letters. Yeah, it is kind of confusing to remember that we're in set rotation A and Lawless Time starts set rotation. Technically, that's set B because then B will be home Lawless, Ashes, Homeworlds, and then set C should be Icons, and set 10, whatever we get from there. But like I said, for Homeworlds, I'm hoping that we get planets in Star Wars. I don't think they need to be bodies that attack. I'm not going to suddenly say we're not going to do Giant Soldier of Stone, attack the moon, unless we suddenly have a weird thing like that. But I could see something like, you know, like destroy a planet, or I could see like an ability like Star Killer Base. I could see those like a Death Star, Star Killer Base. I think people are hoping we get a Death Star in this if the spaceship that has 1515 attached to it is something to say anything. But I could definitely see like bases be turned into planets. Like I could see like a base being like Kuat drives, like right before Piet rotates out, having Kuat drives, then allowing like capital class vessels or, you know, vehicles like that being able to be reduced cost so you can play them. I think that would make Piet very quick and very fun, because you could spam out your Star Destroyers a lot quicker than normal. But I don't know. That's my hope for Homeworld's gimmick, is that it's worlds and not just, hey, here's a world that that Luke Skywalker grew up on. It's Tatooine. Here's the home world of Anakin and Luke Skywalker, Tatooine. Here's the home world of Han Solo, Corellia. Here is the home world. Here's the home world where, you know, you had this all. Here's the home world of Poe Dameron's. Like, I don't know. And like I said, I do want 100% the Ashes also to give us a little bit more support for some characters. Like, Resistance and First Order need support out of this set. I'm not going to lie. Both those leaders suck. Holdo was already sucked. She's already in a bad movie. And she decides that she's going to shoot a cruiser at light speed and split a thing. Cool visual effect, by the way, the light speed attack, but stupid idea completely. But anyways, I mean, the Resistance needs more stuff, and I mean, First Order needs more stuff. They just feel like kind of bad to play because there's just nothing to play with them. They lost a lot of the good stuff that they would have used in the pre-rotation format. So, I mean, I need more stuff. So, I know we're not going to get much in the way of Resistance or First Order cards because Ashes is set after the destruction, after the Battle of Endor, so they're not going to have much in the way of that. My hope is that this set also, Ashes will also give us more Legends cards, so Legacy cards, or whatever they call the L's, where they're not the canon universe, so I would like more of that, because there's a lot to explore within that continuity for the Ashes of the Empire format. There's a lot of things. I mean, like, we need KOTOR 3 to come out and give us the cards for KOTOR 3. We have cards for KOTOR 2 and KOTOR 1. I mean, there's a lot of things for Star Wars Unlimited I wish would get a set. Like, Visions. Star Wars Visions needs a set. And the whole entire set based on Star Wars Visions would be very, very neat. I mean, the art style, I mean, you would not tell me that people would not go for a card like the Ronin, who in his black and white style with his lightsaber coming out would look really cool as a showcase. I mean, there's so much. There's 3 seasons of this stuff now, so why not give us things from that timeline? Now, there'll all be legacy cards because they're not, or Legends cards because they're technically not part of canon Star Wars, but I mean, there's so many things you could do in there and do stuff with that. It would be so nice if they could do something with it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, that's my hope. Like, I'd like to see Lego Star Wars get a set. I'd like to see Legends get a set. I think there's a lot of things. Like, they could do minor sets like this Icon set that gives you some reprints that you could then use in rotation set C. So once, you know, Law, Ash, and Homeworld rotate out, you have Icon 10, 11, and 12 together. We have some reprints. I'm mentioning these reprints would be good to be legal to play through, of course, the B rotation format. So, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I haven't played a lot of Eternal, and honestly, I don't really want to play PQ Eternals. But, I mean, if I was to go to my local gaming store and play Eternal, I definitely would ask, hey, let's gentlemen out of most of the, like, meta decks and just kind of just play for the fun of it and just play some fun decks. Like, I did an Eternal event at one of my locals, and I did Hera from Spark with all the new Spectres because they feel so much better together. Because they really wanted to combine together. And no, I did not play all new Hera. I give credit for new Hera. If you can play her and get her to go, she's really hard to get off the board sometimes. Especially because if she can get multiple units to stabilize so she can ignore aspect penalties, she can play all those Spectres for a good value. But otherwise, without that, it kind of hurts for her. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to come up. The leaders look really good so far. We've gotten from, I like the Bo-Katan that can really do stuff for Mandalorian Tribal. I'm glad we're getting another Tribal style deck. I like the Luke Skywalker for this starter deck. Luke Skywalker looks really, really good as a leader. He's definitely going to be fun. The Sabine looks fun. The new Mandalorian looks fun. The Grogu's going to be interesting to play because he doesn't have a epic action, so he can constantly flip himself on the battlefield. He's got some very uncanny valley on his normal card art, so if you do want something different, go watch the Mandalorian Grogu movie or see if someone can get you one of the promo leaders from that movie so that you don't have the uncanny valley staring Grogu at you. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a pretty fun time. Ashes is only literally, with tomorrow being the last day of May, literally just a month and 2 weeks away. So by the time July comes, we will be in Ashes. And it's going to be pretty fun. Like I said, with the knowledge that the Ashes' legendaries are going to be a lot more higher in power and more power crept, it's going to be fun. I mean, I haven't looked at them all. There are a few legendaries that have kind of like, those don't feel too good as well as the others. But there are definitely some legendaries in there that are definitely very powerful that are going to ask a price. And again, like I said, I feel bad for everyone going to Galactics right after the set drops, because I'm like, you're going to get scalped for the legendaries or the scalp from the cards that you need. People are going to buy pre-sale prices for these cards because they are desperate enough to need them right before Galactics. So I just feel bad for all those people all together because they're going to get scalped for their money. And that card's probably not going to be worth it in the end. And even someone like me, where like I'm going to have to wait a couple weeks or even a month for the market to really rest itself, because otherwise the market's going to be a mess immediately once Ashes drops, because everyone's going to need cards from Ashes for a new format, and Carabas is going to be crazy for that. There may be a chance where I, even as a content creator, decide to go into previews. Like once we got all the preview cards for Ashes, I may even decide just to go and start doing straight previewing decks instead of playing this format. Once we have everything for Ashes, start playing like Ash preview stuff, just because I know that's what everyone's going to want to play on Carabas for this format, because everyone's going to be testing for Ashes of the Empire. But I don't know. That is for Tyler of the far future to worry about. Tyler of now is worrying about his legs and working his new job and all of that, and worrying about entertaining you all right now as the talking head with the Dodgers t-shirt. You know, the weird part about being a Dodgers fan and being in Indiana is that it's a weird combination, you know. Anyways, Oddball. Yeah, the Galactic bubble happening last year with the improvements, improved L's and carb change. It should be crazy. Yeah, it definitely will be. Definitely will be. And as I was talking about Dodgers, it is a little weird to see a guy from Indiana wearing a Dodgers jersey. Bought this as a gift when I got brought onto a new job as a Dodger myself. I was originally going to buy one of these in Japan when I was there just last year. To walk around, because I really enjoyed Shohei Ohtani and all that. And man, was he was branded a little bit, a couple of different areas in Japan itself, but I didn't pick it up there. Then I watched the Dodgers win the second back-to-back World Series in a Game 7 against the Blue Jays with my dad and our family sitting there, and it's like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to buy myself a Dodgers jersey with Ohtani on it. So that's how I got here. I may not be a full baseball fan, but again, I definitely will watch it once basketball season comes to a close, which it's very close to being. I mean, June 3rd is the start of the finale for basketball. So I mean, we're definitely going to definitely after that we'll be watching basketball. But yeah, I mean, for a lot of sports fans, the FIFA World Cup's coming up here on June 11th, so that's coming fast. So you're all going to have a lot of fun with that one. But really all that, and then like baseball season for me will be a little bit more of my thing. But yeah, we got about 15 minutes left. I may come back on and talk a little bit more in 5 minutes left in the round for you all. and just disappear for just a little bit of time before anything. So yeah, I'll be back here, folks, pretty soon. I'll be back about with 5 minutes left in the round just to entertain you some more before, of course, we go into round number 7, which, like I said, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work for what we want to do on the table, but there are probably going to be tables around 9, 10, 11 who are not going to be in any form dropping or even trying to go for ties because they will want to try to get in to squeeze into the top there. So we're probably going to get one of those tables. I don't know about the top tables because they may be very open to just simply going out for the ties, just so because knowing that they'll immediately be able to get in. So I'll be back here about 5 minutes left in the round, 4 or 5 minutes left in the round to talk with you all before we go into round 7 and eventually into top 8.
Spring smells amazing, unless you're allergic to it. When pollen tries to turn your yes into a maybe, reach for Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working at hour 1 and lasts for 24 hours. So whether you're heading out for a long walk, a tea time, or just opening the windows, you can say yes to the season.
Okay, let's go.
Seize the day with Zyrtec.
you check your bank account and your paycheck's days away. And of course, your calendar's all... Good news. With Chase Secure Banking, your direct deposit hits your bank account up to 2 days faster. So when your friends are like, and your bills go, you have the peace your deposit brings. And the best part, there's no monthly service fee for 17 to 24-year-olds. Thanks to Chase Secure Banking.
For Chase Secure Checking only, eligible direct deposits may be credited up to 2 business days early depending on when the payer submits the transaction. Member FDIC.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace. Not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio. Or kidchords.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever your dream, Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Planning for your family's future? Put it in the right hands with LegalZoom. It's too important to let it fall into the wrong hands. LegalZoom is the simple, affordable online solution for estate planning. If you need a will or trust, LegalZoom guides you through every step to ensure your loved ones and assets are protected. So if you need a legal hand, visit LegalZoom. LegalZoom provides access to independent attorneys and self-service tools. LegalZoom is not a law firm and does not provide legal advice.
Alright, folks, welcome to the final round of it all. So this is pretty much it all together, folks. Anyways, most people in the top tables are simply going for a tie altogether just to keep their chances of going. So there aren't that many tables playing out there right now, all that. So anyways, this here is table... This is table 11, everybody. We have ourselves some Grand Admiral Thrawn JTL, Force Yellow action, as well as a showcase for him as well, against some Boba JTL Blue. At least it's not Lake Country. I'll give credit to that one. But eventually we were going to have to see Boba, folks. I couldn't dodge him forever. Eventually we were going to see him, whether or not it's in the top tables or not. So most of our top table players are simply going for a tie here. Just an ID to basically just know that the fact is the matter, they have it, while tables like 11, 10, and 9 are still fighting their way in, hoping for tiebreakers to give them the win into it. So, we do of course have 55 minutes for all of that to go off here, and we're going to see if we can get moving from here. Anyways, everything has begun, so let's do a quick explanation for our two leaders. Boba JTL states on his front side, action tap him when you do damage, non-combat damage, you attach and do 1 indirect damage to an opponent. One indirect damage at your opponent. On his, he flips on 6 and then becomes a normal, basically vanilla guy, or he can flip to a fighter for I think a +4/+4, and on it, and then when he does so, you may deal 4 damage divided how you amongst any units you have. He's a JTL style leader, so meaning he's going to be playing in space all the way. Thrawn on his backside here states action. When you use a when defeated skill, you may tap that when defeated skill to do it twice, so basically double tapping it, and then he flips on 6 on his backside, does the exact same thing, but you can only use that ability once per turn. So both our players have started out here. We're going to start with a Night Sister Warrior on the Thrawn side, followed by a TIE Bomber on the of course Boba side here. As we move into figuring out what's happening, again, a lot of players here are basically A lot of them on the lower tables are still playing through, but most of the top tables have decided to ID each other and basically go for a tie. Again, tables like 8, 9, 10, and 11 are just still fighting for a chance for that coveted top 8 spot if their tiebreakers can get them through it. As we see, the Boba is going to go for a a droid turret here, and then we're going to trigger to kill off the Night Sister, then go for the trigger of the when defeated trigger to go for a draw 2. Then we're going to go for 4 indirect damage coming from the TIE Bomber. Again, the TIE Bomber does 3 indirect damage, which is not combat damage, so meaning that then it's allowed to immediately go for its effect. So as well, so anyways, the Force is going to be with the, of course, Thrawn side of the board, as they're going to go also for a Shinahati here, coming in shielded, which is pretty nice to be able to deal with that Sentinel droid on the ground as well. It's very interesting to see a Boba blue here as well, so very interesting play all together. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see what we're going to do here. Again, this is the last round of Swiss, so we will be, of course, after this, moving right into our top 8 cut all together. It's going to be very interesting here as we are now ready to go in on our side here. We're going to go in for an IG-2000 to immediately knock off the shield off the Shinhati, which is pretty devastating there. Typically, you do 1 damage up to 3 different units on the board state. But unfortunately, that is going to be able to knock out the Shinhati shield, which does mean Shin does have to go straight into a trade with the droid laser turret. Does absolutely kind of suck there for, of course, our Thrawn side of the board here. So anyways, we're going to tap out 3 here. We're going to go for a hold for questioning. We're resting the bomber and then checking the hand, and they discard a card with just black, which unfortunately is just going to be the Governor's Shuttle. That does mean we have a punishing one and a Canto Bite security as well in here. So it's going to be pretty nice here. Then we're going to have the Shinhati trade into the droid, and then we're going to be able to claim the Force as well, since a Force unit did swing for the attack. Technically, the Force shouldn't have been burnt in any way right now, so technically they should have had the Force since Night Sister Warrior attacked way back when. So anyways, both players have, of course, passed on that one here. So it kind of does suck. The fact is that Boba does have a pretty good play going up to here right now, so where they'll be able to do a couple of different plays for all of its abilities and such. So kind of had to what we want to do. Anyways, we're swinging the TIE Bomber and doing 3 indirect damage, followed by the 1 indirect damage from Boba here again. I mean, it's still a very good card, folks. Boba is always going to be a good leader until something either power creeps it out of the format or it rotates officially once we rotate out homework. Once we have set 10 of the format itself. So we're going to go for a Owen Lars coming down again. He does have a win defeated ability, so technically you can use its effect. We're going to go swing in for a 3 attack point right now, going in for, of course, with the IG-2000. And then we're going to have a payout for a Canto Bite security to go for some defense on the ground. It is fun to see that, we do have a Boba Blue here instead of a Boba Lake Country, considering the fact that, Lake Country is the more preferred version of Boba Fett, while Blue and Yellow are definitely like the secondary cup picks. Now, it's interesting to see Blue had a couple more picks rather than Yellow did. I think there was only 1 Yellow, if I recall from my information. So we're going to go for No Glory on the results, immediately killing the AG-2000. Doesn't have a win defeated effect, because No Glory on the results can actually, funny enough, allow Thrawn to use his ability to do a kill off someone else's win defeated skills. Anyways, Lone Lars is going to get killed here. Again, looking at top 5, you can grab a Force unit to your hand. You can double tap this trigger with the Thrawn on his front side, and then you can technically flip Thrawn to his back side and do the exact same trigger as well. So it looks like we're going to go for a Shinahati here, and we're going to offer the cut of the 5 cards we did search, because that is very appropriate that you do offer that cut. We're going to take another look at a 5. As a reminder, when Thrawn does flip over, he does not recognize he used the ability on his backside. We're going to go for a Strange Man, the Stranger. The Stranger has appeared, everybody. He's so strange. We're going to flip up the Thrawn here, because remember, the when defeated triggers are not you doing your anything. You're going to go for damage on Thrawn. We do not have the plot of Topple the Summit to try to kill off the Thrawn here, so we're going to then swing in and then kill off. Then we're going to go and immediately so we're just going to send all the indirect damage at Thrawn there. Very interesting decision there. Then we're going to go and then play the punishing one, which on attack, when played on attack, you may do 1 damage to your opponent. damage to one of your opponent's units, and then gains a rate 1 for each damage opponent's unit there. Interesting. I guess no. Yeah, the Thrawn did. Don't know if the Thrawn didn't swing in there. So we got a hyperspace disaster immediately being able to kill off all of that. That's a pretty nice little going check choice right now. It's definitely being played in a lot of decks. If you naturally can run blue, you will naturally always be playing. You naturally will be playing hyperspace disaster to deal with these formats, or siding it, or having it in your side deck for potential. Again, a lot of people will side it out of their decks if there's a potential for, say, needing to not have to worry about them. We're going to go for this Leafet's Fire Spray to do 2 indirect damage to our opponent's base. We don't get to have tap the Boba for a third because the Boba is in rested position because he got killed off of his fighter there. So we're going to go Shin Flurry onto the Vader, give a shield to the Fire Spray, and then we're going to be able to kill off the Fire Spray using Vader's ability, and then kill off the security, and the security do give a credit token on death here. Then we're going to go for the Devastator, and then going for indirect damage, 5 indirect damage, and then we're going to immediately go 5 indirect damage, the 4 main damage, and then that's just going to be a straight claim onto the Boba side here, because they need to claim it because of the Devastator is an immediate punch in for the game and all of that. So kind of had to figure out exactly what we want to do here for this, as we're going to go for Grand Moff Tarkin, which then immediately allows to steal a ship and immediately go from there. And then we have, who took game 1? Boba. And Boba is going to be able to take game 1 from there after we went for the Moth, but it doesn't really matter. There was only a very small amount of damage left to go through for all that. So Boba is going to be able to take the game here, as we're going to go for a siding. Once again, both sides can side from their 10-card side deck. So if you're someone from Yu-Gi-Oh! And you thought, oh man, 15 was a lot, 15 was too much, and then take for consideration that we only have 10 here in Star Wars Unlimited, and Gundam doesn't even have a side deck. It's a best of 1 format. So it's always best of 1, so you don't even get to side anything in or anything like that, which I know it's like some people like best of 1s over best 2 out of 3s. Star Wars is definitely never can be a best of 1. Trust me, if we had best of 1, we'd be having hyper aggro matches all over the place, and there'd be no control, no mid-range. There'd be nothing. We would be playing hyper aggro beats downs until the end of time itself. So I'm glad we have at least a best 2 out of 3, meaning at least you can go into your side deck and find something to help you out, or maybe something to get you out of the predicament that you are in, and all of that. So without further ado, we're going to see what our 2 players are going to do. So anyways, again, Boba already has claim number 1, game number 1 under the Thrawn JTL Force Yellow, which again, you know, it's a very nice card. I played that for my store championship, considering that there were only 6 people of us, and I almost took a full. You know, I was able to take game 1 and game 2. I lost out to game 3 to good old Maul, LOF Force Blue in the end. But it went 3 games. I could have probably won the series. Won it if I had just played a little better in game 2 rather than in game 3. But again, like I said, a lot of people have IAD'd right now, meaning that they have gone out. So we do have some knowledge of who will be in top, because again, technically a tie does give you 1 point. So if you've been at the top tables, you technically have a tie, meaning that you're able to, of course, go for all of that. So you have a tie, which means that you still get 1 point for there. So, but again, there's no such thing as intentionally tying in bigger events. I don't know. I know in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you're found that to be intentionally tying, it could be very much hard on you. I don't know what Star Wars Unlimited rules are on intentionally tying. But you definitely have to discuss it with your opponent if you want to. I don't know if there's rules for it in the sector original qualifier. I am not a judge. I am not going to sit down and try to be a judge for this game. I respect those who want to be judges, like our floor judge and our head judge. I myself a little busy running 2 YouTube channels and not trying to lose my mind while doing all this content to try to make it this fun little money, so I can use it to spend on hobbies and stuff like that. So anyways, looks like both players have finished up their sighting. I would suppose then 100%. So 100% we are going to be looking like that. Thrawn should be taking the... Yeah, Thrawn is going to start with the initiative here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how well this Boba... If Thrawn can even get a game off the Boba and go to a game 3 and maybe not make this just a 2-game series. I don't know. We're probably going to see a lot of 2-game series I don't know, maybe top 8 we might get lucky to see some 3-game series. I don't know. I mean, I would like to see some 3-game series. I know you guys would like to see some 3-game series rather than sitting around watching me for everything. Oddball, play Meception. Okay, don't know what that's about, but hey, you can always just text me back what you mean. Oh, sorry, that's Retro Kitty. Apologies, Retro Kitty. Nice to see you come in with Playmatception, and all that. Is that a reference to one of the 2 playmats that we have on the board state? If that's the case, please message back so I cannot feel like an idiot or anything like that. Or maybe you're just mentioning because there's a playmat under these 2 playmats. I don't know. You can feel free to message back exactly what you mean. But anyways, is that Force Leia there? Oh, I didn't actually realize that's Force Leia. She's going to Jesus herself back to her ship, because that's how the Force works. You cannot freeze and die in space. You could just Jesus yourself back to the ship. Though the Cal Kestis mat is pretty neat. I'll give credit for that one. I do like Cal Kestis. I do need to play Jedi Survivor, and I really do need to play those games 100%. But anyways, here we go. Thrawn is going to start off. We're going to go for a Night Sister Warrior starting off, and then it looks like Boba is just going to miss. Oh, misses its turn 1 play. Hate to see the turn 1 miss. They're not exactly a fun one to do. I know my 4 judges all decide to walk around and watch these games. How do you entertain yourself? I don't know. I'm not a 4 judge. Anyways, we're going to go for, of course, a droid missile platform in space here. We're going to go swing 2 damage at the base here with, of course, the Night Sister Warrior, then claiming the Force with, thanks to that being a Force unit, 2 damage to that. And then we're going to go for a coming down with a Director Krennic, and then because Owen Lars does have a wind defeat effect, Director Krennic does reduce the play cost of wind defeated guys by 1 here, meaning that Owen Lars gets to come down for free. That's a nice restore that's now down there. That wind defeated can search for Force units and all of that, so we'll have to kind of see what exactly we want to do from this position here. As right now, since the Boba is a little behind in a consideration, we're going to go for the perimeter AT-RT. I think that's what it is, but it's the I did get it completely right. I had to pull that one out of the back of my brain, so thank you to the player. But anyways, we have now the Sentinel down on the ground, blocking out the ground here from, of course, the Krennic Night Sister and the Owen Lars as well. And I believe it's like 4-5, so it does basically counter most of the board state, but it's not going to matter here. We're going to use the effect of Shutter Point to immediately remove that. We're going to go for the Droid Missile Platform to deal 4 damage to the base, and then we're going to go for an attack of 2 from the Night Sister Warrior here, and then we're going to go swing another 2, and then we're going to go for the restore off of the Owen Lars, because that's all he does. Owen doesn't know how to attack everybody. He just knows how to tell Luke, to get those moisture evaporators and all that. That's all Uncle Owens is for. But still, it's not too bad of what we have right now on the board state overall. So we're going to go for 5, Kentobite Security. That's still a very nice card there. That's another Sentinel right there, allowing it to be protective of the ground here. It gets very interesting considering that Boba, there really isn't much of a ground presence. I mean, there is ground cards like General Hux is like a ground presence card for the deck, but there's really not seen this one has really been playing heavy in the Sentinel package. So we're going to have a 1,000 Assassin. I'm going to give that -3 to the Kentobite Security. Doesn't technically kill it off because I believe it's a 4-5, so that leaves it with a 1-2 left on its health point. So we're going to have Krennic going to go and kill that off. That's going to pop off the shield there, and that's going to be able to keep Krennic alive. That's going to create a credit token there. And then we're going to go, oh no, right, it's a 3-5, so it actually doesn't pop the shield off there. So it did have 2 health points left. It does remove it from the battlefield here. So Thrawn definitely has taken the advantage here in game number 2, but that does not mean it is over for the Boba side either. You can't count out anybody right now. Again, the Kentobite Security did give the Boba side a credit token as well. There are things that the Boba side can do to try to win out at the game state or try to stabilize it as well. So there are many things that can happen here, what we want to do. So to kind of figure out exactly what is going to happen for, of course, our two players here. Again, right now, in this current situation, Thrawn definitely has the advantage due to the fact that the ground is completely his. So we're going to go for a flip of the Boba Fett here and now. So let's see, we have 4 damage to go. So we have 4 damage going in, and we are going to go for a top of the summit. So now we can decide on what we want to do here. For that, again, we do need to take the top card of our resources and put the top card of our deck and put it in the resources. So we're going to go for that, and then any damage unit takes 3 damage to itself. So then the rest of the units besides the Director Critic do get to die here, but we do have 2 possibility of 1 when defeated skill being tapped here. Did you put a top card of your just trying to get the game sync correct. Anyways, the top card has now been put in. We have the resolution. I don't know what got caught with the double tap effect and all of that. So anyways, but then we're going to go for a, looks like an Axe Forgets, moves all abilities, and then it's going to kill that, unfortunately, due to the fact that the Boba was attached to a 3 cost or less vehicle. It does kill there. We're going to go with the Thrawn, and Thrawn is going to attack there as well. I don't know what was double tap, if it was the own Lars or if it was the Night Sister Warrior. We do have another own Lars there in the glare, so we do of course have a Director Critic, a own Lars, and a Thrawn coming down as well. So we do have that on the ground there for the side of good old Thrawn. Nothing on the side for Boba Fett here, so it's going to be very interesting what we're going to do. We're going to go down for another Sentinel. Man, this, that does suck. That is going to be the Thrawn that's going to be able to capture. If it does not capture, it gets to re-stand. So it's going to capture the ADRT here. It's going to be pretty interesting exactly how this one gets out of this one here. We're going to go for a collateral damage, being able to kill off the Krennic there, and then dealing 2 damage to Thrawn itself. And then we're going to do 1 in direct damage because we did not do combat damage there. So then we're going to go for the attack from the base here, for the base, and then we're going to then go for just the own Lars to go for the heal here. And then we're going to have the move into the next phase here. I mean, Boba can still have a chance to get this one out and all of that. So we're just going to have to make sure that we don't have any problem. But here's the big problem. That big old 8-7 Thrawn that is on the battlefield right now is very much a hard thing to get through. But that's not going to matter. Win defeat. No glory only. No glory. No glory. No glory is going to go off there, killing off that Thrawn there. I think they did miss the when defeated trigger. But anyways, then we're going to go for 1007, get that -3. So then we're going to go, then pay the extra credit token here, because again, the RP is back out. And then we're going to go for the Slave 1, as it originally was called, or now Fett's Fire Spray, dealing 3 indirect damage. And then we're going to go for, and that's going to knock out the Sentinel. And then we're going to go for the heal here, and basically pass from there. So Boba is stabilizing to try to keep into this game. That was a good hit off of the Thrawn there. Did miss the with defeated trigger, but I guess it doesn't really matter. But anyways, we're going to have to see kind of what we want to do. I know the Boba technically is upside down right now on the battlefield, but this one should be pretty interesting here for this one. Thrawn has been pretty much a good way to stabilize the board state and try to force this into a game 3 situation. Boba is not going away anytime soon. Single reactor ignition. I guess that's the reason why the play in blue. That will be 3 damage to our opponent's base. So basically it wipes the board of everything, and then your opponent takes 1 damage for each unit that was destroyed on their side of the board. That will be 3 destruction on that. So anyways, it looks like we are going to go for the effect of Owen Lars here. I don't know why we. So anyways, we have the Owen Lars triggering. I don't know what force unit they grabbed off of the Owen, but it looks like they are going to immediately showcase that. So Qui-Gon Jinn. So they grab the Qui-Gon Jinn off of the own Lars, and then melee use Qui-Gon Jinn's effect to look at the top 3 cards. And you may discard one of those cards and put the other 2 on top of your deck. You may discard one, is that big key factor there, so they decide not to discard anything and keep the 3 on the up as per normal. So, without a doubt, we have a interesting field to do here as well, trying to figure out what we need to do. So it's going to be very interesting. I don't think it's out yet for either side to really declare the win. Here we have Governor Shuttle being able to immediately murk itself off, as well as the Qui-Gon Jinn. We have a Shin Hati coming in, shielded again. Governor Shuttle, when played, each side has to destroy 1 card, including itself. So we're going to go for the IG-2000 to immediately remove the shield off of that. We're going to go for Lost and Forgotten to immediately kill off the IG-2000 and then heal 3 damage, and that's going to be a claim from the Bulba side. This game has been definitely very interesting here. It has definitely not gone to either side 100%. Neither side has been able to fully stabilize a long-lasting board right now, but this is why we like Star Wars. And then anyways, somewhat of why we like Star Wars. Other cards in the game break the whole mentality of what Star Wars should be about, but sometimes that's all what you gotta do. So anyways, Shin Hati is going to be... Anyways, we're going to put down a droid laser turret that's going to come in shielded against the Shin Hati, which means that Shin Hati does get to come in and immediately kill it off. We're just going to go immediately for the Shadow Point. No need to burn the Force ability. Again, the secondary first effect, the Shadow Point, destroy a non-leader unit with 3 or less remaining HP. Then we're going to go for No Glory on the results to kill that Sentinel off so we don't really lose our Shin Hati. Then we're going to go for a TIE Bomber in space, and then we're going to go for 4, and then finally claim out the Force once again and pass that one. This one is getting down to the wire, folks. I think we might see, if in a while, I can't actually remember the last time we actually had a game 3 here and all of that. I mean, I don't actually physically remember when we had a game 3 interaction on the channel, but hey, look, we got a game 3. So anyways, we're going to go No Glory on the results on the Shin Hati, removing that from the board state here. Both these players are just basically playing hard control at this point. Let's see what else we can do here. We're going to go for a Gardenian. Gardenian can name a card out of our opponent's hand, and then they are allowed to look at it and then knock that card out. So, Planetary Bombardment was the card that was named, and then the Punishing One is the only other card in the hand. Does kind of suck to lose a Planetary Bombardment. Good Gardenian call, though. I would give the credit to that one. Because that was a blind Gardenian as well, meaning you had no knowledge of what your opponent was doing. So anyways, 4 indirect damage. We're just going to take 3 on the Gardenian, 1 on the base here. Then we're going to go for a Night Sister Warrior, and then we're going to pay 5, and we're going to go to put out the Punishing One, and that's going to ping 1 damage on the Night Sister Warrior. Because again, of the when played effect, then we're going to go for the Chimera, and then we're going to double tap the Chimera, then we're going to utilize the... Then double tap the Thrawn to utilize the When Defeated skill. Again, Chimera states target 1 of your units on the board state, trigger its When Defeated skill, and then Thrawn can double tap that to gain and use that ability again, which is pretty nice overall. So we're gonna kind of see what happens now, because again, both these players are on that cusp, but they may be able to get just a slim advantage in pushing into top 8 here. So they are both looking for that coveted top 8 spot. So we're going to have to kind of figure out exactly what we want to do here. Because again, like I said, a lot of these tables are looking for that coveted spot. Again, while the IDCs for like tables 1, 2, and 3 don't really matter, we still have the problem of everything. So anyways, this does get an on-attack trigger. We will not be able to get the raid because the on-attack trigger has to go first before damage calculation happens. So that means that this only swings for 3 damage points instead of getting the 4. But action. You can do, of course, the 1 damage to the Chimera here. Chimera is going to kill off the TIE Bomber there, and all that. I don't know why the Chimera actually has a damage point. If the damage... Oh, no, that's the indirect damage coming off of the Boba. Went over to the Chimera there, and all that. So anyways, it looks like, I don't know what assignment, if there's a pass there, or if there's any major plays or anything like that. It may have just been a pass to see what the Thrawn side could have done. So this is going to look like that was just a off pass. Looks like that was a claim to a pass. These players are either burning out of steam or running out of anything they can really play with. Again, they have sided quite a lot. I think they're up to maybe 10 or 11 resources at this point. So, I mean, if they got a 10 or 11 drop that they can drop into the board state at this point, it's pretty well convenient to go for now. So, in other words, we're going to go for Hope for Questioning onto the Man Punishing One. We're going to look at the hand here. We're able to take out single reactor ignition and put back collateral damage back into the hand there again, because the single reactor ignition does share aspect with the punishing one. So anyways, we're going to go for collateral damage, 2 damage to the Chimera, 1 damage, 2 damage to the base here as well. As Boba tries to push the gate to finish this off so they can just get the 2-0 win overall. Man, I think this has been the first game in a while that hasn't just ended super quick either, where I've had to come back and sit, but I can do nothing and have to chit-chat with you all while we wait for the remainder of the games to finish out as well. So anyways, we're going to go for Grand Moff Tarkin to then allow him to steal a vehicle unit your opponent controls as long as he's up in the board state. If he gets moved from the board state, he goes from there. So anyways, that looks to be just a straight scoop up from the Boba side. We're going to the all-important game number 3. Finally, it took 7 rounds to get a game number 3. I swear, I don't even remember if we actually ever had a game number 3 at all. So yeah, so I'm not exactly 100% sure on all of that. I guess the whole gimmick is we're just going to have to kind of see what actually will happen here. I believe this is going to be going into the game 3. I don't think either side has decided to side. I think whatever they have on their side deck are good enough for them. So I'm going to keep on my golf voice here because I'm not going to accelerate because there's no point to bring up my voice at all here, as we have to go to the all-important game number 3, and I am glad to see that all-important game number 3. I don't even remember if we've had a game 3 at all in any of these videos I recorded, or any of these live stream videos today we went through, but we have that all-important game number 3 to play through, and you know what that means, folks. It's that deliciousness of being a game number 3. You can't go wrong, folks, with that all-important words in a card game, game number 3. Much like the all-important words you hear in basketball, game 7. Alright, so we're going to have to figure out... Ooh, doesn't look like Boba likes his hand so much. They're going to go for a mulligan here as well. Looks like we have a question on... Alright, so it looks like we had a question on something, but it looks like they covered it for an aspect. Not sure what that question was about, but that is not of my concern right now. It's concerning on what exactly is going to happen in this game as of right now. What is going to come? What will happen? Where will we go? Where have you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? So let us see what's going to happen now between these players. Again, we are on that all-important, delicious game number 3. It's very much a fun thing to have a game number 3. It's always been a fun thing to have game 3s. You can never go wrong with game 3 at all. So with that said, it looks like we're drawing up our cards here, and we're going to figure out exactly what we want to put down. Again, the mulligan's already been taken, so we have to go with this hand. Boba does get to go first here because they did take the L, and we're going to start off with a TIE Bomber in the sky here. Good start overall. We're going to go for an Owen Lars, and that's just a pass with that. Not exactly something you really want to start with on the Thrawn side of the board state here, because typically for Thrawn you definitely want to be starting off with, especially if Thrawn Force Yellow, you definitely want to be starting off with a Force unit. We're going to go for 4 indirect damage into our opponent. Here we're immediately just going to have the Lone Lars, heal 2 of that off. The board state, we're going to go for a... Oh, Boba missed the 3-drop. So it looks like we have another Shadow coming out as well. I forget actually what the full name of that unit is, but it doesn't overly matter. It is a Force unit that does allow this yellow base to activate for the Force All for that. And I believe that if it dies, it gets an effect. Again, most of what Thrawn wants to do is win defeated triggers. We're going to deal 4 indirect damage to our opponent here. Again, utilizing effect, and then we're just going to restore 2 of that off again. Then we're going to go for IG 2000, the ping 1. Normally not too bad to do that at all. And then we're going to swing in the Shadow here. And then that's going to be claim initiative. And then we're going to go for a Director Critic, allowing us to reduce the play cost of our when defeated guys. And then we're just going to play another 1 there. Again, our Shade does have a when defeated skill there. So we only had to play 1 for it because typically it is 2 costs. I always really liked that Krennic. Again, it was just a whole lot better back in the day when you had well, when you had more win defeated stuff rather than you had now. So anyways, we're going to drop the Kanto Bite security on with the Boba side. As a reminder, they are on 5 each. Both sides do flip on 6. We're going to, looks like we have a pass on the Thrawn side. We're going to kill off one of this. We're deciding on what we want to do here. For, of course, our 4 indirect damage coming at our face here, figuring it out what we need to do. So anyways, we're going to go figure it out. So 1 damage so far on a Shadow, then 1 damage on Owen, and then 2 damage on the base, because again, Owen is able to heal that off thanks to already having Restore 2 naturally, though Owen will have to die here due to the fact he has to go through the Canto Bite security. So what exactly is our play here from the Thrawn player altogether? It looks like they're going to have the Shade attack into the Canto Bite security, dealing 2 damage to it, and from there. And then it looks like we're then going to be able to swing in the IG-2000 to go for 3 damage points there. Then we're going to go for 5. Then we're going to hit with the Legacy Run, allowing it to ambush because of the Sage's when defeated skill. Get no reason to do that. So anyways, we're going to swing in for 3, but unfortunately the TIE Bomber has 1 more health point, is a 4 health unit, so we're going to just claim the initiative from there. Again, that Legacy Run is a very dangerous card to have floating out there in space right now. Because again, on death you may deal 6 damage divided however you want to, and with Thrawn that can then become 12 damage divided however you want to. So it is a very dangerous card to have floating out there out in the space. 100% a very likely heavily damage card here. So with that said, we're going to immediately be able to figure out what we want to do. Boba does have the initiative here. Let us see what Boba wants to do. What is their first action for the phase? They're going to go for the TIE Bomber, swinging in 3 indirect damage into our opponent's base. Yeah. Then on our Thrawn side, we're going to go Chimera. Then we're just going to be able to deal enough damage over everything, because we're going to be able to deal 12 damage divided however we want to, meaning that everything just took a whole lot of damage, like Chimera, for that effect. Really nice thing. I mean, that's literally the only way to really sometimes get rid of the Legacy Run until we get the new Chimera from Ashes of the Empire, which will make using the Legacy Run when defeated skills just so much better. So we have a Lost and Forgotten to heal 3 damage from our base. Not too bad there, because no reason to worry about having any problem with that one. So we're just going to go for a flip of the Boba Fett. Nothing we can really worry about. So he's just a vanilla leader right now. So we're going to swing at the base again, dealing some more damage here. Nothing wrong with that. And then we're going to have the potential for Thrawn to do something as well. So we still have Thrawn, Krennic, and a Shade, or a Shadow to still swing. Alright, so we just have an immediate removal of Boba here from, of course, the Shade and Thrawn, killing him off. Not too bad of an attack there to remove the leader altogether. So that is a pretty good just wipe of that board there. And we'll just kind of have to figure out what to do. Oh, I guess why they must split him upside down is to showcase he's already been used. That's actually not too bad of an idea of them. There. Anyways, we're going to go for an effect. We're going to go for Punish 1 to kill off Owen Lars. We do get to double tap his trigger. So here we go for his undefeated skill. Searching the top 5 for a Force unit. Did we hit one? Let us see if we have hit a Force unit here for Owen Lars. We did hit a Force unit. Oh, it looks like no, they did not hit a Force unit. Apologies, I thought they hit one, but oh no, they did. They hit a Night Sister and then a Thousands Assassin on the second search, so that is pretty nice, being able to get all of those searches done together there. It's pretty nice. Anyways, we're going to go for the Punishing 1 to deal 1 damage, and then being able to then hit the base for 4 there. The Chimera is going to take back 3 damage on its attack skill, and that's going to be a claim and initiative, and then we're going to swing for those 2 on the board here, and then we're going to go for a Night Sister Warrior, and that's just simply going to be a pass, something really off do here for the Thrawn side of the board. Again, this game is pretty much is possible for us to get into a chance to jump into that top top 8, allowing us to get up there. Here we go for, of course, Boba. Boba's going to go for the Slave 1 or Vet's Fire Spray, dealing 3 indirect damage wherever you want that indirect damage to go. So it'll be very interesting. And then we're going to have the Night Sister Warrior swing for... no, the Night Sister Warrior is going to die. Then we're going to double tap the Night Sister Warrior for his 1 per round ability, allowing us to then draw the 2 cards here. Then we're going to swing in the Krennic to deal 2 damage to the base. And then we're going to go for a droid missile platform as well. So not too bad for that one, unfortunately. We have a couple... So it looks like we actually have a take back for the droid missile platform. We actually wanted to put out the Hana onto the ground there instead of droid missile platform. They're both 3 costs from each other. But anyways, again, that is the 3/5 with raid 2 and restore 2 there. Just a nice way to kind of like push for some health out, especially because this Chimera is definitely hitting you in the face for 6 a turn. But it may also be a potential threat that Thrawn may have to sacrifice a unit into or use its resources to destroy it and all of that. Though this Thrawn also should have a force marker on his force base because they have definitely attacked with plenty of times around for a force unit. If I at least recall. If not, then that may not be correct at all. So anyways, we're going to have Thrawn attack the base here for 4, dealing 4 damage to our opponent's base, and then we're basically going to then go for just a claim on the side. We're going to go for Moth. That target has taken more ships than I ever thought would be possible. But I guess in a meta where it's dominated by Boba Fett, that actually is not too bad of a tech choice of a card. Whether or not it's the side or in the main is the big question. I would guess it's more of a side card than a main card. I would not be maining Grand Moff Tarkin in my deck at all. I would be side decking him 100% over. We're going to go for a nice cleanup of the board state there. So that is going to be a full wipe of the board. So we're just going to go for a double of the Chimera to, no, double the Chimera, because the Chimera technically pulls out 2 TIE Fighters. But that is going to be a whole lot of damage coming down from that single reactor ignition there. Nice little board cleanup right there. That dealt quite a good chunk of damage. So we're going to go Gardenian to then say a word that we hit a coveted. Oh, nope. That's just going to be a claim of the initiative here as well. So no hit off the Gardenian, but again, you are naming into the wind there with the Gardenian. Anyways, we're going to go for Shinhati, and then we're going to go for a Tau's Assassin with no effect. Just trying to put out more bodies just so you could try to deal with the presence of what your opponent is doing and all of that. So it should be very interesting exactly what is going to happen here for us all here, as we're going to have to kind of figure out exactly what everything is going to be and all that. So it's going to be very interesting exactly what the next move here is on both sides of the board state. This is definitely going to be one interesting one, as we have a Shen shielded, a Tau's Assassin, a Gardenian, and 2 TIE Fighters. So we have to see exactly what does our one side want to do. They want to go for a Vet's Fire Spray here, dealing 3 indirect damage. Here, that's just going to be all pushed onto the Gardenian, knocking out the Gardenian off of the board state here, just allowing us to build another ship. Anyways, we're going to go for the base, and we're going to create the force as well if we have not already. And then we're going to go no glory on the results to kill off the Shen there, removing that 4-body attacker from being a problem for us all. So we're going to have to figure out exactly what next we want to do here on both sides of the board state here. We still have 2 TIE Fighters that can swing on the Thrawn side of the board, so this should be very interesting on what exactly both sides want to do here. We're going to swing for 1 TIE Fighter at the base here, and then basically go from there. I believe the Boba is out of resources and out of place, so they're just going to go for a claim here. They're going to go for the Governor's Shuttle. They're just going to be able to kill off a TIE Fighter and all that. Then we're going to go to the Legacy Run and pass from there. Oof, this game is very, very close for this all-important game number 3, but it has been a very delicious one for sure. You can't get any more delicious than a game number 3 like this one. There's nothing like delicious game 3. I mean, what else can you say but delicious game number 3s? It's always one of those game number 3s where you have to definitely take your time to think about your plays and all of that one. So let's see what happens next for these 2 players here and now. what exactly is their full-on choice for the play altogether.
Ooh, Syntacaz. Unfortunately, nothing to really use with the Syntacaz, but still, that is a 6 body. A 6 detecting body. So anyways, we're going to go for a Thousand Assassin on the battlefield here, and then we're going to go for a... Well, anyways, we're finally going to put a force symbol on our force base because we've actually had the force for turns now, actually. So, other than a Syntacaz, we're back over to, of course, our Boba player after the play. The attack, so we're going to go for the 0-0. We're going to go for the game there with the Legacy run. It was a good fought game for sure, 100% there. Well done to both our players. Well done to Thrawn, the Force Yellow, for claiming the win against the Boba JTL Blue. And with that, that is the end of that, and that is the end of regulation, folks. That is the end of our regulation. Woohoo! 7 rounds of Swiss have been completed. We are moving into that top 8 cut. Now, of course, we still need to finish out the round right now. Again, a lot of lower tables. No table 1, 2, and 3 all decide to do an ID and go for, of course, going for a tie, while tables, it looks like, for 5, 6, 7, 8 look like they may have all decided to play through that one and go through there, because again, they are all looking for those top spots. They cannot threaten to take a ID and go for a tie between each other, because there's just not any way for them to be safe in top 8. At the lower tables, because you still have table 9, 10, and 11 who are all still fighting just to get an inch on you and have the tiebreakers break them into top 8. I don't know what we're going to get in top 8. Again, we will concern ourselves when we get to top 8, what exactly made it to top 8. My guess, Boba JTL Lake Country will be there. I believe Poe Dameron will be there. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure who we're all going to get. I would expect the Yularen. I would expect the Mother Townsend. I believe the Luke Skywalker got in as well. So we will see all together who got in, especially under table 9, to see if they were able to inch themselves into a top 8 spot. No. Now, of course, the whole aspect is, are they going to be able to beat out Boba JTL with its Lake Country? That is going to be the game of this all. So the whole big question will be, is their side decks good enough? Are their main decks strong enough? And can they play it out hard enough? But nonetheless, we thank, of course, all of our 7 rounds of Swiss players and all of that. Of course, we'll thank everybody who came out and played. Whether or not you made it to top 8 or not, you all succeed in my book, as I always like to say. You succeeded greatly in my books, even if that is not in any way true at all. You succeed in your own books in your own way. But, yeah, so we only have about 10 minutes left before we go into our top 8 cuts. So this is going to be very fun to see exactly what is going to make it out of top 8, who is going to be the coveted top 8 decks that are going to try to go for it. Remember, everyone who makes top 8 automatically gets points for making it into a PQ. Now, that does not mean that those points automatically get you the 100 necessary points for you to actually physically make it to, of course, get your invite to the Galactic Championship. This just means that you have a pretty good, means that if you've accumulated enough top 8 finishes, you may have a good chance to make it up there and able to do what you need to do. So a lot of these players will probably be heading home for the day, finishing out their rounds at about 5 o'clock. You know, 5 o'clock, 7 rounds of Swiss is not that bad, though. We did start at 10 in the morning, by the way. So, I mean, we've been going for a while today for sure. But, hey, that's Star Wars for you. That's any competitive event. You go for a while into the game. So, well, I thank you all at least for tuning in for 7 rounds of Swiss. But you guys got to continue to tune in. We got top 8 cut coming up here soon. We're going to feature these top 8 matches all the way to the final match. So now, your rules, top 8 does mean that both sides do get to look at each other's deck lists. So they do get to see each other's deck lists here. So that does mean that both sides get to know what they're playing against, what deck cards they expect to see, what cards they expect to side, unless they change that since I live streamed back in the LOF format. So there's probably going to be a small break right before top 8 cut goes into effect. I'd guess so, just so that everyone can know who's got top 8, what's happening in top 8, and all of that. So we're probably going to be more than just 10 minutes away from going right into top cut and all of that. But that's pretty much it, folks. Once we finish out top cut, we'll know who is in our top 8. We'll know who we're going to have on first. They're going to take a look at their deck list, figure everything out, know what they're siding against them as well. And then from there, they're going to be able to move forward into playing top 8. Top 8 has a longer time frame than 55 minutes, so they do have a lot longer to play the game than, say, the normal rounds of gameplay, so meaning that they have a lot longer to play out the game to try to win it, giving them a little more time to think about their plays, because, again, you are top 8 now. If you want to get a coveted first shot, this is your one and only chance to do it. You need to land in first to immediately get your immediate immediate invite to the Galactic Championship. So you have to get an immediate invite from there. But otherwise, you're looking to get at least in the top 4 because it has a better point chances of getting you up more points so that you, of course, can get your Galactic your invite as well. Because, again, you only need so many points, 100 points, to gain your invite to the Galactic Championship and play in the Galactic Championship. Once you hit 100 points, that is all good. One thing I would like to note is Fantasy Flight. If you ever happen to find my channel, happen to be looking around at this live stream that's been going on for 7 hours now, I am up for wanting to do this type of events for you guys and big events. So if you guys want to reach out to me for Galactic Championship stuff or PQs or sector qualifiers in the areas and you guys want me to do broadcasts and stuff, reach out to me. I am more than happy to do that for you. So anyways, with that kind of said, we're going to go to a little bit of a break to wait it out for our top 8 cut, and then we return when we are ready for top 8 cut and our first featured match of top 8. So, without further ado, guys, tune in. We will be right back here soon with top cut. Congratulations to everyone making it through these 7 rounds of Swiss. We'll soon find out who's going to be making that coveted top 8.
Bob's Discount Furniture presents real 5-star reviews performed by real kids. What are people saying about my Phantom Power sofa?
I love the cloudy feeling of the recliner.
How about that Consumer Reports recommended Copper Radiance mattress?
Ken S. calls it heavenly rest.
According to Rebecca J.,
great expectations have been met.
And for Linda L., the modular Bob is...
the couch of my dreams.
Oh my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Shipt knows that no order is ordinary. When you order produce, Shipt sees the meals and memories you'll produce with it. Not just soap in your cart. It's what washes away the day. Not paint, but strokes of genius. That's why shoppers with Shipt deliver same day and shop the same way you would.
Use code SAVINGS to become a Shipt member for half off, only $49 at shipt.com/offer. Terms apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Accounts subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Welcome in, everybody. Top 8 is here. I'm not going to swap just right now into our feature match, but I did want to let the players just simply review what they are looking at. Right now, all top 8 of our players are taking a review of their opponent's deck list. So here's how we break down. We have 2 Daedra. We have 2 Yularen. We have a Poe. We have a Luke. We have a Cass. 3 JTL leaders are here right now. We have an Aura Sing as well. That is our top 8 decks. For a little bit of breakdown, we have both Daedra decks playing each other in the first and top 8, as well as both Yularens are playing each other. So, yeah, I mean, well, it was a little tough to try to figure out what we wanted to put on stream here. I will tell you, it was never going to be both Daedras. I am not subjecting you to sit here and watch Daedra mirror match at all. So does mean here that one Daedra will be knocked out of top 8, as well as one Yularen gets knocked out of top 8. I was thinking about putting the Yularen one on mirror match on here because I think there's something fun about watching Yularen mirror match against itself, because Yularen is all about being able to punch at your opponent, setting up your board state and punching at your opponent, so there is a chance to go for a change of how exactly they do things. Again, our opponent, both sides have had 2 minutes to review their decks. We are going to be jumping into, of course, where we are looking at. This is our top 8 first match here. This is the first honest table, and we have Kazuto Datavolt against Luke Datavolt. So we are definitely going to have some very interesting gameplay here.
That's why. Push the power button on the radio.
All right, guys. So it's going to be going here soon.
Phones away, Deckless away. That's nice. All right, so you have 75 minutes. You may begin.
All right, folks, here we go. 75 minutes. They get an extra. They go from 55 to 75. This is it for all of the marbles. And once again, the Alarans are facing up against each other. The Deidres are facing off against each other. The Aura and Poe are going up against each other. And Luke and Kazuto are going up against each other right here. We haven't really talked about Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker's action when you attack with a fighter unit, you may then do 1 damage to one of your opponent's units here. So we're going to start off with a pod racer down onto the ground here. Then we're going to go for the Jedi Starfighter in the sky here. Luke flips on 6 and can, much like many JTL leaders, can flip and be just a vanilla or can flip to a fighter. What's special about him is that he's the only JTL leader that cannot be knocked off the fighter via the effect of upgrade hate here. So that is very important, the fact that is nearly impossible for most things besides getting the Luke off of the fighter altogether. So that is very important. And then when Luke attacks, when he's attached to a fighter, he deals 3 damage to anything on the board. So if you can get him onto red 5, that is the nastiest combo you can get around with the Luke Skywalker. Again, we're going to have to kind of see what is going to happen here. So as we're going to go for the 3 attack damage from the pod racer here, I think the cutthroat pod racer, if I remembered actually the card correctly, is we're going to go then for 1 damage from the star fighter. And then we're going to go for a fireball, but nothing from the fireball. Oh, right, sorry, no damage actually coming from that because of the -2 from the cutthroat pod racer. We're going to swing for 1 damage. We're going to ping the fireball for 1 here using the effect of Luke Skywalker, because we did swing with the fighter. We're going to then turn off the fireball's effect, and then we're going to go for red 5 in the sky. That is a nice real combo right there going off right now. I am trying to be a little more quiet because, again, most of the store has funneled out. Most people are just kind of paying attention to what is happening right now, just kind of not hovering over the players. The only one hovering over the players are our 2 judges and myself over a camera. So again, we're just kind of figuring out what we want to do here. Remember, both decks are running 33 health bases. Both are running 60 base decks. Both are very much important about wanting to play in space here. So anyways, we are going to have to figure out what exactly we want to do for the first attack here. As Kazuto is going to go for a... So Kazuto is going to go for a... oh my gosh. Haymaker, then going to trigger to give it a +1 experience, and that's being able to knock out the red 5 there. Good little play there. Always love Haymaker, man. That is a fun card. Give an experience token to a unit, and then you can deal damage based on that power of that unit. You give the experience token to a card in the same arena, allowing you some very interesting gameplay there. Anyways, we're going to go for a... oh my gosh, what is that card? I believe that is the... I don't think it's collateral. Don't think it's collateral damage. Dude. What was the card that just got played? The red card on the blue side, what just got played? Top card on their graveyard. Thanks to my floor judge there, it was hot shot maneuver, allowing, of course, going for the attack. We're going to go for the Kazuto under the fireball, allowing the fireball to be turned off. Unfortunately, we're going to be immediately hit with the outer rim constable, removing the Kazuto from the fireball. I don't know if the fireball actually lost any of its ability there, or if it's going to have its on attack trigger in any capacity here. So we're going to have to figure out exactly what we do. We're going to go for a system shock that's going to be able to remove the experience token that is going to be able to kill the fireball off in the regrouping phase, because the fireball's own effect there, meaning the Kazuto did not turn on the fireball's effect, meaning the fireball was get knocked out there. That was a pretty good sequence there. So anyways, hot shot maneuvers, attack with a unit, and then based on I believe on the number of attack skills, you didn't do damage from there. So that's pretty neat overall. And they're an interesting tech. I don't really play a lot of hot shot maneuvers in normals. normalcy and all of that. So anyways, Kazuto's going to start off with the apologies for that. We're going to go for a blue ace. Blue ace is going to ambush into the into the Jedi Starfighter there, immediately removing it off of the board here. We're going to go for a Onaka's gang there, and then we're going to be able to put what looked to be a Chewbacca under that as well. So just being able to put a pilot under there. Interesting, just not deciding to put a pilot under that vehicle. And unless I am not my player here, so I'm not the one thinking of the maneuvers here. Remember, they have 75 minutes. They are all thinking about the next move. Again, they are all looking for that coveted first place so they can get into the Galactic Championship without having to earn their points, but they all have earned some form of points as well. I mean, they all have 8. So anyways, we're going to go for the Han Solo there. And again, apologies, Han Solo is going to be able to kill off the Hondo Anaka there, immediately remocking it just right off the board state there. It does take the damage, and there's no disconnect effect from the blue ace here. That is the big problem right now. The blue ace was able to do that. Again, Han Solo only gives first strike when attached to a Falcon. We're going to swing 3 damage at the base here with the Constable. And that's just going to be a claim from there. Let's see what else we can really do. Do we decide to flip the Luke Skywalker onto the ground? What is the question here? And remember, as a reminder, the rest of the games right now, we have the double Deidre mirror match. We have a double Yularen mirror match. So both Deidres, I believe, are on Colossus. Let me just check that. Yes, both Daedras are on Colossus. Both Yularans are red. And like I said, we have a Poe Data Vault versus Aurasing Data Vault, and Arkazudo Data Vault versus Luke Data Vault, as Luke is going to flip over onto the battlefield here, and I do not know what he got upgraded there with, as we're going to go for the Jedi Starfighter. So not too bad of going and just deciding to play the Luke onto the ground state here instead of everything else. Going for that, getting him an upgrade, and it's not too bad either. While he's a vanilla on the ground, he's still able to hit for a good amount of honest damage, and I mean that is very important when you're dealing with a Data Vault that is 33 health. You need all the damage output you can get out as much as you can. Not exactly sure if I'll be able to see the upgrade, or if it was an upgrade or not, or what it'd be, but anyways, it's just a normal little ground upgrade. Anyways, we're gonna go for, that hurts. That is, of course, turbo laser salvo, being able to use the massive amount of damage coming from the blue ace, and being able to go immediately knock out the entirety of the ground state. We're gonna go for a black 1 in the sky there, where we cleared out the blue ace thanks to the Jedi Starfighter as well. So very interesting game here altogether. Low hand size on the Luke Skywalker side of the board state, but again, there is a vehicle on, of course, Luke's side where there is not on Kaz. Both leaders have been utilized, and both leaders have been burnt, meaning that there is nothing that they can do. So we're going to have another blue ace come down, killing off Black Leader, taking back 2 damage here. Then we're going to go for a play of the Queen, making 2 spy tokens, going for the ground play instead of a space play. So that's going to be very nice there. And then we're going to go for blue leader. Do we go for the bring it down to the ground? Nope. We are going to then just claim the initiative on the Luke Skywalker side of the board here. Just going to go for that as a 100% play altogether. So right now the space is being controlled by Kazuto and ground is being controlled by Luke. How hilarious that one JTL leader is doing what it needs to do and the other JTL leader is not. But again, I love this. I love that we also have showcases for this as well. So we're going to go swing 5 damage from that. We're going to go for Kazuto to turn off the effect of the blue ace so that the on-attack trigger does not come into effect here, allowing the Queen to restand here. Oh, and now I know what that upgrade probably was. That probably was a Son of Ferocity attached to the Luke Skywalker there. And then we're going to go play out what looks to be the Radis. Oh my goodness, that's a ship and a half to play out there. That definitely looks like the Prestige version of the Radis, definitely. Well, that is one big ship out in space now. So let's see what else we could do. So we're going to swing another 2 damage from our spy token here. Again, blue leader is the only thing that can. We still have the blue leader attack as well that we can still go through. So blue leader is going to swing in for its 3 damage into the Data Vault. It looks to be that Luke's Data Vault side is the less Data Vault damaged side of the board today. We're going to go for just a play of Chewbacca on the ground. I mean, that is a ground unit, so that looks like Kazuto took the initiative here. We're just going to have to figure out what is going to happen next. So, looks to me maybe no resourcing for the Luke side of the board state. Again, both sides do get to decide if they want to do any form of resourcing here at all. So again, in our glare, we have 2 spy tokens, 1 queen, and a Chewbacca. So we're going to go for the Radis, the big swing off of the Radis here with that massive amount of damage coming in. Again, a Radis on defeat, it can then deal that much damage to one of your opponent's objects on the board state. So we're going to, looks to be, okay, we're going to swing in for the Chewbacca, swing in for its 5 damage onto the base here. This is a very close game. I will give credit on that one. Even though this game is very much backwards, where Pseudo controls the space and Luke is controlling the ground right now. So this has actually been a very fun one, 100%. Give credit to both these players. They have been playing out of their mind right now. I give complete credit of how exactly they want to play. Again, taking some time here. As a reminder, they have 75 minutes to play this game out, so they do not have to feel completely rushed. Though you do not want to slow play in any capacity and get a judge called on you for that or all that. I could definitely say the Olarin players over there at the last table are definitely having some fun. The Daedra players look like, I don't know about Daedra players, I wouldn't want to play that mirror in my life. So anyways, it looks like we're just going to equip a pilot to that. We're going to go for a system shock, removing that. Ooh, looks like it was a Chewie. So anyways, removing that with a system shock, so we don't have to worry about the blue ace triggering. So we're going to go for the trigger of the Kazuto to get rid of the blue ace, and then using the extra action to hit with the blue ace again, not allowing it to re-trigger its ability, so that we could have to force give our opponent the ability to re-stand that Chewbacca. We're going to go for a spy, and that is going to basically be a game there. It looks to be that Kazuto was able to wrap up game number 1 there. We'll check with the players. Who got game 1, right? Luke. Apologies, that was Luke. So it looks like from the aspect, even though Kazuto had a blue leader, unfortunately the ground is swinging the 2 spies onto the ground there, and then basically going in for, of course, the swinging in with the queen would have pushed the damage over. So Luke is able to get the game from there, as both our players are going to take some minutes to decide. Figure out their side decks. I'm not going to do my golf talk here just for a minute here, but that one was a close one for sure. Congratulations to the players on a really good game 1 there. Again, both these players are looking for that coveted first place to get their chance to go to the Galactic Championship. So we'll have to see what happens now. Both players again get some time to decide on siding it. So again, like I said, I'm glad that I'm not in the Daedra mirror match where I have to figure out how to play that one, because that's pure control. And again, like I said, I think the Yularen mirror match is having some fun over there, because I don't know what you do in that mirror match besides punch each other in the face, punch each other's units, and hope that someone stabilizes a board for Yularen to do something with it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we also, of course, have the Poe and Aura Singh battle going off over here, which is pretty interesting as well. Once, of course, we're done here, we will have only 4 players left, meaning that we will have our top 4 decks, meaning that we will have a Daedra, a Yularen, a Yularen. We will definitely have a Daedra and Yularen in it, but will we have a Poe, an Aura, a Luke, or a Kaz taking the other remaining 2 spots? And who will be the coveted last 2 to play the game? As a reminder, when these players started, they were able to see each other's deck list, know exactly what they were playing, exactly what they were doing, what they need to be able to counter, what they need to understand, and all of that. So these players were able to fully understand everything about their boards, what they were going up against. That is very important, considering what exactly you are facing off with, understanding how you're going to get through it, and all of that. Again, we do have some of the players hanging around, just watching the games, but not allowed to hover. The only ones allowed to hover are, of course, our main judge and our floor judge. That is basically it, and me hovering over these 2 players via a camera. That is basically it. So we did have a Luke with Sun Ferocity. We were able to go with that, and we have only burnt nearly 15 minutes out of the game. Now, how well this is all going to end, I don't know. I don't know how tying works as well in top 8, because there is a chance that the Daedra matchup could get into weird tying mechanic, because I have no idea how that's even going to end up. And I'm definitely not swapping a camera feed over to the Daedra players, because I do not want to watch a Daedra mirror match. I would rather watch Yularen mirror match than this mirror match. I was going to have to convincing to put in the Yularen mirror match, because I think that's a more fun of a gimmick to play is when you do Yularen rather than doing the Daedra. So it looks like we're just going to go for a mulligan on the Luke side of it. But it looks like Kazuto is
going to be keeping. It looks like Kazuto, I believe, is keeping. Yep, Kazuto will be keeping the hand that they have. So they are fine enough with their hand. I don't know where the other tables are. I can try to get a head count later after this game. My concentration is on this game of Luke versus Kaz. Two JTL leaders going at each other for the fun of it all, proving which JTL leader is the best. Was it truly Kazuto, or was it always Luke Skywalker? Here we go, folks. Going to have to go into my golf talk here as we move right into the game here. Let us see what we're going to start off. We're going to start off with a Jin immediately giving himself an experience token because there's nothing to rest. Oh, Luke Skywalker not getting a turn 1 play. That absolutely sucks. Not being able to get that turn 1 play to start the game here. That means that Kazuto has the tempo right now in their favor. But again, we've seen plenty of different things where even though you lose your first turn play, sometimes you're able to go for a Sabine's masterpiece. That's a nice one right there to go with. You just wish you had the ability to maybe start off with at least maybe a fighter in the sky so you could at least do something else besides this. So anyways, we're just going to have to figure out that's going to be a claim. We're going to go for the Falcon as well. That, of course, is a Falcon member that can put 2 pilots onto it naturally, as well as it gets a +1 for each pilot sitting on it. It is a 3-4 in space as well. I don't know if that's... I think that's one of the Black Series arts of it. That definitely... No, sorry. That is the Prestige art of it. Now, seeing it actually standing face up correctly. So this is going to be interesting right now. Kazuto right now does have the benefit, the fact that he is able to flip this turn and put himself onto that Falcon. So that is the very important part of all of that. Again, that'd be a little weird to flip him onto the Falcon, but again, it's not horrible. I mean, technically he's a pilot, he is an upgrade, he does give additional upgrade points and stuff like that, but you're just going to have to wait and see exactly what is going to happen for these two players, exactly what is the next game, because right now I would say Kazuto definitely has the benefit of having the attack. We're going to go 3 damage from the Sabine's Masterpiece, but we ain't able to use any of its abilities because we do not have another color right now on the board state besides Heroic. Jin is going to swing for another 3 damage, putting 6 on the Luke Data Vault side of things. So we're gonna have to really figure out what exactly is going to happen from here. We are really dealing with very much a different thing here. We're gonna go for a crack shot V-wing, paying 1 there, and then bring in a crack shot V-wing. It doesn't deal damage to itself because Sabine's Masterpiece is a fighter, so it does not deal damage to itself from that from its on-play skill. So we're gonna have to figure out what exactly what the Kazuto player wants to do here. They know for a fact that they are both on 4 resources here. So this is allowed for a turn for flip. We are going to go for Haymaker. Haymaker is going to get rid of the Sabine's Masterpiece. That's a pretty nice their little tech. I absolutely love that Haymaker's in the deck here. We're going to go for another crack shot V-wing. That's going to allow us then to not have to deal with anything. We're going to go just for a forward base with the Falcon here. Not really deciding to go for a flip of Kazuto. We're going to go for the Jedi Star Vector, and then we're going to flip Kazuto on the ground. Now that's an interesting play if I've ever saw one. We're going to ping 1 damage onto the Falcon because we did swing with the unit. We do have swing of the Kazuto onto the ground here. That doesn't mean we have that ability, as well as Kazuto's ability to turn off any abilities on the swing as well. He does that on the ground as well as doing it attached to a fighter. So very interesting to see the Kazuto playing on the ground. But I guess to protect yourself from the fact of not needing to get hit off with upgrade hated off of your ship, especially with you being so squishy to get off of your fighter, you definitely just feel more in the ground, especially because right now you can basically play the game of controlling the ground presence, control the ground presence rather than controlling the space presence like Luke is doing right now. So that is the thing that you can do on the opposite side, where Luke in game 1 was able to win it out by keeping control of the ground, while Kazuto couldn't keep control of space itself. So that is a pretty neat little tech we're doing here, where we're kind of playing a difference of how JTL leaders really want to work. But again, they can flip for being just normal vanilla leaders. Kaz isn't technically a vanilla leader. We're going to go for the Vector, and then we're going to use the Vector's effect to ping 1 damage on the attack to go for, of course, 1 damage onto the Falcon there, putting it up to 2 damage points onto it and 1 damage to the base there. Then we're going to go swing in for the Falcon, swinging in that 4 damage points on that. Again, we don't have a Han Solo or any pilots right now to put onto it. We're attempting on what we want to do with it. One of these crack shot V-wings. We're going to go for the side to go for the Luke. The Luke is going to ping 1 damage onto the Falcon here. As a reminder, Luke is up 1 game over Kazuto. We're going to then take another 3 damage from the good old Jin and to, of course, the base here. Then we're going to go for a crack shot V-wing is going to trade itself into the Falcon. They're removing the space threat from the Falcon. Kind of figuring out what we want to do now. We're going to go for the Kazuto to then swing for its necessary damage. I believe Kazuto's like
3 or 4 attacker. I can't remember. We're going to have Crackshot go into the base here, but damage-wise, we are definitely looking at damage going against it. We're going to go for a blue ace is going to be able to kill. No, sorry, that's looks to be a fireball. A fireball killing off, and then we're going to go for the Jedi, and we're going to go for Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite to knock out off the upgrade, the experience token off of Jin, putting Jin back to her 2-2 self. Once again, not actually bad. I mean, that is, we do see a fireball there, I believe, is 100% the card there that ambushed it, because if it's a blue ace, then we did miss the trigger that we could have used for its effect. I'm not sure 100% if it is a blue ace or a fireball. No, it is a blue ace. We did miss out. We're going to go for Commandeer to steal the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, allowing our opponent to use it 100%. That gives us the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite, allowing it to go off, allowing it to be grabbed by our opponent, meaning that Luke doesn't have a good target right now to flip onto a vehicle besides the Crackshot V-Wing, which isn't too bad. Oh, well, but remember, Commandeer only lasts until the end of the turn, and afterwards, that Ether Sprite gets to go back to Luke's hand, which does mean that they do not get it back here. So, anyways, we're gonna flip Luke onto the Crackshot V-Wing here. Do we have a plot? No plot to suffice here. So no Synthicaz coming out, no Sudden Ferocities coming out either. So nothing we can really do from our resources just for this turn here. I have no idea what's going on any other tables. I think I see very tiny decks on the Deidre side from what I'm seeing. So congratulations to those players if they're grinding through that one. We're going to go for a Curse attack with the blue ace here. We don't really have to worry about the blue ace attack trigger here because, again, Luke Skywalker, there's nothing on there. Again, apologies for the camera flipping back and forth. Sometimes when the table is hit, we have them. So we're just counting up a little bit of damage to see whether or not it's even worth going for or just scooping up and moving into game number 2 here. So again, apologies for the camera. Sometimes when the table is hit, it just does not like, again, this type of, my camera is not like hooked in where it can be stabilized where it can tell. So I guess maybe there's just a count on our Luke side to see whether or not he's worth moving and continuing to play the game, or potentially just scoop it up right now and maybe go on to another game. They're going to go for a blue leader, paying out all the 5 to immediately kill off the Kazuto there, taking back, I believe, 4 damage. Oh no, 2 damage. Kaz was only doing 2. That's the green dice is the experience tokens there, so it does have 2 experience tokens. I thought Kaz did more than just 2 damage, but I guess maybe he just did 2 there. So we're going to have to kind of see what happens next overall here on both sides of the board. Again, right now, if you're counting your chips and betting, man, right now, Luke is not in a good position right now. Kaz is got good board presence right now. Again, the Ether Sprite is only there for the entirety of the turn, and afterwards, it will get bounced back. So we're going to have Luke trade into the blue ace, taking 4 back to his face, and then using his ability to deal 3 damage to kill off Jin there, and then we're going to kill off, then we're going to use the Ether Sprite, the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite to kill off the Luke Skywalker there, removing it completely from being gone 100%, just removing that from being at all a presence. So at this point in time, the only thing we have right now on the ground is a 5-5 blue leader, and that is it for Luke Skywalker. Again, that is a vehicle unit, so that does allow Luke to trigger his ability as well. So this is going to be interesting. This is getting into a very interesting game state, as we're going to go for a 5 damage coming in from the blue leader. We're going to go for, I believe that is the stolen AT Holler in the sky there. We're going to put down a we're going to put down a Kalen back down onto the ground there. That is Kaler back out on the ground. We're going to go look at the top 7 cards of our deck. As a reminder, we do get to reduce play cost of 3 from the next card we get to play here. So again, being that both players I believe are very much on 7, so we're just going to play out red 5 for free, and that's going to be a claim on the Kazuto side. No cut on the remaining cards here, and it looks like the Yolarans have finished up their game. I don't know who won that one, but it definitely feels like that one is going to go to Kazuto, so that is going to be a game and a half to Kazuto. Alrighty, that means it is time to go to that all-important, delicious game number 3, folks. We have a game 3 in top 8. 2 JTL leaders beating each other up. Who is the best with Data Vault? Is it Kaz? Is it Luke? Who is the best at it all? I always like to say when we have game 3s be delicious. Delicious, I do like to say. I'm not going to use my golf voice right now, so both sides are just shuffling up here. Luke will be starting off the game here as we move into, of course, getting our 60-card decks as well. So this is going to be interesting. We have 50 minutes left in the round for our two JTL leaders and 50 minutes for, I believe, Poe, and so it looks like Poe got it, Lauren got it, and we're waiting for whatever the heck is happening over the Deidres. So I don't know about them. They're not my concern right now. Right now, my concern is this Luke game. Who is going to get it in the end? What JTL leader will be walking with a top 8 finish, and which one will be going for a top 4 finish? Who is going for it? Again, we have 3 JTL leaders in top 8. Poe, Data Vault, and they're all running Data Vault, by the way, as we're going to start off with Luke Skywalker going for the Jedi Vector, coming down on the board state, and then we're going to go for a Stealthopede as well, and then looks like we're gonna equip a pilot to the Stealthopede. It looks like just to be a good old R2D2 onto the Stealthopede, just giving it an extra attack point and extra defense point against getting murked off the battlefield here. Not something, I mean, you don't really want to be worrying too much about that at all. So again, not too bad of a go right now for everything here. The board state right now is slightly in the favor of Kazuto, but that doesn't mean anything. Again, both our players do get to take some time to think, what exactly do they want to do? What exactly do they want to play? What exactly is the next play and action they want to do? Again, they get time to think. They are in no major rush, but again, you do not want to be slow playing in any capacity here. So it looks like we're going to go for the Vector, the ping 1 and deal 1, and that is going to be it for the Vector. Looks like we're going to use Kazuto's effect to swing in and deal 3 damage points to the base here. We're going to go for Luke to ping on the Stealthopede. Again, Kazuto turning off the effect there means that the Stealthopede technically doesn't have the ability. We are going to go for a play of what exactly? Is we're going to go for a blue leader. We're going to go for a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing outside there, but we also went for the blue leader killing off the Stealthopede. Turning off the effect there was really nice, meaning that if your opponent did kill you don't have to worry about you giving your opponent a standing resource here. So this is going to be quite close. We have quite a lot of things here. So this is going to be quite interesting exactly what is going to happen next here. We are going to go for Haymaker, and we're going to kill off the Vector. That is good. Man, that Haymaker has appeared all 3 games. Talk about having exactly what you needed to. So anyways, this is going to be interesting. 4 resources on both sides with a 4-3 swinging Phoenix Squadron A-Wing in the sky here as well. So what are we going to do? How exactly are we going to play this one out? We have swung with no fighters yet, so we cannot trigger Luke's ability either. Kazuto has already, looks like, I don't know if Kazuto has burned his or not, but we'll have to kind of figure out if he has or not. I don't think he has. I think that Kazuto was tapped from the last round. So it's going to be interesting exactly what we need to do here and all of that. I don't know if Daedra over there finally finished game 1 or they're still burning out game 1. And they've nearly spent a lot of lives. So anyways, we're going to go for a red 5 coming down the board state here, allowing us to bring down that one again, doing 2 damage on the attack to any damage unit on the battlefield here. So this is going to be very interesting exactly what we want to do here. What exactly we are going to do here. So we're going to just have a trade between the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing and the Kazuto. And that. So anyways, we're going to go Crackshot V-Wing. But it kind of sucks here. Crackshot does have to hurt itself in the face because of its own effect here. But you do need fighters to get stabilized here and Luke's side of the board so that he can, of course, start using his ability as well. Remember, Cass's ability doesn't matter when he needs to use it. He just can use it to turn off blink effects on anything on the board state. And anyways, we're going to go for the Mandalorian ship that Razor Crest has come out. Again, when a pilot touches to it, it bounces a guy back to your opponent's hand. So this is going to be very interesting exactly what that is. That is also a prestige version of the Razor Crest here. So again, we're just thinking about it. Once again, both sides do get some good time to think here. I think the Deidres have just completely finished up their their first match after all. So anyways, we're just going to kill off the Crackshot V-Wing with, of course, the Mandalorian Razor Crest here. No point in actually spinning that back there.
So what exactly is our next major play on the Luke side of the board here? What are they planning? Taking a quick look at the resources, figuring out what they can plot into for the next turn when they go for the flip of Luke Skywalker. They're gonna go for a Aether Sprite. Interesting play there, but I guess just needing to get a fighter going. By the way, Kaz, I do not believe has jumped out onto the battlefield yet. Whether he's attached to a fighter or whether he's been attached to a or just simply jumping out, either way, this is definitely going to be very interesting to see what we are dealing with all together. So we're going to have to figure out exactly what we are doing here. So resourcing here, this is turn 6 on the resource. This is resource 6 for it all. Now we're going to go for watch this. We're going to bounce back the Aether Sprite and then rest any, we would be able to rest any ships on any space vehicles rest on the battlefield there. Jump back anything that's level 6 or lower. It's very interesting to see people now on that. So we're just going to go for a flip of Luke Skywalker on the ground. We are going to be going for a Synthicast, so allow the Luke Skywalker to swing in for that, for his damage. I believe he swings for 5. That is correct. Man, how the heck did I guess that one? I have never used Luke Skywalker on the ground here. Anyways, our Daedra I've also completed out. Poe has, I believe, proceeded into top 4. And then we're going to go flip Kazuto under the Razor Crest. Again, no reason to bounce anything with the Razor Crest here, and we're just going to pass from there. So we're going to have to kind of see what else we really want to do here on, of course, both sides of the board state. Again, space is now considered Kazuto's control, and ground is in Luke's control. Which is very interesting. We are again playing into that weird aspect where both leaders are kind of just playing into kind of their real bad things. So we are going to go for the Aether Sprite there. We were about to throw Kazuto into the trash, but we do actually want to keep the Kazuto on here. So anyways, Kazuto going away. That is Kazuto out. He has been burnt and no more. So that is it for the Kazuto leader as well. We are going to go swing in for the Razor Crest, and then we're going to go for a Luke Skywalker swinging in for his 5 damage as well. And then we're going to go for a Light Maker, and then we're going to go for the Kazu. Then we're going to have the Synthicast attack. Then it looks like we are going to go for Black 1 in the sky as well. Again, remember, gets a +1 while upgraded, and if you had a Poe unit leader or upgrade on the board state, then he gets to ping something for 1 damage. The big problem is that Light Maker that has raid 4 naturally on it. It swings for 7 on its attack every time. So Light Maker is going to kill over the Aether Sprite and then using its effect to rest the entirety of the ground. That's a pretty good play right there from that one, being able to rest the ground. Right now, the real bad arena right now, the Kaz is struggling to keep under control, especially with the Synta and the Luke Skywalker. What exactly is our next action? It's going to be a Kalimbeck. We're going to go for a Kalimbeck here. We're going to pay out the 7. We're going to look at the top 7 cards of our deck, and we get to play a unit that is 3 costs. Play a unit that with a reduced play cost of 3 or less. So again, it's going to be very interesting exactly what we want to do here. Again, we don't have Luke Skywalker right now, but we do have the ground is now getting a little out of hand for Kazuto. I think this is just kind of strange to me that we're having this case of Luke and Kazuto basically are winning their games by controlling the ground more than they're really playing out controlling the space. It looks like Kazuto, I think, just referenced that they are going to be a question of maybe they want to take the initiative or what. So just a big question of what they want to do. As a reminder, they do get to take some time here. As a reminder, they do have 1 open standing resources. They are able to grab the resource here. So we're going to have to figure out exactly what they want to do. It looks like they may be questioning like a piloting ability, but unfortunately piloting abilities cannot be, Kalimbeck cannot burn piloting abilities. So it looks like we are doing a full question of, yep, it is on the whether or not Chewie can attach himself to, if Chewie can be paid from Kalimbeck's effect to then play himself. So that is the thing. You cannot use his piloting, so you cannot pilot a Chewie from a Kalimbeck. So unfortunately that is not able to work here. We're just going to go for the red 5. It is a good question though. Can Kalimbeck really allow you to reduce the play cost of upgradings? And then we're going to go for the Liberty out in the space. Ooh, that is a massive ship that now you have to deal with. So I mean, that is then going to be the Razor Crest coming in So coming in for the damage off of the Razor Crest here. This is still very, very close. Even with that Liberty in the sky right now, this is definitely a super close game right now. I'm trying to keep my voice down as much as I can to go for a golf talk right now. I do not want to disturb these players or give them any more private information than they already have. But this game has definitely been a very good one so far. Space is definitely getting more into Kazuto's control now that we had the Liberty, but we are going to go for the Kalen Beck swing of 7. Then we're going to go, ooh, super laser salvo. It's going to clear out the ground by targeting out the good old Liberty for its target. That cleans out the ground completely. Otherwise, if that had not come when it needed to, that would have been a complete clean there. So anyways, we're going to go for the squadron, the Resistance Squadron Escort here, being able to use its effect to then immediately murk off, of course, the Razor Crest here, and that just leaves the Liberty in space altogether. The Liberty is going to be able to then tap down Red at 5 there, and then deal 9 straight damage to the base. Oh, that Liberty is going to be a tough thing to try to crack through 100%. We're going to go drop a Queen Amidala onto the ground, giving us 2 spy tokens and the 5. So that is going to be the big question of the day, is what do we have left that we can do with right now. And it looks like that is going to be a scoop up. It looks to be like the Kazuto pick it up. Who got it in the end over there? And in the end, folks, the Kazuto wrapped it up thanks to the Liberty in space. It just wasn't enough. If the turbo laser salvo hadn't exactly probably come down when it did, Luke would have had the control of the game. But great game from our first top 2 players for top 8. They both deserve what they have here. Kazuto was able to scrape out that game there, going to force into that delicious, all-important game number 3 there. And Luke Skywalker really did almost get the game there. Turbo Laser Salvo definitely pushed out for the win, but congratulations to both our players. They both deserve to be top 8. So congratulations to them both. We have one more game left. As a reminder, a Yularen one. I don't know which one. They're both red, so whatever base appears first, I guess, will be the winner of that one. And then, of course, we're waiting on the match with the Daedras over there. So, you know what? We're going to go to a good old intermission. Hey, look, it's me. Hello there. So, anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed that first top 8 match. Congratulations to our Kazuto player and all of that. Thank you, Oddball. Kaz is a 2-5. I really don't ever play Kaz on the ground, so thank you for pointing that out and all of that. So, Mick Withers, who is, of course, was our Kazuto player. So Withers did get to walk away, so our Kazuto player did get to walk away with the win. A very good one, though. A very, very close game altogether, if I'm being honest. Like I said, we are waiting for the Daedra Colossus to finish out. So, like I said, going into top 4, we got ourselves Kazuto Data Vault. We got ourselves Poe Data Vault. We got a Yularen Red, whichever one won over there. Whatever base won, because they were running 2 different bases. One was running the dockyards, one was running the prison complex. Whoever won that, I guess, matters. And finally, we have our 2 Daedras. I don't know how time or that works when it comes to, you know, figuring out when it comes down to, you know, tiebreaker or, like, when they tie, like, how that works. I don't even know who won game 1 or all that. So, is that my importance? Maybe. And all of that. So, but nonetheless, guys, we got 37 minutes. What do we want to talk about for 37 minutes? What do we want to discuss? What do we want to discuss? Maybe top 8 matchups. This is a pretty fun one. Again, like I said, seeing 2 year long. Yeah, though I will say top matchups. Talk about the system being a little bit on the finicky side. Putting both Daedras against each other and both Yularens against each other. That, to me, is hilarious that both of them had to start the game with a mirror match. But what am I proud about? I'm proud to have 3 JTL leaders in this meta. We could have had a 4th if a Boba had made it, but unfortunately a Boba did not make it to top 8. And talk about insanity to not seeing a Boba when he was like
when Boba was a big chunk of this meta right now, because there was a couple blues, 7 lake countries, and I think a yellow running around, not making top 8. So talk about that one. But nonetheless, it's pretty close here for just all of that. Again, congratulations to our Kazuto player for getting out the win there. It's a weird game, you know, when the fact of the matter is the game kind of played into this strange functionality. The strange functionality of, hey, you know what's going to happen? I know what's going to happen. We're going to play on the ground and all of that. Yes, Purple Mystic, the Daedras, well, I don't know if they deserve each other, but hey, they at least get to play each other. That's all that matters in the end. Do they deserve each other? I don't know. Did the Yularians deserve each other? I don't even know how that one would have gone. If someone has played a Yularian mirror match, tell me how that goes. How the heck does someone play a Yularian mirror match? Yularian typically wants to set up a board presence and then go for multi-swings off the attack. So do you just decide to trade multi-attacks at that point and all that? I mean, is that how we win out? I don't know. I mean, the Daedras over here, I don't know what's going to happen. I think one may have won by deck out. I don't know. That's not of my importance right now. Right now, our 4 judges happen to be keeping an eye on them because, again, there's a lot of finicky stuff. Again, I got lucky, I guess, every time I played Control, especially when I wanted to play Iden Control, when I wanted to do Iden Control, whether that was with Day Devolved or with Blue or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, it's one way is whoever just gets hit gets initiation wins. I mean, that was the exact same for when you played back when I was playing Iden. That's really what it was. But I got lucky. I actually never had to play an Iden mirror. I got very lucky that I never had to play an Iden mirror. And one other thing, but you can also have battle for board control and win that way too. I mean, yeah, I mean we focused on one of the Daedras already in I think round 3 or something like that, where they really won by using spaceships and then utilizing the effects of going for like overwhelming barrage or no planetary bombardment, utilizing of course the Devastator to go for that one to of course force all the damage into that. So we're just waiting for that top 8 matchup right now. So they still have well over 33 minutes right now. So they're going to be able to walk in through with that one. So So we're just handing out our pricing. There's some nice pricing out there too. We got some Carbonite packs. We got gift cards from Family Time for chances to get booster boxes of the next set, which is pretty nice overall. And of course, they get to walk away with the top 8 Chewy, as well as when you hit top 4, you can walk away with a top 4 Chewy and top 8 Chewy, as well as you get looks like a remaining playset of your Benthic 2 tubes. So congratulations to all of them. Again, each one of these players deserves making top 8 100%. They fought through 7 rounds of Swiss to get here. Had to fight those tight top cuts to make it, but in the end, they made it. They all have their points, they have their wins, and they deserve to be top 8. Will I one day be there among the top 8 of Star Wars Unlimited? I don't know. That's for the universe and the stars to one day align, and mystic energies to appear, and I don't know, God to come down in his holy light and give me the best hand ever. Because RNGesus sometimes is not my friend in these games. I don't know. And all that, but nonetheless, we are just waiting for that final matchup. Again, I do not know how rulings work when it comes to tying or attempting to go for tying in top 8. I don't know if there's a continuation of how that works at all. I know typically if you're doing normal Premiere, you would just have a tie and you would just move on to the next round. But other than that, everything else. If I can do it, you sure can. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Purple Mystic. If you can do it, so can I. Well, maybe one day I will. I don't know. I guess I don't really put a lot of time into testing. I mean, I do a lot of video content creation You know, I'm pretty harsh on myself. I'll be honest about that one, too. I mean, when I do my local videos and I'm on them and I see, like, oh, if I just done this to this, I could have pushed to this or maybe extended the game to this. So, I mean, it's always a good thing. I think a lot of times what drives me away is that I just speed into my attacks. I don't really take time to, like, look into, oh, man, I take a minute to reflect. I'm like, oh, if I use this, I can knock out this and keep them from this and doing that. And then that allows me to win for that. So sometimes I think that's my problem. And maybe once I get in, maybe doing competitive 40K, I really start thinking about that, because there definitely is that mentality when you play like competitive 40K or even go to a tournament where you kind of have to plan your moves way ahead of time. And like I said, with 11th edition feeling really fresh, I really do want to try to get into competitive 40K, or at least go to some tournaments and just have some fun. I've been kind of pulled in there by some content creators I watch where I'm like, you know, maybe I should give it a one-time shot. You know, see what all the huff about how playing it. I mean, like they say, once you kind of get down to lower tables, you meet people with your things. And for someone who would be going to their first, you know, big one, and I've only done one PQ in my season, mainly because I don't have time. I can just go walk off to every PQ around. I can't just always go every weekend and drive to Louisville. But, you know, Chicago's close by if I ever want to go to it. I mean, a 3-hour drive is never fun, but, you know, it's better than most. And plus, like I said, other PQs around Indy I definitely would do. Like I said, if the sealed format for Ashes is a lot better than Law, then I'll definitely think about doing sealed PQs for the next format. And again, like I said, I just don't like this format at all. And it looks like our Daedras might have either finished or they're going into Game 3. Jared, are they going to Game 3? Well, folks, the Daedras are going to Game 3. They have 1 win each. They got less than 30 minutes to get through a third game. I don't know how you do it sometimes. I mean, I guess I've never really played a lot of control mirror matches in my life where I have to really worry about it and stuff like that. But still, it's a fun little thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm not into the person where I'm like, I really care about playing control matchups and all of that. Again, they're the ones holding us up the most time, but again, they do get 75 minutes. As a reminder, next round is 75 minutes, and then the finals is timeless. No time, meaning that they can't take as much time as they want, but understanding that they still can't, like, slow play. They can't just, like, intentionally know that there is all this time where they can just kind of sit around and do whatever they want. No, they still have to be cautious of the fact of not showing slow playing mechanic, because if they show slow playing mechanic, it still can be put onto you as a PE, because it'd be a PE for slow play, which you don't really want to do when you're in the final tables. But it makes sense why you don't really want to time it, because I mean, these people are trying to play for that coveted first spot. They're trying to play for the chance to win their straight invite to the Galactic Championship. So they're not looking for the second place for the points. They're looking for first, so they can automatically get their thing. Especially considering there's only 1 month left before Galactic. So, and I don't know how many more PQs there are left within the month of June left to basically play if you're looking for anything. But maybe I don't really go a lot hard for doing testing. Maybe if I put in the time, I could definitely probably really put in the time, really understand everything, and really play down and probably do well in PQ seasons. But maybe I'm just not that person who wants to put that time in or anything like that. Maybe I am that person that just really wants to be able to, have fun with the game, being able to build dumb decks, being able to look at dumb decks, being able to understand things like that and just have some fun.
Just as a point of interest in that game, they're going to Game 3 on the Daedra mirror match. The first unit played in Game 12, and Game 2 was a 12-cost double out of Aspect Ray.
Okay, well, that was the green-white one, right? That can't be destroyed? Yeah, okay. I mean, what else are you going to do in a Daedra mirror match? All right, well, that's hilarious enough to know that that was what had won the game. But it makes sense considering that it can't be destroyed by enemy card abilities. It can't be taken control by enemy card abilities, meaning that a 9/9 that can't really be merged off the board state is definitely a hard thing to do. Because technically, as a reminder, Daedra states on our front side, action, pay 1 tapper, target opponent's unit on the board state, your opponent either takes 2 damage or you draw 1. When both sides aren't playing any units to really utilize Daedra's front side ability, you both have been kind of sit there until you play chicken to whoever's going to flip their Daedra first. Reckoning that if you both don't really don't have, like, you have the same hand size, you really don't get the advantage there either. So, overall, I don't know. I mean, give credit to anyone who wants to grind through that mirror match, anyone who wants to do that. So, good luck to anyone who wants to play that next. So, like I said, we have, of course, your Lauren that's going to you have to play a Daedra, or the Kazuto. Poe will have to play Daedra, or Kazuto will have to play Daedra. So, I don't know. We'll probably put the Daedra on, because, I mean, honestly, folks, whoever we put it on for our top 4 matchup is one of those players is going to be back for the top 2 matchup. So, either way, we're going to see one of the last 2 decks that are going to play it out for a finale. So, it's going to be kind of interesting to kind of see what happens. Again, they still have around 25 minutes to kind of play it out and all of that. So, nonetheless, guys, yeah. And after that, we'll, of course, go right into, of course, top table. Again, everybody afterwards do get 2 minutes to look over each other's deck list so they know what they're kind of going up against, what they need to maybe consider for siding, how they should play their deck, understanding exactly what their opponent is playing so they can try to counteract it. But, I mean, who am I taking my bets right now to win it? I mean, Daedra sounds a pretty good one to win it all. I wouldn't mind seeing Daedra Colossus win it all, but if I'm being partial, I want to see a JTL leader win it. I want to see Poe or Kazuto win it all. Now, again, they're going to have a complication with going up against Daedra, because if Daedra can get through Yularen, one of its next matchup, it will be able to basically pass into undefeated, to be into top 8 and win it all. Well, folks, I'm not going to bore you with any more talking. That is about it for me talking right now. I'm going to rest up my voice for, of course, the next round and, of course, the final round as well. So I'm going to put you guys on a B right back. I will probably maybe come about 5 minutes or the second the matchup between the Daedras is over so that we can get into the next top 4. And we'll decide who we want to put on top 4 altogether. We're going to see who is going to be our top 4 matchup. Truthfully, my told, I do want to put a Yularen on here, so there's a good chance we will put a Yularen. So we'll be back here soon.
The fastest selling mouse backpack ever is finally back in stock.
This mouse backpack is the best I've ever used.
Earlier this year, we launched a backpack with the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula One team. But there was a big problem. It sold out again and again. So, for the last 6 months, we've been working flat out, rebuilding stock piece by piece. And now, finally, it's back. But we don't know how long that will last. So, if you want to see why everyone's been waiting for this moment, watch this. Introducing the Mouse x Mercedes AMG F1 team bag. The Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One team approached us and gave us our biggest product challenge ever. Take your most advanced backpack and make it lighter, more functional, durable enough for a 24-race season, but still seriously protected. Finding the optimal balance in every feature is insanely hard, but we think we've cracked it. At its core is 840D ballistic nylon, a material born from military innovation for extreme demands. Its tightly woven basket weave structure provides outstanding
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI can spot roadblocks and assign work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Take your passion for food and turn it into a career as a Navy culinary specialist. Learn more at Navy.com/careers-that-cook. America's Navy, forged by the sea.
Let Forkful save us time and money with nutritious meals delivered straight to our door. It takes only 2 minutes to heat up, no preservatives, and no seed oils.
They actually taste like restaurant quality food. That means I actually look forward to every meal.
These are all natural, preservative-free meals with no artificial additives.
So let Forkful take cooking and groceries off your plate.
Join the thousands that trust Forkful today.
Alright folks, I'm back. We have been called the time. The Daedra Mirror match is in its final round as we speak right now. They took 75 minutes. An entire 75 minutes. So, they are on their last shot here. After their last turn comes to an end, then we will decide the tiebreaker. As they are 1-1, tiebreaker will be whoever has the most damage. So anyways, whoever has the most damage after the last play of that round will then be able to then conclude it. And after that, it will be whoever has initiative if damage happens to be tied. And the game is over. The conclusion has come. Daedra has won. Congratulations to that. Alright, so it looks like we only had a claim the advantage by 1. Talk about going in for that one. But anyways, we of course will have no breaks here. I'm just going to sit here with this BR back screen right now and go with that. I do not expect us to sit 75 minutes again, but I guess we all got saved that Daedras played each other, so we don't have to worry about a Daedra possible mirror match on a non-timed limit and watching them pass into infinity and beyond. Let's just hope that we don't have to worry about that again. But anyways, we are going to have to put one of these Daedras onto our stream again. Like I said, we have now our top 4 matchup. So we're going to go into top 4. We're probably going to have to put a Daedra. We're going to look for the Yularen. We're going to see where Yularen is. I want to put this top 4 Yularen onto the page, and then we will leave it at that to figure out who is left to go. All right, we're going to go with...
Top 4. We're
going to do table 2. I feel bad, but we're going to go table 2. See the Lauren for one time.
We talking a lot, so I might go to time.
I swear, if your Lauren goes into time with a Daedra, I do not want to spend the 75.
Anyways, folks, we're going to have the Yularen and our Daedra go up against the board state. The other matchup will be Poe and Luke Skywalker. So we have the last 2 JTLs going up against each other with, of course, Yularen and Daedra.
On the stream, it's going to be Logan and Michael. And then table 1 is Caleb and Luke.
JTL leaders, go to the... No, you guys are off. We're going to have the Yularen and the Daedra be on the stream.
All right, folks. So pretty much like I said, we're going to have our Daedra and our Yularen get onto the stream here for you all. The other match, of course, is our Poe and Kazuto. So out of it all, we are going to have a JTL leader, and we are going to have a Secrets of Power leader. So this is going to be quite interesting, exactly what we want to do here. Again, both sides will get some time to look at each other's deck list, just so they know what they're jumping into and all of that. So this is going to be quite interesting here for sure as we move into this matchup. Again, we've already featured this Daedra player already. He was featured in round 3 here and all of that. So here we go, folks. We didn't get to see any Yularens throughout the day, so I said, we got to put a Yularen on here. We got to show Yularen off. We got to put him on. We got to bring in the Yularen man. The Yularen mirror was quite... I was half tempted to put that on just to see how the heck that even works. Makes sense. Makes sense. Whoever gets craving power set up first here. So anyways, like I said, we have our Yularen going up against our Daedra Colossus. We have Yularen red. Ooh, showcase Yularen too. Oh, showcases. I do like when we get some showcase leaders on the channel 100%. There's nothing wrong, in my opinion, of showcase. But congratulations to our top 4 players. You all have earned it. You all grinded out to this point here. You all made it by I don't know, willing your wits and your wills and all of that to take the big fat win. So in the end, here we go. We are going to, in the end, have a matchup between a JTL leader and a Secrets of Power leader. So that is going to be our final 2 matchups. If I remember, Daedra's a Secrets of Power leader. Some odd reason my mind is saying that Daedra is not a Secrets of Power leader, but I know she is. I know she is. Yes, she is a Secret Power, and I know Yularen is a Secrets leader as well. So this is going to be quite interesting that we have JTL set 4 going up against, of course, Secrets of Power. It's also hilarious that we have Secrets of Power beating each other up, And we have JTL beating each other up. That's pretty nice as well. I mean, we have literally 2 sets beating each other up for the win. So, I mean, this is literally it, folks. Top 4 into top 1. They do have 75 more minutes to play the game. They have 75 minutes to beat. So we're going to get, of course, the 2 minutes to review each other's deck lists here. So we are going to be able to look at what we have here. If you want, I'll go through. I mean, technically, that's nothing is actually hidden knowledge here for these players. So I'm actually going to take a minute to look at these deck lists as well. What are we playing here? So on the Yularen side, we have quite an interesting one. I mean, it looks about what you see with the Yularen, like 000, 2 tubes, BT1, HK, Imperial Dark, you know, Interrogation Droid, Moji, Chancellor, Dingard DK, the Probe Droid, Heisinger L337. Then, of course, we have for space, we have Missile, Invisible Hand, Devastator, and Shuttle, and then Events, Haymaker, Charged with Treason. And then we have like Craving Power for upgrades, and we also have, for some reason, I don't know why Melee does it, but we also have triple aggressive negotiations. I mean, if you didn't see red with aggressive negotiations, then you're a little crazy. I will not speak on the sideboard, as I am not sure if that is public knowledge to the players. For our other side, the Daedra is running a course. Bith Brute, Kento Bite Security, Droid Laser Turret, Hona, IG-88. For the ground, for space, they have Devastator, Kentwell, Bith Ultra Matrix, Annihilator, Lawbringer, and for the events, the max amount of what this deck does, Let's Call a War, Lost and Forgotten, No Glory on the Results, Single Reactor Ignition, Contempt for Culture, Hope for Questioning, Hyperspace Disaster, Knowledge and Defense, and The Tree Remembers. Upgrades are just triple Condemn. And that is it. Well, that is all that they have on both sides. That's kind of an idea of what our players are playing. I'm not going to read you out numbers or anything like that again. I'm not going to give you your sideboards either, as I believe that is private knowledge, unlike the main deck's public knowledge, being right now replicated by both sides of the board. So again, they do have 2 full minutes to look at it. Oh, this is it. This is it, folks. This is the end of it all. Well, let's pray we don't need all the time. Anyways, here we go. The game has started. 75 minutes are up on the clock. This is the last timer these players have to worry about. After this, they go into untimed for the finale. No match, no nothing. Alright, we're just kind of deciding on it all. So here we go, folks. Both sides are going out. Looks like we're just going to make sure the Laurens just check to make sure that their sideboard is not in their main deck. That is not a great way to start the game. It's me getting a D, me getting a game loss due to incorrect deck. So the Daedra is looking like they are ready to go for the cut. So here we go again. I will only go to my golf voice once we are officially starting the full play. So this is going to be an interesting one here, folks. Who is going to walk away with the full win? Our 4 judge is keeping an eye on both sides of the board here, just to ensure that they don't do anything inappropriate. Especially my table over here, where I may not be a judge, but I am definitely not going to let a game stay problem-coded. That will definitely be being called out to the judge. So Daedra is set to go. Yularen is taking his decisional time on what exactly we need to resource. Again, they have 75 minutes. Let the nerves flow through. Remember, they have time. You just do not want to be caught on the aspect of potential slow playing. That is not something you want to suddenly get put onto you. It's for a potential for slow play. Alright, folks, this is it. Going into my golf voice now, let us begin. We're going to start off with the Yularen with a BT1, and then we're going to go for the Daedra effect, and then that's going to be a draw off the Daedra, and then we're going to go for a claim, and then that is going to be a pass from there, allowing BT1. Again, Yularen, if you never read Yularen here, let me just explain a little bit about Yularen. Yularen states action. You may attack with a unit.
If you do, you may attack with a unit. If that unit completes after that unit completes its attack, then you may attack with a unit that has a cost less than the unit you just attacked with. So in essence, if you attack with a 3, you're allowed to attack with a 2. Your Lauren flips on 5 and says the exact same thing on his backside. After he completes an attack, you may attack with a unit that has cost less than the unit then less for cost or less than him. So we are going to go for just a tap of your Lauren, and we're going to go for BT1. BT1 has to mill the top card of his deck, even if there is no unit. If he did hit a red, he does have to ping himself in the face for it. We're going to then throw a droid missile platform into the sky there and the glare there, and that is just going to be a claim of the initiative off of Daedra. It looks like we also have Daedra go off our effect, but again, it looks to be a go for a draw. So we're going to have to figure out what happens next here, because we do have the ability to go for Yularen now. Again, remember, Yularen is about aggression. That is one thing he's very good at doing. Setting up bodies and getting aggressive and beating your opponent into the face with those bodies. That is the whole nature of Yularen. So we are going to go for Yularen. We are going to pitch the one card there, and that is going to be looks like lucky enough, not a hit of a necessary card here. We're going to go for, we can flip Daedra here as well, remember. Anyways, we are going to go for Daedra, and then we're going to swing for the attack, because again, there was a misconception there that opponent did have first. So Daedra is going to flip here on the battlefield, and then Daedra is going to take 1 damage off of the effect of BT1 from the looks of it. So that is going to then be an attack, and then we're going to go for IG2. Yep, we are going to go for IG88 coming in shielded, and then we're going to go for the shuttle here, the shuttle ST46, and then we're going to grab the shield token off of the IG2000 and put it onto a good old BT1 here. So that's a really nice play right there from the shuttle. We're going to go Daedra into BT1, taking 2 damage from the attack here. So then we're going to decide on everything. We're going to go for a claim and then a pass. So again, we cannot count out Daedra at all here with Yularen. We do need to be cautious to remember that Daedra does have the ability to play into the late game. Yularen can struggle in that, because again, if he does not set up for the late game, he can fully die out here. So that is the impactful decision that you have to be very, very cautious about how you exactly want to play out the next matches, especially for a Daedra control deck. The problem is that the IG is very big. I believe he's a 5'3" and quite the dangerous unit here altogether, and I believe are Luke and so we are going to go for, of course, the effect here, then we're going to pitch, and then we're going to knock out the Daedra. So we are going to go for the effect of Yularen to swing the droid missile platform and the BT1 here. BT1 is going to go after Daedra here. It's going to hit. It's going to mill 1 card here, and then we're going to go for the effect of no glory on the results. We are going to get rid of the shuttle. Effect does get to go off here, but there is nothing to steal, no upgrades to technically steal. So Yularen gets to come out, and then we have the plotting of Yularen. We're going to plot out Chancellor Palpatine, and we are going to go for a good, okay, so we do have top card down, and then we're going to do Jared. You're the judge. He had 2 resources standing after he plotted out. He put 1 standing instead of putting it rested, so he now has a legal game because he had paid 2 resources for it. So he went Yularen, plotted out Chancellor, then paid out, and then took the top card and put it in active instead of putting it in rested for the plot effect.
And then he spent it later?
Then he spent it immediately.
Hang on. Time out on your table.
You can go back to...
Which one was it?
So, played out Yularen, then plotted out the Chancellor, went for the 3, then took the top card, put it in as active, had 2 resources active. So it would have been after the...
They're saying you put in a ready resource instead of... Oh, I think it's because I think it's... Yeah, I spent 3 on the pal. You spent pal, but
Okay, so that's on...
Oh, that's what I did. I spent pal, but yeah.
Okay, that's on me.
Okay, yeah. I figured that's how it works. Thank you.
Anyways, just apology there, just trying to make sure. I thought I saw a illegal activation of a plot card there, but just want to make sure for game integrity reasons. Anyways, we're going to go for the effective swinging in the droid missile platform as we did kill off. And so we go into there. So we do have 2 spy tokens that did get set for the turn. We did have Yularen get knocked out as well, but again, off of the IG-88 there, swing killing off the alarm. But again, I just wanted to make sure with the judge, apologies for that delay there. I did absolutely want to make sure we had a correct game state and there was no incorrect game state, that a plot resource has come in standing. We're going to go for the Kadam onto the BT-1 there, losing all its abilities as well. So we're going to go swing for 2 damage into the base with, of course, a spy token here. Then we're going to go for a droid turret so that we can protect all that. So anyways, again, the plot didn't matter, 3 and then 2 still standing there. My math was wrong on myself. I just thought I saw an active resource go in instead of an inactive resource. But just wanted to make sure the game state was corrected and all of that. Again, that was on me seeing that activation and not getting everything. Anyways, we're going to go for L337. We're going to look at the top 8 cards of our deck, and we are able to play out a droids for a 5 cost, up to a 5 cost or less from that pile. So this is a very good way to, man, put out the droids. Holy crap, this Yularen has built a board and a half. We're going to go for the probe droid to remove the shield token. Before that, of course, we would like to make sure we play the rest of our thing. We're going to go for another droid missile platform. That will be 5 there. Probe droid knocking out the shield. Shield, that is going to be a claim of it. Claim there. We're going to have the spy knock out the probe droid. Then we're going to go for 4 damage from those 2 onto base here. And man, oh man, has this game turned into whack crap. Anyways, BT-1 swing, just trying to see if we can show our opponent. We do know that down there's a single reactor ignition within the Deidre's hand altogether. Just want to make sure that is completely corrected there. So that looks like a scoop up there from the Deidre. Yularen is going to be able to take game number 1 from a scoop up. Deidre is seeing the line and the sand. That is game 1 going to Yularen. Game 1 Yularen, right? So I did confirm we have game 1 going to Yularen. Alright, folks, game 1, now Yularen. I'm going to stop being a little bit on the golf talk for just a quick second here. I believe our other game is on game 2 as well, so very nice to see that both our games are well moving fast, quickly here, and we haven't even, we've spent 10 minutes playing the game. Anyways, that was a really good match there from my players. Again, apologies for having to stop the play there to grab our judge, but I thought I saw an illegal activation of a plot mechanic. I just can't do math these days, you know. I've been up for about 8-9 hours, and so my brain's a little fried these days. But anyways, we just wanted to make sure that what I was seeing on the screen did not look like an illegal activation of something happening, so I did want to make sure our game state was very much legal there. So I just wanted to make sure that was very much a possible legal activation of that altogether. So we did correct it all. There was just fine. It was just 5 altogether. So nothing, no major problems there, nothing catch. But again, being on the stream, I do want to make sure that our table here is playing under high legality of all of that. So I do want to make sure you all get the good and the bestest content that you can get without having a bunch of misplays. As a reminder, while I do enjoy misplays when my locals play them, this is a PQ. We should not have any illegal game states or anything that could be retable damage, and I do not want to harm either side as they try to win out this game state. Not to, of course, be predator about it or anything. I was a Yu-Gi-Oh judge, so making sure game states are corrected is very important, and that we are at the correct game state altogether. I don't want these players getting any major problems coming down their line. So both our players are finishing up their siding, deciding on what exactly they are going to side in, what exactly they want to do to try to win out the game here. All of that. So once again, this is just a very hilarious thing that we have 2 Secrets of Power decks beating each other up right now, and we have 2 JTL decks beating each other up. So that's pretty fun, you know, that we're going to have a JTL versus Secrets of Power finish in the end here. But who will it be? Deidre, Yularen, Poe, or Kaz? Who is our final 2 decks? Who is going to get that coveted first place? Who is going to get their immediate invite to the Galactic Championship? That will be the question to ask, the questions of importance, the thing to determine. And we will have to determine it here very soon. It looks like our players have finished up their siding and are moving into, of course, the all-important deck cuts, all of that. Now, who am I rooting for on the JTL side of it? Poe Dameron. That's a problem. I actually don't know who I'd root for over there, because
both of those leaders are loving leaders of mine. I love what Poe can do, and I've always loved what Kaz can do. I mean, I bought Kaz's showcase because I absolutely loved what Kaz did. So, I mean, that's all fine. So anyways, here we go. I believe our players are just drew their first. Again, they draw, the Colossus only gets to draw 5 cards here. So that is the one thing. You are drawing 1 less, which I think sometimes does kind of hurt. But in Deidre, I don't think that's all too bad for what she wants to do at all. So, without further ado, we are going to see if the Alarin wants to keep his hand or go. Second he starts setting, is second he's keeping. Alright, we're going to golf talk now. Here we go. Deidre is going to start with a pass, and then we're going to go for a Benthic 2 tubes, I believe. From there, we are going to go for a claim of initiative, not going for Deidre's effect this turn. So no effect from Deidre there. I believe that is a Benthic 2 tubes. Yes, it is a Benthic 2 tubes. This is the specially rare Benthic 2 tubes here, as we're going to go for knowledge and defense, immediately killing that. And then Benthic 2 tubes effect is going to deal 1 damage to the Colossus there. Again, drawing 1 card off of knowledge and defense as well. So that was it. I believe that is the art of Benthic 2 tubes from this. Anyways, we're going to go for an Imperial Dark Trooper. We're going to claim the initiative off of the Daedra, and then we're going to just pass from there. So again, the whole aspect to kind of have to control your Larn is just keep him off bodies. Really just you need to keep him off any amount of his bodies for him to utilize to try to win for the game state. If you can keep that off, he's well off of not being possible. So this is going to be interesting to exactly see what is going to happen next. So it looks like we're going to go for a flip of Daedra. Then we're going to go for 4. We're going to go for the shuttle. The shuttle is going to give a shield token to the Dark Trooper, allowing it to protect itself from a Daedra attack. Which is not in bad of an opinion, just keeping that off of anybody. We're going to go swinging into the Dark Trooper, dealing 3 damage back to Daedra. She has 1 health point left on her. We're going to kill off the Daedra here, murdering her off and allowing the Dark Trooper to live on 1 health point. We're going to go for an IG 88 coming down with his 5-3 and shielded. We're going to be claiming the initiative on Yularen, and that will be a pass, allowing Yularen to have the ability this turn. And all that, I do not know but it looks like Kaz and Luke have just finished up game number 2, so I'm not sure exactly if they're going to be going into a game number 3 for this one. This one's going to be interesting. Now we're going to go for Yularen. Yularen's going to attack with the shuttle first, and then we're going to swing into the IG-88 with, of course, the Dark Trooper there knocking at the shield off of it. But the shuttle did, of course, get some damage in there as well, which isn't too bad overall. So we're going to have to figure out what exactly we want to do next on this game state. This one's going to be very interesting here as we're going to figure out. It looks like it's just going to be a soft pass. We're going to go for Craving Power on the shuttle to immediately kill the IG-88 off the battlefield. Then we're going to go for the Canto Bite Security. We're going to go flip Yularen, but again, the main problem, the Canto Bite Security is a Sentinel at 3-5 if I recall. So this is going to be interesting. Yularen can swing here if it really wants to, but the aspect here is that if it does, it will be taking the damage here. So, the big question is there another Craving Power, or are we just going to simply be able to just go for a pass? Again, there's no plotting here because they burnt all their resources to go Craving Power to kill the IG-88 here. So they can't plot anything or do anything. And again, Yularen's already come out, so that means plot is over as well. Because Yularen is not a recursive leader or anything. So it looks like we're just going to swing into the Canto Bite Security, knocking it out, and then we're going to take out, must just have 4 health points. So anyways, Yularen is going to take that. That is going to be, oh no, right, whenever it defends, it creates a credit token. So that is going to be a credit token creation off of the Canto Bite Security. I forgot that has the only on defense trigger we have in the entirety of the game. So anyways, again, that's going to be a claim on the Daedra side as well because they decided to swing on the Yularen. With the Yularen, I'm not sure, but nonetheless, this is a dangerous play here because of the fact is now there's a credit token for the Daedra to play around with. Again, you cannot count out Yularen, right? You cannot count out the Daedra right now, but Yularen could potentially be taking a hard loss right now because it just can't seem to get anything stabilized. We're going to go for Lost and Forgotten, healing 3 damage and killing off this shuttle. No effect from the shuttle because there's no upgrades to steal right now in the board state. We're just going to have Yularen kill off and create another credit token. That is 2 free credit tokens that Canto Bite Security was able to get off of the Yularen player. So that's just going to be looks like a soft pass. We're going to go for the effect of, let's see. Oh, we have the invisible hand in the sky there, So we're going to top 7. We can grab a droid, and if it's 2 costs or less, we get to play it for free. We're going to go for BT1 off of that one, and then we're going to go for a pass from there.
So we have the Invisible Hand and BT1, which again, Invisible Hand is whenever it attacks, look at the top 7 cards of your deck. You may play a droid, may grab a droid. So it looks like we did have a catch there from the judge there. It looks like the randomization was not happening for, of course, the bottom cards, and we're going to ask for the cut. That's why we keep our floor judge right next to these players, just so they make sure. And it does look like Az and Luke are going into a game number 3. That's going to be a good matchup right there, folks. I wish we had that. It's going to be a good one. So anyways, we're going to go over a single reactor ignition. We're going to kill both of those, then 2 do damage to Lauren's base here. I think Lauren just isn't able to get that stabilization here. We're going to go for another Invisible Hand, and we're going to take another look at the top 7 for another droid. Remember, even though you can add any droid to your hand, no matter what it is, if it's a 2 cost or less, you do get to play it for free, but you do get to add any droid to your hand. So anyways, we're going to just then play from, it looks like HK47, the Black Series HK47. So nothing we can really do much about that. Daedra is just going to take the initiative here. We are just going to then simply pass the turn then there. If Daedra has any way to deal with this board state right now, this is definitely going to be tight on it. I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen next. This is going to be a very interesting one, that is for sure. It's been very close right now. Yularen is unable to get his board stabilized. Daedra has been able to control everything. We are going to go for a rest of a thing, and then we're going to show, okay, we have the Cantwell coming down. Cantwell resting the Invisible Hand, showcasing the blue and black. Then revealing, of course, our double blue and our black for the Cantwell to keep its trigger alive here, resting out the Invisible Hand, meaning that Yularen does not have a secondary target to swing with. That was really good there. Where the Invisible Hand rested down, there's no way for the Yularen player to be able to search the top 7 for any droids. Taking a look at the resources, kind of thinking about what their next play is. Again, they can't really use any plot because they ran out, because they've already burnt the plot timing because of the Yularen already going, but that could tell you exactly what you maybe have left in your deck, what you want to go with, and what your next play is. We're just going to go trigger Yularen, even though it's kind of pointless to really do so, but we're going to go for the HK. We're going to target the HK with the Daedra, deciding on whether or not we want to deal 2 damage to it or give our Daedra player a draw 1. Looks like we are going to go for the 2 damage onto the HK47 here instead of giving for the draw. Again, there's always that conflict. You just take the damage and not give them the extra card value. So we're going to go for the shuttle here. We're going to give the shuttle a shield token. We're going to go claim the initiative on the Daedra side, and we're going to then pay 2 more, and we're going to go for a probe droid, and that is it. Again, we need to start massing bodies on our board state so we can start using Yularen's ability to start double smacking our opponent in the face here if they want to get past the Daedra. Again, Daedra is control. That is her whole gimmick. You do not get, we did catch the fact that the Invisible Hand does not able to restand thanks to the fact of the Cantwell in the sky, because as long as the Cantwell is standing, the Daedra, that Invisible Hand does not get to stand. I really do love the Cantwell. That is definitely a very wonderful ship to play and all of that. So it's going to be a very interesting and close one, folks. I do think we may be having to get into that all-important game number 3, but we'll have to kind of wait and see what's going to happen. As a reminder, all that Daedra has on her side right now is a Cantwell that is currently freezing down the Invisible Hand. On Yularen, they have a probe droid, HK47, a rested down right now permanently. Right now, Invisible Hand, and then a shuttle ST-46. So anyways, we're going to then swing 4 damage into, of course, the Cantwell here, burning the shield for that. We did have a Let's Call a War for its trigger effect, as the Cantwell is going to trade with the Invisible Hand here, knocking out itself. But then we had a Let's Call a War, and Let's Call a War is able to immediately knock out both units. We're going to go for, of course, an effect of a droid missile platform here into the sky as well. Then we're going to go for No Glory on the results, killing that off, and then my opponent, then 3 indirect damage has to go at the player who actually played it. So we're just going to play another droid missile platform. We're going to claim the initiative on the Daedra, and then that will be a pass from there. So pretty good game so far from both sides of the board. Again, you can't really count out either side just really yet for that one, because there's just nothing you can really know whether or not how things are going to go for it in the end here. Again, I would not count out either player to force this win here to either get Daedra, for Yularen to get the win out of it, or for Daedra to force that all-important game number 3. But right now, I'd say that as we bring down the Lawbringer, we're going to name villainy, and then we're going to be red. So we're just going to go for that, and then we're going to have the 3 indirect damage there. We're going to have, looks like all 3 indirect damage go right into the base instead of the Lawbringer.
So that's going to be very interesting because now the Lawbringer is going to be able to attack and name anything it wants to. Remember, Lawbringer on attack names, you may name an aspect and then give all units with that aspect -2, -2. So that's Daedra is going to target into the shuttle, then trying to get it down for the Lawbringer, and then but the Daedra is going to get a draw there instead of a 2 damage here. So let us see if things can get any better. Right now we have right now on our large side we do have a Devastator as well in the glare there. That is a Devastator. We're going to go for Lost and Forgotten to get rid of the Devastator, healing 3 more damage off of the Daedra's base, just keeping that control. We're going to go for 4 damage this time, not tapping down your Lauren for its effect here. We're then going to go for, of course, the Lawbringer being able to melee kill off, of course, the shuttle there. And then we're going to go for a Dengar on the ground there. But that's not going to matter because then we're going to just put up a shielded droid laser turret as well. Then we're going to go for the Arvel Skeen. And then we're going to go for the HK-47. Okay, well, the ground has definitely got bodies now. But anyways, we also have our Kazuto and Luke out of it all. So we will have one of those two. I am not sure. Sorry, Kazuto and Poe are done right now. I don't know which one passed into the final 2 for it all. So we are going to have to see as we're going to go for the Lawbringer. The Lawbringer is going to be able to name red, black, and green for its coloration. I don't know which one it names, but it doesn't really matter. If it named red, it can hit everybody and give everybody a -2, -2. By the way, these people are on massive amounts of resources here as we see the Lawbringer damage is finally going into the base here. So I don't know. I think Yularen might be taking out a big fat L here because I think because they named red, most of their stuff is going to be unable to even tear through that droid. Even if they go 2-2, that is going to be a sacrifice of 2 of their guys off of the battlefield completely. So we're just going to kind of see what we want to do here, where it looks like we're going to pay a whole bunch. We're going to go for an invisible hand coming down on the board. Stay here. We're going to look at that top side in for a droid. Looking for any, grab any droid as long as it's 2 costs less. We're going to go for the interrogation droid. We're going to rest out the droid, and then our opponent has to pitch 1 card out of their hand for its effect here. Because the interrogation droid did rest a unit with 3 cost or less. Again, unlike my local scene, people who decide that interrogation droid looks at its own player's hand. No, the player who got the object rested down does have to discard here. So interrogation droid should be resolving here for the discard of what exactly the player with the interrogation droid wanted to discard. So we're going to discard a Bith Brute from the interrogation droid itself. So it looks like then we're going to pay 1. Daedra is going to target the invisible hand there. That's going to be then a draw. Then we're going to have Dengar die off to knock out the shield off of the droid. So this is going to get Ghost. Then we're going to go for Devastator. Devastator here for the remaining resources, and then we're going to be able to go for, it looks like we're going to use all the indirect damage to immediately murk off most of it. So we're going to kill off the interrogation droid, and then they're all going to die because of the Lawbringer. He thought he had some health points left. No, Lawbringer does immediately remove all of that. Yularen has no board besides an invisible hand. So that's just going to be a claim on the Yularen side here, but I'm not sure what they can actively do in this game state right now. This game is definitely out of Yularen's hands right now, and I think this is going in Daedra's hand. This is going to be an all-important game number 3 coming up here, unless Yularen can pull a miracle out of thin air and somehow beat down the Daedra player. So we're just going to have to kind of figure it out on what we need to do here. So we are deciding on the action. We're going to go for a Haymaker that's going to kill off, of course, the Lawbringer, so that the Lawbringer's effect does not do the minus. And then we're going to kill off the invisible hand using, of course, the effect applied to bombardment, pushing the raining damage into the base there, removing it from existence. So that is then going to be a 000 coming down. The Devastator is going to come in for its 9 whole damage points and all of that. So this is going to get very, very tight overall in the game. So that is going to be a scoop up there. Daedra is going to get game number 2. This is going to force it to that all-important game number 3. All right, folks. Game number 3. The best words you could ever hear in any card game. It's delicious. It's fine. It's wonderful. Daedra is going to go forward. We're going to have Yularen is going to take a quick look, see if they can side. They are allowed to do it. They're allowed to look at the good old sideboard, see what they want to side, see what they want to do here. It looks like Kazuto did get the win in it all. So this is going to be very, very nice overall for so this is going to be very, very interesting here. So it's going to be Kazuto Data Vault going into the final 2 against either Yularen Red or Daedra Colossus. This is it, folks, for all the great marbles. Who is going to take it all? Who is going to win it all? You got to stick around to watch this game. You got to stick around to see how awesome it is. Again, we have our floor judge just going to take a seat to keep an eye on our 2 players, make sure that there's no incorrect gaming states right now going on, as both our players are finishing up their siding, finishing up their shuffling, presenting their decks for a cut. As a reminder, these players have around 45 minutes, little over 45 minutes to continue to play out this. So that is what they have left to play out for the game. Now, I don't expect them to take that full time, but they are allotted that full time. The only thing to be notified is there is no time limit in the final 2 match. While neither player can technically slow play each other in the timeless match, and all of that, you still want to be able to understand that just because there's no time does not mean that the players get to immediately be able to, oh, I don't know, slow play anything. So here we go, 5 to 6. What is our plays? What is our thought process? It looks like Yularen is keeping. They are going to go for it. So that is going to leave us with a mulligan for Daedra. I know my floor judge always says he's a little risky of taking those mulligans on game 3. But sometimes you just got to, especially in a hand of 5 cards. That's why I've always said that for Colossus, I've always been kind of iffy about it because I always feel there's no real good about it, especially because the fact of the matter is that you always feel like you get screwed over by not having that 6th card to see what it is. Again, Daedra doesn't really care much about playing anything on its first turn. Typically, that's just Daedra's turn to point at your opponent and say, hey, either you're going to give me the draw or you're going to take the 2 damage and see what I can get. So that is the thing here. Drawing a 5. This is it. For all the marbles and the worlds, let us see what will happen next. This is all that remains. This is all that lasts. There's no more questions. There's no more asking. Who's going to win it all? Daedra or Yularen? We're going to begin it in. Yularen's going to go first. We're going to put out a phase 3 Dart Trooper. We're going to go to draw 1 for Daedra. Then that's going to be a pass by acclaim for, of course, our Yularen player. Right now, just a phase 3 Dart Trooper. We're going to go for Yularen to swing in the Dart Trooper into the base, dealing 3 damage. Again, there's no other unit attack with Yularen, so you just blink the effect. The droid is out. The droid laser turret is out to giving the 2-1 and with shielded sentinel. What is the next play? How do we deal with that? Has been definitely a pity for Yularen here. Is definitely trying to get through that droid. We're going to go for a Dengar. And then we're going to claim the initiative, and that will be a pass. I guess the aspect is here, maybe you should have actually decided to go for, say, a play of the Dengar first. I guess no matter what sequencing the Yularen player did in this point, there isn't much they could have done. The Daedra player was going to 100% be able to take that initiative there. So we're going to have to find out what's going to happen next. Daedra is a 4, that means Daedra gets to come out. This also means that Yularen is 1 away from him coming out. We're going to go for 4. We're going to go for the Whirlwind of Power. -2, -2. Does get the draw, even though the unit isn't dead. We're going to go for Yularen. We're going to send both into the droid. We are going to kill the droid, and then immediately going to be able to use Yularen. That is going to give us Dengar's effect. Dengar, I guess, must not. I guess Dengar went first.
So that's then going to go for Deidre. Deidre is going to give a draw there, and then we're going to go for, of course, a droid missile platform in the sky there. Deidre is out. We're then going to claim initiative. Deidre is going to kill over the Dark Trooper. And then that's going to be a pass with a claim on the Yularen side. This is very tight, folks. Very, very tight. Again, either of these players had to rush. They have plenty of time to play it out. But you do need to be thoughtful of your thoughts. This is control. This is control against aggro. So we're going to have to kind of figure out exactly what we want. Again, the Daedra player has not resourced yet. So the Alarm player cannot just immediately go into his actions just absolutely just yet. So we're going to go Yularen. Yularen is that's going to attack the base for 4 damage. That is just going to be a soft pass from the Yularen. Soft pass from Daedra. We're going to flip Yularen. We're going to plot. We're going to plot out a Chancellor. Standing 2. Resting. There we go. That is correct. 2 spy tokens for Sentinel. Putting out a couple Sentinel markers just to ensure we are all on the correct page here. Deidre's up next again. They've already soft passed on their turn. They need to figure out what their next move is. What exactly is going to go next? It looks like they're going to go for a Bith Brute. A 4-3 Sentinel. This Deidre has really put up the Sentinels, that is for sure. Yularen would have to go right through that Sentinel if he wants to even hit anything. There could be just a point to rest out Yularen, so we're just going to go for the claim. We're going to kill off a spy token, and we're just going to go from there. Again, you can easily just kind of go from a different aspect where, yeah, it's just so perfectly fine to take the claim there, not go for the attack. Knowing you have the ability to go for Yularen here, because you could go Yularen, swing, kill the Bith Brute, and then being able to go in and swing the droid missile platform, allowing you to extra attack. So we're going to have Yularen go swing in, then we're going to have a spy kill the Daedra. So that cleans up the entirety of the board state here. But that is 4 damage down on that, onto the Yularen here. It is quite dangerous. So what exactly do we want to do next? That is the big question. What is Daedra's next move here? The board hasn't gone both ways just yet. We're going to go for no glory on the results. 3 indirect damage to our opponent. It kind of sucks that they had to take that indirect damage themselves. Nothing really to do about it. Again, you don't have to really worry about Daedra pointing at one of your guys this turn because Daedra is rested out right now. So we're going to go for 2 damage from the Chancellor Palpatine. That's a claim from Daedra. So Yularen still has 4 resources standing. They are capable of doing whatever they need to do here. We are going to go for a play of a Dark Trooper, then a play of someone's horrible wanted poster. I hate these wanted posters with ungodly passion. It's Zoan. Alright, so that is Zoan Moji, and the wanted poster there, the one when you claim the initiative, you do 2 damage to your opponent's base here. We're going to go for paying a 4. We're immediately going to go for a condemn on the Yularen, meaning that the Yularen cannot trigger his effect. So if he attacks, he cannot double attack within the guy. We're going to go for Mojin. Zoan Moji. Swinging on the base. Then we're going to go for a Bith Brute. Ooh, that really does suck. Then we're going to go for an attack of the Bith Brute with the Dark Trooper. Then we're going to claim the initiative. No, we triggered Daedra's ability. We're going to go then trigger the Daedra's ability, targeting. We're going to go for System Shock, removing the... Ooh, that was a good play there. Removing the Condemn. Dealing only 1 damage to Lauren. That does push him very close to death here, but he can attack here. So we're going to attack with the that. And then we're going to go for a droid missile platform. And then we're going to go for a pass. This is getting dangerously close. That is for sure. It's very, very interesting now what we're seeing. So this can go still either way. Neither side has truly shown that they have the advantage just yet, but we are getting very, very close to those high-end drops on the Daedra side. Yularen needs to be careful. Every move can be lethal. We're going to go for Devastator. Devastator is going to be able to kill off. We're going to be able to not... I guess we're not going to go Devastator. We are going to go for... We're going to go for single reactor fire, immediately knocking that out and removing that from the game, taking 4 damage to the Yularen base. We're going to go for the Invisible Hand. Invisible Hand trigger, looking at the top 7 and grabbing a droid. If the 2 costs or less, they get to play that for free. We know that our opponent now has a Devastator since they accidentally showed it to us. So it looks like we're going to go for HK47. That does give us HK47 down for free, which is not too bad overall. Here we go for the pass. Daedra has the initiative. So we'll have to figure out exactly what is happening. Here we go. This is still very close, folks. Daedra has the initiative, which is dangerous in my opinion. Daedra has a lot of control cards in its hand. That is the one real problem when you have this aspect here with Yularen, where Yularen needs to be set up here. We're gonna go for this. We're gonna go for Lost and Forgotten, healing 3 damage and killing off the invisible hand. HK is gonna swing in for 2 damage, putting 1 of that damage shield back onto the base. We're gonna go for the droid laser turret, putting up another sentinel. What exactly are we gonna do on our side with, of course, good old Yularen? What is his plan going to be for his next move? What is his attack? We're going to go for the shuttle. We're going to steal the effect. We're going to steal the shield token from the droid. Thanks to the shuttle. Really nice. And then we're going to play for a BT1 there, and then we're going to pass from that one. That's actually a nice little play there with all of that. So that means that BT1 could potentially kill off the droid if it does hit a red, if it does melt out a red. Again, we're just going to put a little token on Yularen to show that Yularen has been used here, just so we don't have a flip of Yularen. Again, Daedra has also been flipped. Both leaders have been burned. Their epic action, neither can come back out there on their front sides alone. This is definitely very close here to figure out who exactly is going to walk away and get into that top 2. We're going to go for Devastator. Devastator is going to go through the shield. Indirect damage does not get protected by shields, it goes right under it, so the shuttle is knocked out. There's no token to steal from the shuttle on death, so nothing like that, so it's not going to be able to move any tokens around or anything like that. So what exactly are we going to do? Again, Daedra has been able to draw quite the hand. We're going to go for a mill of 1, and then we're not going to be able to hit any red, so that's going to be 2 damage on that, and then 1 damage to the base from HK47. They were really hoping to see the hit there, so that's just going to be a draw for the Daedra there, using its effect. We're going to go for HK47 and 2 into the base here. Then there's going to be a claim. That means Yularen does get to do whatever Yularen wants to do here. It can set up yet another mass board. So we're just going to go for a Bintic 2 tubes, a probe droid, and then looks like a pass. Again, Yularen needs to mass the board, force your opponent to have to react to that mass board. Again, there are ways to do it. We've seen that this Daedra player is very capable of clearing board states, thanks to now having the Devastator out. So we're going to see a planetary bombardment. There we go. So that's going to be able to immediately go right through everything, killing it off, and that's immediately going to be able to kill. So everybody on the ground is gone. Bintic 2 tubes affected, thus being 1 damage onto it. Any remaining damage does get pushed into the base. That is a full board wipe. That's just a full danger of running into this. As we're going to go for L337, we're going to try to mass the board by looking at the top 8 and grabbing droids with a cost of 5, or any amount of droids with a cost 5 or less to the battlefield here. Just trying to get some amount of droids. If you can get a probe droid here, that's really good. No, interrogation droid here, that's really good. We're going to go for a Dark Trooper and an interrogation droid. We're going to rest down the Devastator so that it can't immediately just swing for the turn. That means we still have Daedra to go for a trigger if one need be, but it's not going to matter. We're just going to go for a, looks like we're going to go for a knowledge of defense that is going to be able to kill L337, because she only has, I think, like 2 defense points on her. She's a 3-2 on her, so that's going to be able to draw 1 on the Daedra as well. So that's going to be a claim and initiative here from Yularen as well. Zinten Moji. Oh, thank you. Jazz, they're the Zinten Moji. Apology, I call him Zoten Moji. Oh, anyways, Zinten Moji was the card there in the horrible art that I dislike of the wanted posters. Propaganda posters, though, love those ones. Anyways, back to it. We have 2 guys. Unfortunately, they're both at the exact same cost level, so Yularen is not able to use his effect to send them. Anyways, we're going to go for aggressive negotiations. We're going to swing the interrogation droid in for a lot of damage here. That's a good hit right there, but again, that's not going to be probably enough to get rid of Daedra here. While aggressive negotiations is definitely a good card to play around with, it just definitely did not have the hitting power there. Definitely pushed Daedra up. Daedra is getting close. As a reminder, Colossus is 35 health points, but Daedra does have a lot of energy to work with here. So there's going to be quite interesting exactly what Daedra wants to do here in this game state right now. What card do they want to play? What's the next play we're going to go with? We're going to go for Lost and Forgotten, killing of the Dark Trooper, healing 3 damage off. Making sure damage does not come through. We're going to go for an Invisible Hand. We're going to look at the top 7 again for a droid that is 2 cost or less to play for free. Otherwise, we just get a droid into the hands. I don't know if they have any more droids that are 2 cost or less. Oh, they still have an HK-47 they can play. Now that is still pretty nice. They're figuring out what they want to do. The Daedra can claim here if they want to, and just leave the Devastator standing. Yularen is burning out of cards very fast, quick here. So we're gonna go for Daedra. Daedra targeting the interrogation droid. Do you wish to keep it alive, or do you wish to just let it die there? We're gonna have the Devastator kill the Invisible Hand. They have 1 damage coming in from the HK-47 effect. Then we're gonna go down for a bit bird. So that is going to just be a straight claim off the Yularen side. Nothing they can do about that one. So this game is still in anyone's bag. Neither side have conceded, and neither side can push for the remaining damage needed. We're going to have to kind of see who's going to be able to get it. So Interrogation Droid is going to knock out. We're going to be 1 more damage with the HK-47. Because again, anytime a unit dies, HK-47 deals 1 damage to its opponent's base. So this is going to be interesting. Exactly what does now. What is the next step for our Daedra player? Our Daedra player is going to go for a Photo Matrix using its effect when played to hit 4 damage to a ground unit. So that's going to be able to knock immediately that one out. We're going to go for another Zotan coming out as well, meaning that they claim the initiative 2 damage. We're going to go for an Arbel scheme. We just need to get bodies. That is all we need to do. Just get bodies going and just get them set up. Full Matrix, though, is extremely dangerous as it is able to kill either one of those guys when it goes for its attack. Again, when played on attack, deal 4 damage to a ground unit. Just massive bombardment gun, just coming down and blasting everything into smithereens. Both players are running low on cards in their decks. This is a very close one, folks. I don't know who's going to get it. This is getting very, very interesting. They have 30 minutes still left in the game. Plenty of time to think about plays, plenty of time to go what they need to do. We're going to start with a Lost and Forgotten. We're going to kill off Zotan. We're going to then swing 4 damage into the base here, basically mitigating the heal 3 and putting 1 back onto the base. 1 additional new damage back on the base. So we can still go full Matrix. Interesting, we can decide to go Lost and Forgotten, but I guess the fact is I think Zotan's a 5, so Yularen would be able to do it, and then that is just the game right then and there. It looks like Daedra is able to walk away with the win in the end.
Daedra got it right. Oh, Yularen. So Yularen actually gets it there. I thought Daedra had gotten it, but Yularen is able to take the win. Congratulations on one hell of a game there. Oh, aggressive negotiations. Was that what you had?
No, I had Devastator.
Oh, you had Devastator. Okay. All right. So it was a Devastator for the win there, folks. The Devastator. I thought it was aggressive negotiations, but nope. It was a Devastator pushing for the last few damage points needed. But congratulations to both of our players. Claps around to these both for them both. That was quite the game there. 100%. They both deserve a well-round deserve of reaching top 4, but only one can make top 2. And that will be Yularen. Meaning our final match will be Kazuto Data Vault versus Yularen Red. That is it for it all, folks. And man, oh man, was it a good one indeed. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that one, because that one was one hell of a game there. Congratulations to our Yularen player for scraping it out. But he definitely deserved it. That was definitely a well-deserved, close-fought game. Both players get a round of applause, in my opinion. Round of applause in chat, round of applause in the comments when, of course, you guys watch this post, everything. That was a very, very close game as we move into the final round, round 2. The final round, our final 2 players grinding it out to get their win. to go to the Galactic Championship, or if they need just a few more points to get there as well. But congratulations to them both. I had my bet nods on the Daedra, but it looks like that was not the case. Your Lauren scraping by, but that's what makes good gameplay, when it just takes one card to scrape by for the win. So, congratulations to both our players. Congratulations to them completely and all of that. So, while our players clean up their boards today, I'm going to come back to me. And wow, that was a game. That was a well-fought best of 3. So far, both of our tables have had to go through 2 out of 3 to decide the winner of it all. That definitely is a well-built, well-fought game, 100%. No in and afs about it. They both deserve rounds of applause, praise for that one, and man, they kept that beyond tight. So again, they're just going. Your alarm player's going to take some minutes to, of course, get their deck back to settled position. They do not want to get a accidental deck check from one of our 2 judges, and suddenly have to deal with an immediate warning or game loss here for not having their deck in the appropriate thing. I couldn't remember my words. It's been late. I streamed almost for, what now, 10 hours? How long have I actually been sitting here? Nearly 10 hours. You gotta love it. My judges have been here longer than I have. But, anyways, it is the final match. It is Kazuto. It is Yularen. It is JTL versus Secrets of Power. Jump to Lightspeed versus Secrets of Power. Who is the best leader? Who is the best set? Who is the best leader? Kazuto, Data Vault, or Yularen Red? These both are definitely well-deserved people to be here. As a reminder, first place automatically gets an immediate invite to the Galactic Championship. Second place gets how many points? I think it's 75 or something. I know they get a good chunk. Doesn't really matter in the end. We're looking for whoever's winning it all. Who's getting it all.
All right. So you guys do get 2 minutes to look at each other's deck lists.
So they're going to take 2 minutes. I'm going to stay here right now. We're going to let them go through. We've seen Kazuto's deck list completely. I could go through it for you all, but you know what? Yeah, let's go take a quick examination of what the Kazuto deck is playing. Again, I will only give just the generics of what is being played in it. Kazuto is playing Chewbacca. Foreground, Chewbacca. That's the Chewbacca pilot upgrade. Contracted Hunter on Solo. That's the pilot one. Jyn Erso. Canyon Front Runner. That is the one that gives -3. -2 to the guy on attack. Captain Typho. Kalen Beck. R2-D2. Where's space? They have Blue Leader. Emissary Septipede. Fireball. Millennium Falcon. Phoenix Squadron A-Wing.
Try that again.
Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. The Radis, which I'm surprised to actually see in this deck. Radis, Razor Crest, Stolen AT Hauler, Liberty, Lightmaker. And a Blue Ace, for some reason, just being a random unit. And then for events, Haymaker, Jamming Communications, Turbo Laser Salvo, and finally, Aggressive Negotiations. That is our Kazuto deck for now, and we already know everything from Yularen as well, so it's going to be very interesting exactly who is going to be able to walk away with the full win here. Again, first place automatically gets their invite to the Galactic Championship. And hey, if you guys have really been enjoying the content, you guys want to make sure to subscribe to Mama Dragon's TCG, my personal channel right here, for all your Star Wars Unlimited fun. And as a reminder, guys, you can always re-watch this stream anytime you want. I will have it up. I'm not going to rip into it. It's 10 hours to rip out of content. That is not what I need to deal with right now, is 10 hours of trying to rip content. My system would take forever to download this video. But you guys can watch it many times you want. If I had an editor, I'd have them rip content out for this channel and all of that. But who knows? Maybe I'll do some form of like shorts for it, because man, oh man, that would have been a good short there for the Devastator for the win. But yeah, so without further ado, we're going to jump over to our table just to show where our players are. They're just taking, again, that 2 minutes, look through their deck, figure out what's going on, what our opponent's playing, what's their decisions, how are they going to play this deck, how are they going to win it, and all of that. As a reminder, we have Kazuto Data Vault versus Yularen Red. Now, I had wished that maybe Daedra was here, because I had maybe said everything, you should put your money into the Daedra. But hey, that's not here, so we're not going to talk about that one. But still, I'm glad that we have, of course, a good match here as well. Kazuto having to go into 3 games against Luke to win the game, to win out. So here we go. So it looks like we're going to have Kazuto start the game here with the initiative. This is it.
75 minutes. You may begin.
All right, so 75 instead of last time it was timeless. I thought it was timed. No, not even timed. Well, who knows? I mean, if these guys go 75 minutes, I will be completely surprised. These are two aggro strategies wanting to go against each other. This is a strategy that wants to set up boards. This is a strategy that wants to set up space. I don't think either of these strategies want to play 75 minutes. I think they would rather play brutal, fast, and punishing. So here we go. Both sides have decided to look at their things. So again, these players should take some big breaths here, relax themselves, and then be ready. Prep themselves for all that. Again, I will go to my Dolph talk once we have officially finished. Lauren and them, they are both going for mulligans already on game 1. Sucks to see it, but it's better to make sure you have a good hand here rather than simply just trying to bait out. Maybe you can draw into something. Trust me, I have been there before. I'm like, maybe I could just top deck the card I need. That's not what we need at all. Again, our floor judge is right next to them to make sure that there is no illegal game states going on, and there's nothing that could force an illegal game state or force an incorrect action or anything like that. We do want to make sure that these games are staying as appropriate as possible. Again, my fault for on the Alaran player for thinking that somehow a resource had been put in incorrectly, but we wanted to make sure that a correct game state had been coming in for all of that. So this is it. They both had to take the hands they are dealt, even if they are absolute garbage. Here we go, folks. Kazuto is set. Yularen needs to set. We are immediately going to be able to go into the game. They do have a timer of 75 minutes. Let us begin. We're going to go for a gen for the get the experience token. We're going to go for a BT1, and that's going to be a pass from there. Claiming on the Kazuto side. So we're already starting off pretty well here. Figuring out what we want to do next. Remember, Yularen is a hyper-aggressive strategy that wants to be able to set up its bodies. 3 to base coming in for the gen. Then we're going to have using the effect of, maybe not using the effect of Yularen. Kind of deciding on what we want to do here. Again, Kazuto hasn't played anything yet. We're going to go for the droid missile platform in the sky. Burning the 3. We're going to figure out what we want to do after that one. Looks like we're going to just have a claim from the Yularen side after we put a Falcon out for the Kazuto. So we're trying to figure out what exactly we need to do next. Again, Yularen now has 2 objects it can swing at. So Yularen's going to go for the swing. We're going to trade out it. We're going to trade the gunship into, of course, the Falcon. We have 3 indirect damage at the end of the swing. The swing, it is undefeated, but I believe the attack trigger has to go off because of Yularen's effect. So Yularen will need to, I believe BT1 still has to go resolve, so that's 2 damage. Milling the top card, it is red, that is going to be 1 damage on the gen. Then the death effect of, then the undeath effect, and then 3 damage coming in for indirect. We're going to do 2 indirect on the base, 1 indirect on the gen. We're going to have 3 damage coming in for the gen. We're going to go for then a play of another droid missile platform. And then we're going to go for a Razor Crest. We're going to bounce back the droid missile platform by equipping Kazuto under it.
Then that's going to be then a claim on the Yularen side, meaning that now Yularen gets to start this one out. But the problem is now there is that now Kazuto attached to, of course, a Razor Crest right now. I'm going to figure out what exactly Yularen side wants to do here. What's their next move? What's their next play? How are they going? What exactly are they thinking? We're going to have Yularen go for BT1. BT1 for the base for 2. On the top, it was a Zoten. That is 2 Zoten out of the deck, I believe. That is going to then be able to kill the Jin off, removing the ground presence right now that Kazuto has. Kazuto does have this vehicle in the sky right now. Kazuto's effect can turn off effects, but there's no real point for doing that. We're going to flip the alarm. We're going to go for Blue Leader. Blue Leader is going to kill off BT1. 2 damage back on Blue Leader with the 2 experience tokens. Paying 5. We're going to go Craving Power. Craving Power can do 6 damage or something on this board state. The big question is, what are they going to hit with that? They had 2 targets. They can go after, they can deal the damage to the thing. So it looks like we're just going to knock out Blue Leader just so that Blue Leader can't go after Yularen. So Yularen's going to be able to swing, hit a lot of damage. The big problem that Yularen's going to have is that there is a larger booty that he has to get. There's a larger base health that he has to tear through, rather than Kazuto's tear. So it looks like we just had a quick correction on the base damage there of what actually should be damage on the base and all of that here. Just kind of figure out exactly what both sides really want to do here again. Remember, why they have 75 minutes. They cannot slow play into this. You do not want to get a major warning at all. Anyways, we're going to have Kazuto on the Razor Crest attack. We're going to have Yularen attack. No effect for Yularen to do anything else. Then we're going to go for a Phoenix Squadron 8-wing coming down the sky. Then we're going to go for L337. We're going to take a look at the top 8, and we're going to grab some droids. Remember, you can play droids up to, or top 10. I can't actually remember, but it doesn't really matter. We're looking at the top. We're going to play some droids. We played a high, yes, we played a high singer, so we can play a 1 and a small. Yes, we have a high singer and then a Imperial Dark Trooper. High singer is going to give an experience token to Yularen because he is a green on play. And that's going to be an end pass there. Again, high singer on play, give an experience token to a green unit. On death, get an experience token to a red unit. Yularen now has quite the ground presence going up against Kazuto. Kazuto does have the initiative though, so they are able to do a couple of things that they need to do. The whole question is there an aggressive negotiations? So, looks like maybe no resource on the Yularen side of it. What is Kazuto's plan? What are they looking to do? That ground has gotten out of hand. Kazuto has 2 spaceships. Do they have a way to stop it? Jin to rest down the Yularen. Not a bad play there. We are going to go for Kappa 3. We are going to go for aggressive negotiations. And then High Singer is going to go. If that had been on your Yularen, that would have been devastating. So, there's only 5. 7 health left. Or no. We're gonna go for a attack with a and then that's going to be game then and there. It looks like Yularen took game number 1. Yularen got game 1?
Yep.
Anyways, Yularen got game 1. Kazuto knew the presence. The ground was just too much there for the method and aggressive negotiations. Again, just to say it right now, the aggressive negotiation definitely would have won them the game if the Yularen had been able to attack with aggressive negotiations and then go for, of course, then attack is something else because Yularen just cares about on attack when the attack completes. He then gets to attack with another guy. So that would have been pretty well dangerous right then and there. But good game so far from both of these players. That they take some time to decide on those all-important side decking cards. What are they going to side in to deal with each other's matchup? What did they bring to deal with each other? How are they going to do it? How are they going to fight against each other? What is their attack plan? That is, of course, the big question of the day. What is the attack plan? What is the option to go for a fight? What is death itself for these players? Again, they're going to take some time. They have 75 minutes. I thought these rounds were completely untimed, but I guess that must have changed at some point. But still, it's a very good one right now. Both decks are really into the aggressive style because of how Kazuto and all that works. So, again, we're going to then do a quick shuffle. We have everything we need now. Lauren is still taking its time going in for its sighting, just kind of keeping its sighting hidden. I think that's perfectly fine in my opinion, because again, they're kind of putting up cards to know what exactly they want to sight in, and they're just taking the cards out to know what they're supposed to be taking out to sight in. So, interested to see exactly what these two decks want to side against each other, to believing that they can somehow win it out in the end. Who is going to take home that coveted first place? Who is going to the Galactic Championship? Who is going to claim just the second place points? Who is doing it all? Who is winning it all? Who is going home victorious? So that is the big question of the game. So again, just making sure they put away the cards they side into their side decks. Don't want to get any major issues or anything like that. No infractions, no warnings, no gameplays. You just want this to be clean. After all the long grueling hours you have, you are so close to it all. To the end, to the win for it all. I myself have been nearly for streaming for 10 hours. These are always my longest streams out of any one of them, considering I only stream like once every blue moon now. Really have been thinking about streaming more these days, but mainly it'd be more streaming these days if I was a PNG tuber or a VTuber. Still strongly considering doing that. One day getting a PNG tuber, becoming a PNG tuber, or maybe getting a VTuber model. It'd be a lot of money, but I guess I'd have to wait until I got big money. Big money. Anyways, here we go, folks. We're ready to go. We're going to start off with Kazuto putting down the Canyon front runner. For some reason, I thought that was the Cutthroat Pod Racer. No, that is the Canyon front runner, so please ignore me whenever I said that. Again, on attack, give a unit -2 to its attack. So this is going to be very interesting, because this is a great way to start out the game, because it really does deal with situations. And then we're going to go for an Imperial Dark Trooper on the Yularen side. So this is going to be definitely interesting, where maybe Kaz can force that all-important Game 3 to force Yularen to get back that experience. So anyways, we're going to just knock out the Imperial Dark Trooper here, only taking 1 damage. We're going to go for a 000, and then in space we're going to go for a Falcon. We're going to claim the initiative on the Yularen side here. Again, unfortunately, 000 can't really do anything to any of its effects here, because there's nothing it could do. There's no red cards in the drop for it to do anything. So I'm gonna have to kind of figure out exactly what it wants to do here. So with that said, let's move into this next thing. So anyways, we're gonna go for a Eager Escort to immediately kill out the Falcon, so that Kazuto doesn't have an immediate ship to jump onto this turn. Canyon Front Runner isn't able to actually be able to kill over the isn't able to immediately kill over, of course, the object here. And then we're gonna use the beat. We're gonna try 000 kill over the Canyon Runner. Here's Canyon Runner doing 3 damage to the base. We're gonna go for a Fireball. We do have Kazuto's effect as well. We're gonna claim the initiative. We're gonna go Kazuto to then turn off the Fireball effect, and then we're gonna go for a Gen giving a Fireball in the Spare token. And we're gonna flip Kazuto under the Fireball, and that's going to be a pass. So it's going to be very interesting exactly what the Yularen player wants to do. They do have the initiative, but they only have 1 unit. That is the one problem when Yularen, is if you do not see enough units to be able to go for Yularen's effect, a lot of times it turns into a baiting game. Can you get enough bodies going? Can you be able to win the game? Is it going to be enough? As a reminder, every time Kazuto swings, he is able to turn off that Fireball's anti-effect, or every regrouping phase. It does take 1 damage to its face. So this will be very interesting. Exactly what is the next play. Yularen still taking some time thinking about what it wants to decide. What is its place? What's it going to do? What's its side? Sorry, not decide what's going to put in the resources. It has the right to take some time to decide that. They have 75 minutes. They've only gone 15. They still have plenty of time. So, you'll see exactly what's going to go up now. Resource has been set. We're going to resource turn 5. Let us see exactly what's going to happen now. What's the next move? 000 has 1 health point left on it. If it does swing, it does have the ability to go for itself. We're going to have Yularen go trigger. 000 is going to attack. 4 damage to the base. No ability to send anything back. Jin, 2 damage to the base. We are going to then potentially flip Yularen. Yularen has been flipped. We're going to go for tip the scales, look at your opponent's hand, and then discard a non-unit in it. So we're going to get rid of the Craving Power. That's kind of the suck. They baited out that Yularen to go for the Craving Power trigger. Definitely hurts. That would have been a great trigger to go against that Kazuto in the sky over there. System Shock. System Shock has to go for System Shock getting rid of the experience token dealing 1 damage because it can't go after the leader. It says non-leader upgrades. So anyways, we're going to go then Fireball is going to swing into the base. There. And then we're going to make sure that Fireball has its effects turned off so it doesn't ping itself in the face. What's our next move? That's the big question. Yularen taking a think. Yularen's going to swing. Going to kill off the Jin. We're going to go for blue leader. Not paying the extra 2 to getting it to the ground. There's still 4 resources standing for Yularen. Just a quick look around just to make sure there's nothing in the resources they want to do with. It's just going to be a claim. It's going to be a draw 2. The next great move we're going to see here. What's the next plan? What's the next move? They're at 5. They can go to 6. So it looks like they're just going to stay. Yularen's going to stay at 5 here. They are going to cycle back the red card there and then being able to do 1 more damage to the base there. Not too bad of an attack. We're going to go for blue leader swinging into the base. We're going to go and put down a. We're going to pay 5. Oh, they did put it for their 6. We're going to go for Zoten. That is going to give an experience token to the Fireball. Then we're going to claim, and then that's going to be 2 damage to the base because of Zoten. Kaz still has the ability to swing on the Fireball. It's going to be interesting. Because remember, our opponent does know what they have. Remember, our Kazuto player does know what they have in hand thanks to using tip to scale. So we're going to go for Haymaker, just giving the extra experience token, nothing to kill off with it. Just giving the experience token to Kazuto, just to allow it to just deal a little more damage. And that's going to be then a draw 2, and here we go. I believe Kazuto is on only 2 cards in hand. That is pretty much it. Yularen, I believe, is on 4 cards in hand. Can they get it close? Can they go for a game? Or will this be dragged to that all-important game number 3? That is the big question. What will happen? What is going? Who will fight? Who will win? That is the question. Yularen does the ability to choose if he wants a resource. If he wants to just pass on the resourcing altogether. This one is definitely close. Definitely close altogether. Who is going to get it? Who's going to be able to win it? Who's be able to do anything here? Who's winning it all? I don't know. Again, I'm talking very softly here because I want my players to be concentrating on their game and not on me. So, well, I thought Yularen had less hand. Oh, okay, so we're going to go for a full play. We're going to go for the the invisible hand. We're going to go look at those 7. We're going to try to find a droid that's 2 costs or less. We did find the interrogation. We did find a probe droid that is going to be able to at least rest down that, and then we're going to swing in for Kazuto, and that's going to be game 2 going to Kaz. A very
close one. I believe if they had been able to find an interrogation droid off of the invisible hand, they would have been completely able to probably push for the game at the end, then and there with an interrogation droid, forcing one card out of our opponent's hand and all that. That means, folks, we have the world's best, greatest, and most important thing ever, a delicious game number 3. Game number 3, folks. Again, both our players are allowed to relook at their sideboards, figure out if they want to play anything else in their sides, in their main deck, to counteract everything. But it is a fun thing to have a game number 3. All of our top 8 matchups have had game 3s. These have been quite good so far. Grind fest on Yularen having to go to game 3. I guess somewhat of a grind fest for Kaz to get through Luke to win game 3. So this is definitely going to be it. Who's going to walk away with the win, everybody? Who is walking away with the fun, the win, and the victory? Who walks away with the coveted movement and straight movement to the one and only Galactic Championship? So, again, looks like Kaz is just going to do a little bit of siding here, just trying to put some more stuff back into itself, just to try to counteract what the opponent is playing, because Yularen is definitely going to be going first here, so that, of course, it can try to play out the game, try to set up without having Kaz immediately kill it off, because the Canyon front runner definitely hurt it 100%, without a doubt. So, we're going to have to just kind of see what exactly is going to happen now. Who's going to win it? This is it. This is all for all the marbles. Take some breaths. Get yourselves ready. Mentally prepare. And be ready for all of that. Who is going to take the win? Who will go home victorious? That is the big question. Cut for Kaz. They're going to draw their hands. Let it begin. I know I went quiet there, but I just wanted our players to concentrate on their hands. Again, I'm trying to be as quiet as I can be for these two. There's not much left here right now. The Star Wars crowd has disappeared. Most of them are gone. Some locals for the Family Time game have come and decided to pick up on the tables after all that, and both players have not taken a mulligan. Here we go for BT1, and we're going to start off with a Stealthipede in the sky here, and then we're going to claim on the Yularen side a draw 2. Here we go for the third energy for the phase. Here we go for everything. It's time to play. This one's going to be fun. What's going on? Who's playing who? What's playing what? What are they doing? What are they playing? All of that. We're going to go for Yularen effect. We're going to pitch for BT1. No damage to go for anything, even though we did hit red. We're then going to go for hitting at the base with the Stealthipede. Then we're going to go for the droid missile platform. Then we're going to go for a Stolen AT Hauler. Then we're going to go for the claim. Kazuto has no reason to really turn off any effects here. So that is pretty much it right now. Again, our battlefield right now is going well so far. So let's see what exactly is going to happen now. Yularen does go for its double swing. Kazuto has the ability to flip. So what exactly do we do here? What is our attack? What is our vector? What is our movement? How exactly are we going to end this all? Who's winning it all? Yularen taking some time. They have plenty of it. A quick look to the side. Deciding on things. Typically in Yu-Gi-Oh! That would be a warning. But again, we're not in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if that's true or not. I know you can't look at your side deck, at least in Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, Star Wars Unlimited is completely different. We're at our 4 resources. We're going to spend 4. We are going to go for what? Spend 4. We're not going. Yeah, we are going to spend 4. Are we going to go for it? Yep, we are going to go for the shuttle, giving its shield token to, of course, the droid missile platform. Nothing you'd really steal here, no upgrades to move around or anything like that. What is Kaz play? Kazu is going to target the Stealthipede and then is going to use his ability to flip the Stealthipede, put stuff on the Stealthipede for its extra action. That's why I really love Kazuto as a leader. We are going to have the droid missile platform smash 4 damage into the Kazuto, and then we're going to have BT1 attack. Then we're going to pitch a card, look to be an HK-47. But the shield was there, so no damage coming in on the droid missile platform. So the droid missile platform stands. It's going to be interesting. So Kazuto's going to swing. We are going to turn off the effect of both of our units, the Stealthipede and on the Stolen AT Hauler, so the Stolen AT Hauler does not get its effect at all. Again, Yularen's just going to take the initiative here. That's all they can really do. There's no such thing as zero. There are very few, zero cards in the game, like salvage and stuff like that. So it looks like we're going to go for a pilot under the Stolen AT Hauler. It looks like we're going to go for the Han to attack the base there, going in for the big damage there from the Kazuto. Then we're going to have a pass. So Yularen again has claimed the initiative here. Again, very dangerous motif that we have going on right now. What exactly are we going to plan to do? What is our movement of attack? What is our attack vectors? Nothing is standing as of right now. Kazuto has no abilities for anything to go for. What is our plays? Again, take some time. Really think it. It looks like we may have gone for a full 5. It looks like we're going to go craving power onto the droid missile platform, and we're going to kill off the Kazuto. Just remove the thing, and then restanding 1 resource thanks to the Stealthipede. Meaning that the droid missile platform does have the ability to crash into, from what I can see, into, of course. Actually, no, I don't think it actually has the ability to crash. So we're going to go for 7 to base from the Stolen AT Hauler. And then let's see. So we're going to go for Yularen. We're going to swing, kill that off, allowing the knockout, and then we're going to have a swing with. Looks like we're going to blink out. Nope, we are going to swing the BT1, and then we're going to mill. So the Stolen AT Hauler is down right now. Kazuto is down as well. So again, Yularen can still flip here. He has not yet flipped, and we do have the ability to swing it. So what is Kazuto's next plan? It looks like he's going to go for Captain Typho. We're going to go for System Shock, and that is able to. That is going to be able to remove that. Then we have, of course, a Stolen AT Hauler effect. I'm going to go for Yularen. Then we're going to swing both of our units into our opponent's base. Yularen's going to hit Typho, and then Typho's going to reveal to heal 1. We're going to go for the Stolen AT Hauler. Again, it's a good thing our opponent remembered there, because I cannot. Neither me nor the judge can tell the opponent that they missed the Stolen AT Hauler trigger. By the way, the Stolen AT Hauler is one of those cards that's really fun because it loops around. So if our Kazuto player can actually destroy the Stolen AT Hauler, it actually allows him to play for free. So yeah, it's a really fun card here. So kind of figuring out. Again, Typho is still standing here, able to be still alive. So again, Kazuto has the initiative as well. All right now Kazuto has is a Typho. No other cards, nothing else to really do with. What's the play? Resourcing 1 right now on the Kazuto side. I don't know what the damage thresholds for the 2 sides are right now. We're going to swing to the base with the Typho. We're going to swing BT1. We're going to mill a red card, and we're going to be able to immediately kill the Typho, but the Typho is going to be able to heal off the damage there. And BT1. So anyways, BT1 does not die there because of the fact that 1 more damage point was only needed for Typho, so technically BT1's attack trigger goes first before the BT1 actually technically attacks. We're going to pay. We are going to put out a Contracted Hunter that's going to kill BT1. Contracted Hunter will die at the end of the turn unless Kazuto uses effects. We are going to go for the effect of a Haymaker to kill off the Contracted Hunter and then power up Yularen.
This has been a very good back and forth game right now between both these players. We're going to pay for a Jin. The Jin is going to decide whether or not to get an experience token, or top Jin's going to get an experience token. We're going to have... Then we're going to decide on what we want to do now. Yularen is back to his initiative. What is his play? What is his decision? I believe he has 2 resources standing for what is left of his resources. Again, very close game for both of these players. They're coming down to the wire of who will win it all. So, this is going to be very interesting. What is the next plan of the attack for these players? So we're going to go Yularen. Yularen is going to kill Jin. Yularen does get his resolution, and then we're going to swing for both of those. Because again, our Kazuto player did take the initiative, so it doesn't really matter for Yularen's effect whether or not it is. So we're going to see what's going to happen now. Again, both these players are very, very close to it. 14 of the 33 health is gone on the Kazuto base, and Kazuto does not have anybody standing right now. Not a body to play.
Not a body on the battlefield. Yularen has all the bodies. We're going to go for the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. What is Yularen's action here? We're going to go for the shuttle going into that. We're going to go for the Stealthopede. We're going to have the Stolen 8 to holler, kill the Stealthopede. At this point, we're just stripping Kazuto's resources to nothing. We want to remove every unit he has. We're going to go for the Eager Escort. We're going to remove the Falcon. We are just keeping Kazuto off of bodies. And then we are going to go play on the ground. That is a Benthic 2 tubes on the ground there. So that was a really good play there that turn. That removed Kazuto, any aspect of Kazuto to play much of anything here. So we are going to go for a Contracted Hunter. We are going to kill the Benthic, and Benthic's effect to deal 1 damage on death to the base. So what is our next sort of action here? What do we want to do next? We're going to pay. We're going to go put a pilot under. I believe that is a Chewbacca. No, that was a Craving Power, apology, that killed off the Contracted Hunter. Chewbacca can't be played in this one. We're just going to go for the play an Eager Escort, and then we're just going to swing both of our guys in there, and basically they should be tapped down just to show that they did swing there, but this looks to be the end for Kaz. Unless he can somehow pull a miracle, I do not see much of a way for anything to happen. So this seems to be really close, folks. I'm not going to say a winner just yet, but man, this has been very close for both our players. Who is going to walk away with the win? This is very, very close to it. We are going to go for Blue Squadron to immediately hit, and that will be the game. And Yularen is going to take the win in the end. Congratulations to our Yularen Red player, and congratulations to our Kazuto Data Vault player for going for it all in the end. Congratulations to both players overall. Woo! It's finally over, folks. Finally over. And it has been a really good one. I guess my system just decided to give me a bunch of random messages. But man, oh man, was that a great game in the end. Both players deserve a round of applause for those games, 100%. Congratulations to them both. They have well earned their victory, with our Yularen Red player walking away with the with this PQ win and their full invite to the Galactic Championship this July. Congratulations to our Kazuto Data Vault player as well. They just simply were not able to get the steam to counteract Yularen in the end there, going for the win, and it was just that close of it all. But folks, that is it. The games are over. Your host is tired. Your host has spent nearly 10 hours of his day, of his life, live streaming for you. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the commentary. I hope you enjoyed everything here. But yeah, funny enough, actually, now that I think about it, these screens are actually incorrect as well. They have my keychain on the end of it for you all for that, because that is my old logo up there when I'm now using, of course, my current Mama Dragons TCG logo. But again, far little as I stream, there's no point in me really fixing any of that. So Guys, hope you 100% enjoy today. If you guys are a lover to all of this, make sure you subscribe, ring the bell, so you get notified when my videos go live, and like this video. Remember, folks, this is fully live. I will not be cutting anything out of it, so if you guys ever want to catch a game, feel free to catch whatever game you want to catch. That was a good one, folks. Thanks again.